Good morning, and thank you for coming to the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Maggie Riddle. I am a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it is my pleasure to introduce the next panel, Built to Last, the importance of inclusion and diversity in sports organizations, sponsored by Wasserman. This panel is also part of the business track, sponsored by Ticketmaster. The panelists today are Allison Feaster, Director of Player Development and Personal Growth at Boston Celtics, Shelly Pizzara, EVP of Global Insights and Strategy at Wasserman, Catherine Carlson, SVP of Revenue and Strategy of the Philadelphia Eagles, and Scott Pioli, former NFL executive and television analyst. This panel will be moderated by Liz Moulton, co-lead of the sports business practice at Spencer Stuart. The panel will be 45 minutes long with 10 minutes at the end for questions. If you have any questions, please put them on Twitter and using the hashtag #InclusiveOrgs. With that, I'll pass it off to Liz.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming on Saturday morning. The origin of this panel has been, well, it's something that's been long in the making and over the years here at SSAC. And the idea behind it is that we in sports really have a lot of good intention to try and diversify our front offices and the business side of sports. And we're still falling very flat. You see through the Lapchick report and others that the grades that sports leagues and teams get are still well below what they should be. So we have an amazing panel here that exemplifies trying to change that dynamic. I'm going to have each of you introduce yourselves, and then we'll get into a good discussion. I'm going to start with Allison.
Awesome. Allison Feaster, Director of Player Development and Personal Growth with Boston Celtics.
Shelly Pizzara, I lead Global Insights and Strategy globally.
Catherine Carlson, I'm the Senior Vice President of Revenue and Strategy at the Philadelphia Eagles.
Scott Pioli, I'm currently underemployed. I work several different jobs as a consultant also for CBS, but 27 years in the NFL as an executive.
Great. Okay. Thank you, guys. So there's a lot to talk about how each of these people have made a huge difference in this dynamic of diversifying. And we should talk a little bit why diversity is so important in so many ways, from a business perspective, a moral and ethical perspective, and just as our world continues to evolve. But there was an article this year in the Wall Street Journal that got a lot of traction about the Philadelphia Eagles having more women in the front office and the business side. Really great article. I was very proud to have been a part of recruiting several of those women there. What has your experience been like to go to, as a career, in your career generally as a woman in sports, and to go from the NBA team to an NFL team, and the importance of women leadership?
Well, it's an interesting question. I'll actually go back further than my NFL and NBA experience, but I started off my career about 25 years ago, and I was in Australia. I grew up in a small rural town, and I had this passion for sports. And there was this new sports degree, and it was a master's degree in sports management. And I distinctly remember about my first week at classes, I had a professor, and he said something, and it really stuck with me. He said, half of you are going to have to work twice as hard to get half as far. And I said, what is he talking about? And then it dawned on me that it was half the room. It was the women in the classroom. So I definitely have a little perseverance and determination. I'm not going to let this comment throw me off my aspirations to work in sports as a woman. But then I started my career in rugby league in Australia, and I was the only woman in the entire organisation. And that's not uncommon in our industry. However, building credibility in a sport like rugby league. Have you seen rugby league players? They're big guys. Then I could work in the NFL. That's a whole different story. But one of the challenges that I had from a credibility standpoint as a woman in sports was that, what does a woman know about rugby league? If I gave you $1 for every time the guys in my office would say, what does a woman? In Australia, you say, what does a Sheila know about rugby league? It was really frustrating. So I actually went out and got my coaching certification in rugby league. Oh, wow. So you may not know it from this physique, but I'm actually a qualified rugby league coach. And the amount of credibility that builds when you're trying to start out your career, it was just a little taste of what was to come throughout my career. And so to show up to the, I've worked at various organizations along the way, some very diverse, like the Walt Disney World Company was one of the most diverse companies that I've worked for. And quite frankly, it had to be. Disney welcomes over 100 million guests on an annual basis. They had to make sure that their staff matched that. And I learned a lot about diversity and inclusion through that. But then fast forward to had an opportunity to come to the Eagles, and my first day on the job, I show up to the executive team meeting, and 4 out of 6 of our senior leadership are women. And that's a rarity in the NFL. I think it's evolving, and I'm happy to be part of that, but that's definitely an exciting development in our sport. And it gives me hope for everyone out there that there is opportunities for women in our industry.
One of the things I want to say about that is almost every search I lead, I'm doing 2 right now for CEOs of pro teams. They say, I really want women leaders. Every search. And the challenge is actually that there's not enough women leaders coming up. So that's a whole other thing we have to address. But Allison, talking about credibility and I was talking to Rich Gotham yesterday about Rich Gotham's CEO of the Celtics, about plucking you into the basketball operations. I think one of the most poignant things this year has been about how the sport of basketball is actually the men and the women really revere each other. And it kind of came out so much with Kobe and his daughter. But I think what that showed was that, Sue Bird and others who we know are at this conference are really respected by the men. Right. But there's got to be ways when you walked into the front office and the basketball operations that you had to show credibility too.
Well, I come from a culture of a company that really was deliberate and is deliberate about, including women and having diverse faces, throughout the organization. Before arriving with the Celtics, spent 3 years at the NBA where, the leadership is a top-down thing. Yeah. The leadership really stressed, having diverse faces all around. Adam Silver, and including women and diverse faces, wanted to include former players in the mix as well, because there might not have been enough, across on the business side and the basketball operations side, on the team side as well. So. Those types of leadership, deliberate decisions where, you target specific, organizational, representatives like former players. So it's been great for me. I haven't really faced any adversity, so to speak, being one of the few women on the b-ball ops side. I'm really used to being one of only, throughout my life and throughout my career. So it's been, time after time practicing, for this moment. But coming to the Celtics, it's been a very smooth transition. Rich Gotham, Danny Ainge, Brad Stevens, all of them have been very open-minded, very welcoming, and very, eager to hear a different voice.
And it comes from the top, and Adam hasn't he publicly said he would like 50% of all NBA coaches to be women?
Right, he did mention that, and I think that's, it's a very great, very bold statement to make, but I think what's most important is that we get the right people, in the positions, and a lot of times women haven't had access to certain roles, officiating being one of them, in the past, definitely coaching, where the NBA now has 11, women sitting on benches, tons of others in player development roles and in front office roles. So, little by little, step by step, we're making great strides in the NBA and across the league office and across the team side.
Yeah. And giving access, Scott, I think that's one of the big lessons from all of the amazing work you're doing. I do think the NFL generally as a sport is just behind where the NBA is in terms of driving diversity generally, women and people of color. But can you talk a little bit, tell the crowd a little bit about the work you've been doing on equalizing the playing field and getting more women into leadership roles and people of different backgrounds too, not just women?
Yeah, I just have, I've always been a part of football my entire life, and from growing up as a kid, it's supposed to be a very inclusive sport, right? Everyone is supposed to do everything together. Then as you get older, you realize that we're inclusive for only certain segments of the population. I've been very intentional in the work that I've done, but without getting into the long details of stories we shared back behind stage, some of the reasons, just the bottom line is I have 2 sisters that were better than me in every way and more accomplished in every way, and they had very, very limited opportunities as opposed to me, and that always stuck in my head as to how fundamentally wrong that was. And I've always known that I've had this privilege looking like I do, and I've just never thought it was very fair or that it should be that way. So I've just spent, again, without getting into all the details now because it'll take far too much time, but I just don't understand. I hear, we were talking backstage too about this whole idea that it's a great business model. And yes, it is. We all know that. We all know the statistics that have come out about more diverse organizations, whether it be gender, race, the gay, lesbian community, how it helps in terms of the business model. But now that we know all that, that's never really been my driver. To me, it's just been something that's it's fundamentally right to just do the right thing. Of course, it's a good business model. And I understand some of us have to talk about it being a good business model, but why anyone else up here on the stage or anyone out there shouldn't be involved in football or have an opportunity in football, whether it's coaching, whether it's on the business side or football operations. And I think part of my goal and mission is, it's interesting, Catherine, you're on the business side, and I think when we look at the Lapchick report and we look a lot of the work, I think that the way that some of the major sports, and my sport included, which I love dearly, the way that we hide these things is we hire people in certain segments of the organization, say, or the operation within football and different NFL teams, and say, wow, look at what a wonderful job we're doing here. But then when you look at the football side of the house, the limitations that we have with coaches, trainers, video, scouting, front office, it's just not necessary. And when you mentioned, Catherine, what you've had to go through when you've been told that, well, how do you know you've never played the game? Well, with all due respect, there's a number of head coaches and general managers, assistant coaches that have never played the game at any level, let alone just college. It's never a reason, it's just an excuse.
I want to get to the data behind it, which Shelley's doing some insights from Wasserman about diversity. What do you think of the Rooney Rule?
I think it was well-intentioned when it came out, because it's like anything. People that look like me have spent a great deal of time in this country creating models and systems that have, that generally I will say have good intentions and have a good plan. And we roll these ideas out and they start to do a little bit of work, but we don't understand that there are people on the other side that are trying to always find a workaround to make sure that certain rules don't work because they don't want to relinquish their power or their space, or they want to eliminate the competition because they're not really as competitive as they say they are. So the Rooney Rule was a very good idea. It was a great start. I think we have found out in time that it's not working the way it's supposed to, that we need, it's just like any model or system in this country that we create for equality, is you create this and you have to continually let it evolve like our country is evolving and like people that are battling against those rules. So it needs a lot more addressing to make it truly work in the spirit that it was meant to have.
Shelley, do you think some of why a Rooney Rule type thing doesn't work is because some of the companies and organizations, so not just in sports, but there's like Rooney Rules actually in corporate America too, as we know, I do searches for corporate America, because the companies aren't like authentically embracing that need?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, and we talked a lot about this backstage, is if you're not willing to put yourself on the line or actually make it a part of your DNA and who you are, that is just naturally going to happen because it's harder. You gave that example of half of you are going to have to work twice as hard to get twice as far. And that can be due to you just don't have enough proof points. There just aren't enough different voices around the table. And that can be any type of diversity, not just women. It's diversity of thought, diversity of background, diversity of experience. We talked a lot about that in the background before we came on stage today too, and just bringing new thoughts and ideas to the table. Now, something like the Rooney Rule, or just even Adam Silver's statement around 50% of coaches or executive teams. I've been blessed at Wasserman to have an incredibly strong leader in our president, Elizabeth Lindsay, but also Casey's done a great job of making sure that we have, a strong foundational leadership team. The thing is that it did take us a bit of time to actually put that out in a business practice. We launched the collective this past year, and that was actually saying, we're going to drive visibility beyond our own organization and put it into a business practice. So drive visibility for women in sports, give our brands and properties clients access to information so maybe they need more data, more proof points to elevate how they're approaching women as their consumers, how they're approaching women as additional voices to bring new ideas and thought leadership into the organization, whatever that might be. But it was one of those things saying, you know what, we've been doing it for 20 years. Now, how do we actually turn it into something and live it and commit and invest in a business to drive that message out and frankly bring, honestly, a new commercial opportunity to our clients, which that kind of goes back to, are you going to put yourself on the line, or is it just really good business sense? You know what, the good news is in this case, it's both, right? So from that standpoint, that's, I think, what we have to continue to do is, you know, deliver those proof points as an insights leader. That's great. That's lots of work for us to continue to, but also really work closely, kind of shoulder to shoulder with these leaders and say, it makes sense on so many different levels to really think about diversity and inclusion as your business practice.
What did the people? What do men leader? What do they say now? What did they say 10 years ago? And I want to hear about that from you too. Where when you give this mandate, because one of the things I fear sometimes is I'm like, and I've told this story to this panel, but I was pitching for a CEO search to two male co-founders, and they said, well, what's really important about, what should we be thinking about on this CEO search? And I said, you should be including women leaders in your slate of candidates. And this was 2 years ago, and they said, well, why would we have to do that? And I thought that was so, I mean, 10 years ago, I feel like I heard things like that, but now I don't. But do you feel like there's a shift and people still are like, why are we ringing this bell? Like, why are we banging on the drum so hard?
I think there absolutely is, and a bit of it is because we've slowly been climbing the way up and do have more voices at the top. I also think that because of a lot of the data and science that's behind it that actually shows that it's good business practice, you kind of can't argue with it. You know, prior to Wasserman, I was very fortunate to work at PepsiCo for 7 years under, you know, a great leader in Indra Nooyi, and I was in marketing as well. So there were quite a few women there, but at times we would run into barriers and in different opportunities to share that perspective of, oh, maybe we have to fight a little bit harder or work a little bit differently to press forward, but you had a larger infrastructure and organization around you to kind of help elevate and kind of lift you up. But there's still programs and the need for mentorship to exist, no matter what industry you're in, because you need a sponsor, you need someone to help pull you up. So I don't know that it's as much that there's still I mean, you've given us stories where there can be concerns at CEO levels, but you know, among senior leadership, you have to go down and pull up as much as, you know, really us standing and kind of supporting each other and elevating and pushing our way up. Yeah. But the mind shift, it's different. It's changed. And, you know, I have to think it's because we're at the table now and that's not changing.
Catherine, have you had a mentor or sponsor to help pull you up?
Yes. When I was at Walt Disney World, I had two very incredible women leaders there, and they showed me a lot about courage and also take risks as well. And I thought, you know, great learning in life, because my mentor once said, she said, you realize 60%, like when you're looking at a diverse pool for hiring a position, she said, most guys will apply for the job if they're about 60% qualified. And women will look at the job description and pick it apart, and there might be 20 bullets of like what the job description is, but there's that one, oh, I'm not qualified, I can't possibly apply for that job. And so I had some very strong leaders at Disney that said, you know what, take risks. I said, because the guy who's applying for that job that you want, you're actually more qualified than him. He's just willing to take more risks. And so I give that advice to a lot of my women mentees that I give advice is take that risk. It's okay, and you'll figure it out on the job, because I can guarantee you don't know everything. You're not perfectly qualified for every job. I didn't know a lot about NFL before I started at the Eagles, but Liz did a great sales job on me. But you know, you learn and you take risks, and you can exceed in any area that you go in. Whether you know the sport or not, you have that ability to grow in the role, and we don't take enough risks as women in our industry.
How did you decide, or I know you said it was just natural to you because you had strong sisters, but to really stick your neck out there and say, I want to do more things around sponsoring and mentoring. And how have your peers over the years receive that?
It's been received differently by different people. And I'll be truthful, you asked the question, it's been as we're moving forward, it's becoming more and more embraceable.
Yeah.
And being embraced more. And I think a lot of it has to do with comfort, that people are afraid of the unknown, right? We've created this narrative of what it would look like if women work in sports. One of the elephants in the room that we talk about is, how can people coexist in different sexes in those relationships and not, not let things go to in an appropriate place. And I think that, yes, of course, there's some of that, but I think that narrative is also overstated. And I think part of the reason that it's been easy is the vetting process that I go through in helping people. For instance, we talked earlier about Katie Sowers.
Yeah, I want to talk about Katie. Tell her story.
Well, so Katie, I don't know who knows Katie Sowers or who doesn't.
Everybody.
Well, everyone knows her now because she did the Microsoft commercial. But oh, by the way, before she was a celebrity, she was a football coach or is a football coach. So Katie was our daughter's 5th grade basketball coach in Kansas City, and Katie approached me after the first basketball practice of our daughter and started talking football. And she was an incredible football fan, but an even better football player. And I actually saw her play for the Kansas City Titans, which is part of the Women's Football Alliance at the time. And she's an incredible player, very, very smart football player. And we just cultivated this relationship. And fortunately, when I left Kansas City and went to the Atlanta Falcons, I had to rig things a little bit, but was able to hire her. And the good news, Katie was very easy to mentor and to help, give an opportunity to, because and that's the important part is I did nothing but mentor her, give her some confidence because she was going into a world where she had less confidence. She wasn't as much of a risk taker, and part of that is the way that, let's be honest, that's how women are treated, and our women are sometimes pigeonholed into that space where they're taught to not take as much risk for all of the reasons that we know. And Katie just did an incredible job, so it was easy to advocate for her. And I do want to say this because mentors have been mentioned, and I think this is a very important part of mentorship because I mentor quite a few people, and not just women. I work in the space of racial equality. Again, I don't use the words diversity and inclusion. I believe in equality, not just diversity and inclusion.
That's good. I like that.
But I will say this, those of you that want to be mentors, mentorship is meant to be unconditional, totally unconditional, and that means in every sense of the word. It's not to elevate your platform or to let people know the work that you're doing, and it's also not meant for any inappropriate behavior. So if you're going to be a mentor, I encourage you, particularly those that look like me because we hold the power, is become a mentor, be a mentor, and please do it unconditionally.
And Scott won't say this, I only knew it because I read the article about it, but he not only helped Katie from a mentorship perspective, he and his wife totally gave her some financial stability and emotional stability to go on her way, I should say. Because one of the challenges, I think, and Allison, I know the MBA has a program, but it's like, how do you get started? And one of the things that a lot of students at the conference will come up to me and say, how do I break in? How do I break in? And I do think that sports being such an opaque and challenging and not well paying, $10 an hour was Katie's first job.
And a ceiling of 40 hours a week.
Yeah, ceiling of 40 hours a week. So like, how do you live on that?
At 29 years old.
At 29, yeah. So like, it's so impossible it's like my husband's in politics and he says the only people that can work on Capitol Hill are underwritten by their parents because they don't make any money. So you've got, that's so crazy, right?
Right.
So how did this program really help you get a start?
Right. It started way before that. My mother always encouraged me to, really take a long-sighted view of things and to really view education and, networking opportunity as an investment in myself. But I can't say enough about the mentorship piece because along the way there was always someone there to, advise, guide. Like, for example, Jess Gelman, who is a former teammate of mine, also co-founder. She's this obscure figure who's the co-founder of this conference. But, people like that who, as I was trying to transition out of professional basketball and find my space, on the other side of the game were crucial in being a sounding board and beyond for me. So I would say really in taking the time to invest, money's always going to be short. Spend time to, pay for a plane ticket to be where you think the decision makers are, the influencers are. Show up at someone's office, email, reach out, call. If you're thinking about today, then you really have to think about, what you have to do in the future to prepare for it. So I would say really take a long-sighted view towards that.
And it's probably generally true about any passion you have, because there's so many people in the world who work 3 jobs while they're working on their pet project of like building a tech company. And it probably is very true. It's unless you take the very known path of going into a lucrative role like finance or corporate law or something, you're probably going to have to scrap it together no matter what.
No, absolutely. I remember being in Europe and, kind of winding down my career and working a job, playing at a Division II team, being a mom, and studying for my MBA at the same time.
Oh my God.
And if I focused on that moment, and I would have lost my mind. So you do what you do.
Shelley, will you tell us a little bit about the collective? Because I think it's such an interesting initiative that Wasserman's doing.
Yeah, so I mentioned we launched it this past year, and we're in a really privileged position where we represent over 150 of the world's greatest female athletes, across, I think it's 26 sports, but we have, or 21 sports, over half of, the women's national team in soccer, 26 WNBA players, right? Lots of #1 draft picks. Are you kidding me? We have this unbelievable group of women to tap into, to listen to elevate, to bring visibility to, as well as amazing leadership. And then we have the privilege of working with, 400 brands on an annual basis and more properties than I could ever list. That just gives you access and opportunity to say, I am going to stand behind this and not just elevate women within sports and entertainment organizations, but actually really help brands and properties understand women as consumers, not just mom buying a jersey for her kid, if we're going to just stay in the sports space, but actually what trends are affecting her life, what is happening. Like you just said, this is relative to pressing forward in your career, but imagine you have all of that going on and yet you're making 80% of the spending decisions in your house.
Yeah.
You probably want to be talked to a little bit differently than whatever, spray and pray mass marketing is going on, or kind of the pink it and shrink it movement that went through from a merchandising.
Pinking of the jerseys and
Pinking of the
everything.
jerseys
Yeah.
and shrinking them. But just this idea of...
I never heard that.
I know. But that was the answer
Yeah.
from a merchandising perspective. It's come so far. I sat on a panel yesterday with Matt Smith from Fanatics, and they have done a tremendous amount of work to really understand this facet of things. But just the idea that we could very easily take that 20 years of work and turn it around and really bring a level of understanding and authenticity to the marketplace. Not just in bringing brands and properties together to meet a consumer need, but also in education and conferences, and there's philanthropy behind it, and part of being at this conference is very important for it too. So it's continuing to, again, walk the talk and kind of live what we're talking about, and frankly best represent our talent. Both men and women, but really taking that opportunity to elevate the role women can play in bringing their stories to bear, and frankly, laying that groundwork, maybe inspiring some mentorship and telling the woman out there who's thinking about breaking into sports and analytics, you can do it. Watch, listen to the stories, call someone, have a coffee. Do what you need to do if it's something you're passionate about. So we're excited about it. There's lots of traction. You wouldn't believe how many people we heard from in that first month. And now we've got some really great projects going. I'm in the middle of a gigantic research project that we can't wait to come out with a point of view this fall and talk more about that evolution over the last 20 years and what we think the next 10 are going to look like.
How many men like Scott, who have like a power and just have a platform because they've been so successful, have been really interested and excited about it?
Lots. Honestly, we get more calls from men than we do from women. Very much so. The majority of the executives we hear from are actually men, and it's fantastic. I mean, it's not, maybe it's because we've already been having the conversations with the female executives, right? And that's already been a big part of work that we're doing, but just saying, hey, you know what? It's not just about the marketing component of it. Do you have education? Do you have thoughts? Let's just talk about this. Here's some things we're doing. We have a Diversity and Inclusion Council. How do I actually put that into my business practice? Do I want to think about things a little differently? Would I maybe do X instead of Y? But it's more that introductory education type of conversation that we're having, which is really refreshing, frankly, versus coming in saying, help me understand which set of sponsorships I should do next year, or tell me about the performance of some program. Now we're going in and we're sitting around a table, and 90 minutes can get away from us just like that, talking about the opportunity to really reframe how we're talking with women and elevating them in the industry. So,
What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree. I think, and again, you're all being very gracious. I'm not a unicorn. I'm serious. There are a lot of men doing a lot of work in the gender equality space and diversity inclusion space, a lot more than come forward. And I think part of that is, for certain reasons, I've never publicized, what I do. But I also think there's a lot of people, and as silly as it sounds, because it's been the way that things are, that there are a lot of people doing the work, willing to do the work, want to do the work, but there's almost this silly boy-like behavior of peer pressure and not wanting to put yourself out front. So I think there's a lot of people that are doing the work. They just do it in different ways, right?
Yeah.
There's time, there's treasure, there's talent. Everyone has some degree of all of those and use them. And I think different people are using them, but I think it is a lot more common than we hear about. And it's becoming more common, and it's becoming more acceptable, which therefore makes it self-perpetuate.
But what else can you point to besides Katie we have on the stage, we have Catherine, we have Allison, we have proof points around how things are changing, but they're still not changing that much. I would say, 75% of the meetings I go into are all men, except me. So why isn't it changing? Or do you think it's just going to take time?
It's changing, it's happening too slowly. Because again, there are still, it's not just the sports industries. If you look around at the banking world, the financial industries, in every industry that has enormous amounts of money and power, that's the way it is. It's changing, and it's just changing too slowly. And because there's not just an absence of women, there's an absence of color too.
Yeah.
So and what's happening is there's only so many seats, and now the people that look like me are having to go through this process. Okay, we've got to find a black man, a woman, a person of color, and what these seats are disappearing. So I think that there's also, as this work is happening, that there is this fear. There's so much that has to be done, and it's just happening slowly. It'll never be fast enough, and I don't like saying that the change is happening. It's occurring at a fast enough rate because it's just never going to be fast enough.
But can we talk about locker room talk? Isn't that what
we were doing it here when you changed your shoes, actually.
I know. Because one of the things I think, this is a working theory, I'm just going to test that on this whole audience, is one of the things I think about why women don't rise faster in people of color and people who are not central casting male sports executives is because some of the rooms are so unfriendly. We've talked about this about golf. I remember the first time someone asked me to play golf with him, it was Joe Januszewski, who's this awesome guy at the Texas Rangers. He's like, do you want to come play golf with us? I'm like, you're asking me to play golf? Because I was couldn't go play golf with them because I was the woman, which I think is unbelievable. And the things they say in my presence or not, is that changing?
I think I certainly learned how to play golf working on the business side of sports. I used to play field hockey, so I had a pretty good...
Yeah, me too.
But I also... I realized early on that I was missing out on too many opportunities by not playing golf. But I also realized that most of the time the guys aren't that good at golfers anyway. And so my theory was I was really good off the tee. So I would really focus on the first hole of the game, of the round. And I would line it up and I could hit it about 200 off the tee. And after that, they're like, oh, she's okay. I shot over 110, but that first drive, and it's just a perception thing. And I think a lot of my colleagues and staff over the years have been just too scared, quite frankly, to make a fool of themselves in front of their male colleagues or clients or whatever the case may be. And I actually took my staff when I was at the Orlando Magic, we actually, when daylight saving came around, on Wednesdays we would go out and actually do golf lessons for my entire team. And because we went from having golf events, which every year most organizations have a corporate golf event, and they were the ones driving the golf carts and not missing out on that 4-hour interaction with our top clients. And so that really changed the dialogue. And quite frankly now, I encourage, instead of doing golf, let's do a top golf event. So you're getting that, but it's more inclusive. And because what I realized one time, we were doing a golf event in Orlando, and I looked around at everyone who was teeing off, and there were no women executives. And I knew I had a ton of clients that were women executives, and they didn't feel comfortable joining our corporate event. So I was missing a critical touch point with half of my clients. And so that's a real problem. And so simple changes like, why does it always have to be golf? Or if our clients really like golf, let's do top golf or something that's more inclusive. Or let's just not do golf altogether. Let's do something that's that's a broader appeal to our clients, whether male, female, or with different varying degrees of athletic skill.
I don't golf.
Yeah, you don't golf?
All
these years?
I do it badly.
Never.
Yeah. People have asked you over the years.
Yeah,
many
but
times.
it takes, to me, I wasn't good at the beginning, and when I had an extra 5 hours, whatever it takes,
Right.
Yes.
I wanted to work.
Yeah.
And I got better at my job, and I worked learning doing my job. And then as I got older, and having a family, I mean, you have these in professional sports, you have so little
Precious
time.
moments.
I would rather work on getting better at my job than shaking hands on the golf course.
But and we're saying golf, but it's like golf is emblematic of
what I
this
was just
like
gonna-
old
of
boys.
deal making.
Yeah, it's not just
That's
about golf,
just
but like
Of access.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
access,
To
old
the
boys
conversation.
network,
Right.
jockeying, palling around on the golf course, the locker room talk I was making fun of. But it's true. I've been in so many situations like that, and I'm like, so what do you think, Shelley?
I think it's about us changing that dynamic. So whether it's, throwing out golf as the event or whatever that might be, maybe it's on us then in that mentorship type of role and opportunity to create more forums for those conversations. In the deal making, we might not be able to control that immediately, so maybe that's part of the slow trajectory change. But the more we suggest and or organize and or put ourselves out there first to create those forums for the conversations and the deal making, we can provide that greater access. And I'll go back. I did learn to play golf as a child. I grew up in a really tiny town in northern Wisconsin. My mom was a farmer's daughter who was valedictorian of her high school class and told not to go to college because she needed to stay home and take care of the family. And that was my motivation, right? So then once she actually told me that story, then I was like, oh my God, have I got work to do? I've got a lot I needed to do. One of the things she did was sign me up for golf. Mm-hmm. And that was my dad used golf a lot to do his work in the paper industry. And so then I played golf, and then I sold my clubs in college when I ran out of money and, took a bunch of years off, and now I'm slowly getting back, but I'm petrified. I can hang, but I'm very afraid to play with strangers. And so it didn't end up helping me anyway, but she knew I need to think about giving Shelley access to something that I couldn't have in the late 60s, right? And so from that, it was just one of those things in my head, always thinking about, all right, I do need to plan ahead. I need to be thoughtful. I need to find a way to get in the room. How do you go about doing that? So guess what? Let's change the room. Let's create a new forum. Let's create a new conversation.
What do you
I think
think?
part of that too is one side is one group, being deliberate and being more inclusive, providing activities. I think the other side is us not being afraid to step through the door, not being afraid to step in the locker room when male reporters are already there, us not being afraid to step into the all-males coach's office to say hello or sit down and, chop it up. I think it's on us too to take that responsibility.
Yeah,
you're right.
One of the things I'm always really, and also just being confident about it, like in my industry when it's very client focused, and formerly you would get a lot of sports clients by going out to a bar and worse, things I would never do. And I would always say to clients, and drinking, and I would say, I go to sleep at 9 p.m. So see you later. I'll meet you for lunch. I'm not going to play in that. You just have to be really confident about I'm not putting myself in this male dominated type of social. It's not how things should go.
Yeah.
I think it's really important for people to put their foot down like that. And not just women, just anyone who that's not central casting for them. So I'm getting a card. We have 15 minutes. And plus, there's some really good questions here. So I'm going to ask them. For Allison.
Okay.
How do you think your diversity makes you approach player development differently than others in the organization? I don't know if that's...
Oh, I love that question.
You do?
I love, so I really never wanted to, I wasn't dying to work on the player side, but having since joined the team and just looking back on my experience getting to where I am today, having, grown up in a small rural town to going to Harvard, to, playing in Europe for 17 years, to being an ambassador for the game around the world. I played every role in a team. I've lived a lot of what these guys have lived, so I come to this role with such enthusiasm and intensity and general passion, to help impact their lives. So, yeah, diversity for me is bringing all that to the table for these guys.
I just want to comment on that because in addition to, you have all the playing experience, you have all the athlete experience.
That's
so
right.
in 2009, when I left New England to become the general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs, I hired the NFL's first ever director of player development that was female, Katie Douglas, another Katie. And Katie had worked at the Patriots as the number 2 person in player development. She did all the programming, all the compliance. She was the connection with the league to make sure that we were doing everything the way that the league wanted to do it and creating all the programs. And one of the things that, in terms of analytics and paying attention to the numbers, one of the studies, and I forgive me, I don't remember if it was 06 or 07, that year we had 330-ish players at the Combine. Of the 330 players at the Combine, that year, just about 70% of them had come from single-parent homes. Of these 70% that were single-parent homes, over 80% of those players were single-parent homes that were female-dominant, either a mother, a grandmother, an aunt.
Yeah.
And so when, in having these conversations with players in a league that's 70% black, male, you talk to the players, the person that they trust the least looks like me. The person they trust the most is a woman, particularly a black woman. So in the role of player development, in terms of getting players to trust the club, trust the truth, someone who's trying to help them, the last person that they would want to talk to is me. So just in going by the number, you being in that role is tremendous help for the Celtics and the league. So
Thank you. I definitely feel that way. Thank you.
Where's Katie, that Katie now?
she's at the University of Texas San Antonio, and so she left the Chiefs after that time. Then she went to work for Exos, in helping Exos and their draft eligible players in football and basketball. And now she's at the University of Texas San Antonio.
Interesting. For Scott, why, in spite of the Rooney Rule, are black coaches with significant experience continually passed over for less experience with white male coaches like Cliff Kingsbury?
Because it's broken. I mean, there's a very simple reason. The system is broken, and we are not doing enough. You know, you were talking about golf, and while you were talking about golf and the access, and one of the things, because I'm working as a consultant for the NFL now in the diversity space. I'm still on the Bill Walsh Diversity Council, and we had this conversation recently. And one of the big problems that we believe is that that a lot of the owners, who all look the same, are just not comfortable in relationships because they don't have the reality is that most of our relationships in life are with people that look like us, whoever we are. Those are our closest communities. And you think one of the things that we're trying to overcome is that there's because of ownership, they're not in the same rooms with people that don't look like them often enough. And that is human. Yeah. And it's something that we have to fix and start creating this. Now, I want to take this a step further because we always talk about the Rooney Rule, right? For coaching. Well, we don't have enough black or female general managers in the National Football League. We don't have enough black or female directors of player development. And the other fact is this. We talk about the coaching problem. There's 32 teams in the National Football League, and there's not one black or female team president. And we talk about, and this
The
is part,
NFL,
we
yeah.
get caught up on the optics, and we're looking at the focus of the coaching issue. This issue exists everywhere. So, and it's not just on the football side, it's on the business side. Every
Yeah.
single team
Now you're
president
speaking
is
my
a
language.
white male.
Yeah, no, I know. You can count on less than one hand the number of women CEOs or presidents of sports teams.
Yeah,
And a couple of them are inherited, like meaning they're from the family, just to be blunt. They're not.
Inherited.
They inherited. Like their father usually is on the team. Or they're, So that is the biggest thing I'm working on by far. There's this good question, which I think, where's there ever a time you had to make it a point that your organization was dropping the ball on D&I, like the NFL, and how do you handle that conflict? I've had some tough
Is this for me again?
conversations.
Can we go to someone else? All right, we've got to go, okay.
I don't know that I would say that it was dropping the ball. I think we've had lots of conversation. We recently instituted a diversity and inclusion council that's led by, frankly, our younger generation, more junior folks in the organization. I think it took us a bit of time to really listen and understand best practices in the marketplace, because we didn't want to miss on the swing there and making sure that we got it right within the organization. But also there was an urgency saying, eventually we need to just go and send the signal and give everyone a voice and really make sure our organization is representative of those that we serve in the community and as consumers, as clients, and so on. And it's one of those things where you're not sure when the timing is perfect, but to actually feel like you're behind and want to catch up a bit, I think was something that no one was overly comfortable with. So the first year we launched, it's been wildly successful. It's so meaningful to the management committee to have it up and running, and then taking a little bit of a step back and letting this group, frankly, bubble up, because it's this next generation where the excitement is, where there aren't the lines that we all grew up with, and they believe that they can maintain that, right? So letting them really put the agenda together, do the training program, do the listening, and so on. And that's been a remarkable uplift to our organization internally, and frankly, just to educate, I think, up the ranks as well. So as much as we were doing as much listening and learning from best-in-class programs out there in the marketplace, it actually took us stepping back and letting our own people tell us what it really should look like, because we are a diverse organization, and it's one where they're just saying, hey, just let us be who we are and facilitate that, versus trying to overly orchestrate and set guardrails around what you think this should be.
Yeah.
So it's not that we dropped the ball, it's more just maybe listening and learning.
Yeah.
And trying to kind of oversteer when it was like, once we took our hands off it and said, come on, guys, it's your agenda, and it's been fantastic since that got going.
Catherine, have you ever had to, well, you're with Jeffrey Lurie now, who's so focused on this, so, hence why we did searches for Jeffrey to bring more women leaders, but previously, you don't have to name names, but within the MBA, did you have to really say, like, we're totally dropping the ball here?
No, I think any leader at any level, whether you're a manager, whether you're hiring the interns, or you're doing an executive search, I think we have to be more deliberate in winding the pool. Yeah. So if I'm opening up a position, whether it's interns, entry level, like the reality is our industry is so competitive. Like, any intern group that we advertise, we get hundreds and hundreds of resumes. And so what's really important is, at any level, which all of you can influence this, is if you're looking at a pool of candidates, make sure that pool is diverse. Because it's a simple number games, guy. You're all analytics, so if you've got 10 candidates and only one's a woman and one's and it's not a quota thing. It's simple math. If you provide the opportunity or open up at least the opportunity, then you have a fighting chance to bring in diverse, and diversity of thought is probably my big saying, into your organization. I think it can start at the entry level, because then, let's face it, when we have great interns, we want to hire them. It's that year of training, and then you start to build the funnel so that you have a chance at the top to have a broader base of diverse candidates. So that would be my...
Yeah, you know what? I think that's a really, really important point. If you get a stack of resumes back, or folks that have applied, it's sending them back and saying, try again. this isn't the pool that we're looking for. There's not enough here. And there are times when you say, where are the women? Really, how can I be in research, insights, and strategy, and I still primarily get resumes from men?
But why, do you think, okay, obviously I think this because I'm asking a leading question. Sometimes those resumes just don't include diversity, and I think it's because people still are not yet opting into this industry.
Okay.
And my hypothesis still is that some of these barriers still exist, like the language of that, when you're not culturally, you don't feel culturally assimilated into it because you get in there and the men are talking about golf.
I would say one of the things that I've really been deliberate about is how are you writing the job description?
Oh, that's what I was just
It's such a simple thing, but there are ways to write a job description that opens up a broader description. So it really comes back to what I said earlier is women are going to be more critical of every single bullet point on that job description. And so some of the language that we use in job descriptions are very male-centric. And so I think we need to be more deliberate about even from a simple job description can, narrow your candidates.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm assuming the panel that we're doing, a lot of people here intentionally, and we're somewhat preaching to the choir. And if I'll just encourage everyone here, and if you're with an organization, you need to have people that are in positions of hiring people that are willing to do the work. And a simple example. So with the Falcons, and actually when I was general manager with the Chiefs, some of the minutia that I allowed myself to get involved with was some of the hiring. And in this work, you have to be intentional. So we talked about the Rooney Rule, and we talked about the getting people into the program and getting started, the Bill Walsh diversity program, where we're getting fellows in there. And it's simple. I think all you have to do is stop at some point and truly do the work. So one of the things we complained about within the NFL was that back in the day when the Bill Walsh program started, training camps started earlier in July, training camps for colleges started in a little bit later in August. So as each CBA has gone, that's gone, the NFL starting later in July, colleges are starting early. So this window to find college coaches, black college coaches, come in and be fellows for us, there were fewer to pick from because they were having to go to their training camp. Well, there's always a workaround. Those things are excuses, and there's a lot of very smart people in this room. Instead of finding reasons and excuses, stop saying that there are fewer coaches in a smaller pool to pick from. Something that I did was it was very simple. That we have the internet now, right? So you go on the internet, you understand that there's leagues and conferences around this country, like the Ivy League, that don't start their football training camp until the third week of August. So the internet's a pretty amazing thing because you can click on and see a coach's face and you can pretty much figure out what they look like, right? I mean, it's not that difficult. And that's how simple some of this work is. We tried to make this so much more difficult than it is. And something we started doing is every single year we started hiring coaches in the CIAAs from the MEAC because they start seasons later, the Ivy League, and you can see who the black coaches are, you can see who the female coaches are, you can see who these people are. It's all very simple. We try to overcomplicate this stuff, and we're at times trying to find ways to be so much smarter rather than just using very simple common sense to fix some problems that are everywhere in front of us. And there's very simple solutions. Use the internet. Find a good candidate to be an intern.
Parting words about using the internet or things that you're most hopeful about. A sentence of what you're most hopeful about or parting words for the audience.
Wow. I'm most hopeful about the next wave of NBA female coaches.
Yeah.
Let's see what we add to the mix for the coming season.
I like that.
Yeah, I think just this next generation of leaders that it's amazing. They don't necessarily, we're kind of having to be retrained because of the way that we grew up.
Yeah.
But I think if we're doing our jobs for our kids and this next generation of leaders, they're really going to crush it. So I'm excited.
I'm excited for bringing a more diverse workforce that brings diversity of thought and the backgrounds. It doesn't matter gender, just bringing different experiences. Your career doesn't have to be linear. You can do all sorts of different steps along the way, and I think I'm most excited for people to take risks and try something new and get out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, I'm most hopeful for the people here in this audience because of what you're bringing, because you're so much more thoughtful and better than my generation. Because I think I'm the oldest person up here, so
Baby
you're not
boomer.
even my. Yeah, I'm excited that this is going to be a better place. We're in this weird place in this country right now, but I'm excited and hopeful that there's people here that are going to be far smarter and better than my generation.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Great job.
Great job.
Good morning, and thank you for coming to the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Maggie Riddle, and I am a first-year MBA student at Sloan. And it is my pleasure to introduce our next panel, Ticketing Analytics Secondary to None. This panel is part of the business track presented by Ticketmaster. Our panelists today are Rob Sine, Chief Revenue Officer of Axis, Adam Groh, COO of Core Software, Kristen Burnett, Senior SVP of Business Operations at MSG, Patrick Ryan, co-founder of Eventellect. This panel will be moderated by Cher Springer, Sports and Society reporter for WBUR and NPR. This panel will be 45 minutes with 10 minutes at the end for questions. If you have any questions, please tweet them at Ticketing Analytics. And with that, I'll pass it off to Shira.
Thank you, Maggie, for that introduction, and thank you all for coming. We have a fantastic panel ahead. We're going to get to some really interesting topics like, is the season ticket dead? Should we even be separating primary and secondary markets? And how exactly do you measure fan behavior when it comes to ticketing? But before we get to those topics, I wanted to toss this out to all of the panelists. What do you think are the biggest opportunities in ticketing right now, and how are you trying to take advantage of those opportunities? Rob, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you. Good morning. There's two things. One is really changing the mindset in the industry on the full season equivalent from a season ticket standpoint being king, going from units being what's focused on to revenue, which is what actually keeps the lights on and helps organizations grow and do more in the organization, the community. So that's the first thing. And then the second is really continuing to eliminate paper tickets, create more security, convenience, and safety for consumers as they're being able to trust what they buy and knowing that it'll give them the experience they're looking for.
Adam?
The personalization of the experience. The clients we work with, the way they're aggregating data, the way they're looking at their consumers. It's not just full season ticket buyers anymore. It's segments of full season ticket buyers. There's the young professional, the families, and how do you tailor the experience for each and every one of those groups, and how do they kind of consume your product?
Mm-hmm.
I'd just say, add not just tailoring and personalizing the experience, but personalizing the level of service across the board. We created a service model back in the day with the NBA that decided that we were going to have like a service and retention model, and it was groundbreaking back then. And every team ended up doing it and created this service model, and then other leagues took it on. But I think we have an opportunity to reinvent that and look at how we service our fans and how we segment our fans, not just the full season ticket buyers, but also the quarter share buyers and the half share plans. It's interesting because when you look at the data, if an account holder for a full season ticket holder, they probably go to 30% of the games themselves. With a half season buyer, it goes to about 60%. And for a quarter buyer, that goes to about 80%. So you're kind of servicing the same person. It just is they're sharing the tickets, they're reselling the tickets. So kind of treat them the same.
Kind of following up with what Adam and Kristen said is kind of going in reverse order, actually, is personalizing experience, personalizing service on the front end is personalizing how the customer is buying the ticket. Keep in mind the primary markets, Axis and SeatGeek and Ticketmaster, they have a lot of business responsibilities. And so selling the ticket is part of it, and they do a very good job of it. But we're going to start seeing a layer come on top of that around personalization. And we think that's going to be powered by, quite frankly, the potentially, AXS and Ticketmaster, and those are going to deliver solutions. But we also see potential disruption from the FANG companies, from Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google. None of them, except for Google, have a real meaningful presence in ticketing today. And so the data that they have on their users, they're going to be able to deliver a young professional a ticket option that's in the $35 to $55 range. They're going to be able to deliver a ticket option to a partner at a law firm in a $200 to $300 range with all-inclusive access. And so we definitely think that personalization in terms of really targeting limited options that are more meaningful is something that we're going to see happen, whether it be by the primary markets or by those large FANG companies, quite frankly.
And in all of the stuff that you're talking about is possible, this personalization, because of the increase in identity-based ticketing. I mean, that seems to be the big thing that's happening in the area of ticketing. And how has that affected the way you do business? Just how has it changed your thinking, your company's thinking, your clients' thinking?
Well, that's a big piece for Axis. That's the foundation of our company is built on, is the mobile, is the identity. It's not the ticket that you have, it's you and the interactions and the activities that you're engaged with and the steps that you take. So the ticket is just a piece of it. So with that comes more data, comes more responsibility to be able to personalize and provide a better convenience. And then at the same time, it allows that safe and secure opportunity. So knowing you and what your habits and what your likes are, we're able to have a much more targeted conversation with you to deliver exactly what it is you're looking for and cut through a lot of the clutter in the marketplace. But that's really what we have retooled the foundation for our organization over the years, to focus on that convenience and personalization. But it's all around the mobile, the personal identity and that mobile ID, and that being the individual, not necessarily the tickets that he or she may have, the access into the venue, the other opportunities, the things that they can do, how you can split that off to give them, again, the more personalized experience. So you go from having a ticket and a club seat experience or a post-event meet and greet, and knowing that those are the rights associated with that person because that's what they're looking for. And again, it's based on the mobile identity. So the thing for us, and this is a little bit of a sales pitch, but the thing for us is that if you look at our barcode, it's not the ticket, it's the individual, and then everything else that comes along with it. So that's how I'd sum it up. That's tremendously important, and that is the key moving forward to everything that the panel has said so far.
Mm-hmm. Now, Kristen, it was interesting to me, some of the stats you brought up, and I hope I'm recalling them correctly, but the season ticket holder only goes to 40%. 30%
Yep.
of the games. Mm-hmm. And I'm just wondering, I know in the panel description it said season ticket holders remain the key to sustained success, but there are rumors that the season ticket is dead or dying. Is the season ticket dead, or is its demise imminent? And I'll throw it out to everybody, but do you find that the case? Or do you think
I wonder if it was ever alive.
Really?
So the notion of somebody buying tickets and going to 41 home games, when you talk about the NBA and the NHL, and maybe in football in the NHL, or in the NFL rather, that there's true season ticket holders who are there all the time. But people generally buy tickets, businesses buy tickets, and they're true season ticket holders. They're giving it to clients, et cetera. But there's so many fans who have, grabbed their friends and bought season tickets over the years, and they all want to sit in the same seats and they trade tickets. So that percentage of the season ticket base is pretty high. It's changing, and the more that we get to know our fans, and that's why the identity-based part of ticketing is so important. The more that we get to know them, the more that we can actually customize their ticket plan to fit their needs versus trying to get them to, team up with their friends and neighbors and whoever, their coworkers to buy a season ticket. I think we just provide a better service overall.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts? Yeah, Rob.
I started selling tickets for the Milwaukee Bucks in 2001, and when I got into the league, group ticket sales were a novel concept. They were a new idea. And so if you look at the history of selling tickets in professional sports, for example, it's always been born out of necessity, I believe, that somebody has said, okay, we're going to start with single game tickets back in the 50s or 60s. Just walk up to the box office and come out to our sporting event. Well, then they thought, well, we can capture by selling a few more packages, and then maybe we'll create the season ticket. And then the season ticket started to struggle a little bit, so mini plans were evolved. And then groups became more and more prominent. When I got in the league, there were 4 teams in the league focused on group ticket sales. So it shows the importance of the evolution from a model standpoint of how teams and venues have had to recreate what it is that fans are looking for. So the season ticket, I've said years ago, the season ticket, the label is changing. The experience, this is an on-demand world that we live in now, whether it's ride share or getting food delivered to your home, whatever the case might be. So fans are looking more for that experience and less for let's hold on to a certain piece of real estate for 44 games. But teams were also doing that too because they knew there was a syndicate. Like she mentioned, several people that were going in and buying it together to get the greater benefit. So we were forcing the consumers to buy something they didn't really want or they couldn't use all by themselves to get something that they then has turned back into, you create this army of brokers that aren't as educated sometimes as some of the other organizations that are out there. So it's a challenge for sure.
It is a challenge. I would say too, but there's a certain amount of pride in being a season ticket holder. You hear that from our fans. that, oh, I'm a season ticket holder with the Knicks or with the Rangers, and there's a sense of pride that goes along with it. So don't want to underestimate the importance of a season ticket and what it means to a family. But Rob hit the nail on the head. There's plenty of fans who are just buying our tickets and reselling them.
There's a real human element. Our organization works with 70 professional sports teams across the 5 major leagues, and I think that we're going to start seeing a transformation from ticket sales reps to more of a ticket concierge, where they're educating their fans about how to better use the products, better use the assets and benefits that come with those season ticket packages. Because to that point, that connectivity is most ingrained as a quote unquote season ticket holder. So you don't want to rip that Band-Aid off. It's just like people trying to go away from the concept of a sellout. A sellout is still a very marketable and powerful term. So we shouldn't walk away from that. We shouldn't walk away from the connection of being a season ticket holder. It's a matter of training the staff to really engage with those customers. And that comes down from the usher level. I think that's a real powerful piece of data. We were having lunch, one of the guys on my team and someone from the NHL, and it's why don't we talk to the ushers more? They're the ones that actually see and talk to the customers the most. And I think so we're going to start seeing personalization on the technology front, but I think we need to take a look at personalization on the human touch front as well.
If you walk into every professional sports organization, and I know Adam sees this a lot too, each one calls season ticket holders something different. Are they season members? Is it a membership program? Is it a year-round way to engage? So I'm a Seahawks season ticket holder in Seattle, and I live in LA. But I have great pride, to Patrick's point, that I'm a member of the 12s, that I'm a part of that. I go to 3 games a year. I sell the rest of them or use them for family or friends. So that passion is important. You see teams now transition that into membership or some other label that helps fans still feel that connection, perhaps with a different type of package. I know you see that quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we get it from our customers all the time. They're thinking about how they can package it better. I mean, 44 games is a lot of games to go to every year. I think you mentioned the revenue piece. It's about revenue, not about the number of tickets, right? So how do we take that $60,000 investment and allow them the flexibility and convenience that we're getting used to in everyday life, right? So instead of coming in 4 tickets to row 5 every game, I got a suite one night with my colleagues. I bring in my family another night, and allowing that flexibility and convenience that we're all becoming so used to in this world to be part of that.
I know you also work with teams like the Orlando Magic, for example, and they're thinking about more of a season ticket experience. So one, could you describe a little bit of the Orlando Magic's thinking when it comes to season tickets and the season ticket experience, or what they're looking for, and also what data are you using to figure out what fans want now?
Yeah, I mean, the Magic are a great case. They're one of the first people to kind of do the exchange program in Magic Money or whatnot. And it came up at a CAB meeting. We have a customer advisory board where we meet with customers every 6 months. And Jay from the Magic brought this up, and they want to get more flexible, right? So using tools like Magic Money, but even taking that a step further, right? So it's not just about exchanging for tickets or assets, but experiences. Travel with the team to a game, those types of things. What data people are looking at? Obviously the ticketing data, but getting more into the demographic data, the behavioral data, pulling in those data sources, surveying. I still think the number one data aggregator at a team is your fan relations reps, right? They're sitting there, they're on the phone, they're meeting people every day, capturing that information, putting that in, and then starting to draw insights out of it. The surveying that goes on, all those different pieces all bring that story together and tell that story.
Patrick, I'm curious, we talked a little bit about this. How do you think pricing needs to evolve?
Well, pricing definitely has to, take a different shape if we're going to really have personalized engines delivering options directly to consumers. When we talk about pricing, some people might say it's a science and an art. I think of it more as a science and a gut feeling, right? So from a scientific standpoint, you can run regression models and you can do a lot of different analysis that you could say, hey, this venue has 18,000 different seats. You could argue that there's 18,000 different prices, right? So that's a scientific view. But what our gut is telling us today is that we've overcomplicated this. We need to make this simple again because consumers are making very fast, real-time decisions about everything else they're buying. And we're putting in front of them a choice such as row 7 in the upper deck at $35 versus row 10 at $30. That might be the logical segmentation, but it's very confusing. And so when you make a confusing option to a customer, you're putting them in a decision tree. And when you put someone in a tree, they might fall out of it. They might break their leg. and then they might not buy anything. So we really are working to simplify our approach to how we're merchandising tickets and how we're pricing tickets so that we can make it faster and increase conversion rates, get the sales data, because if you don't sell the ticket, you get no data, you get no customers. So let's try to accelerate the sales process. Look, let's give the row 7 at 30, right? Like, what's the crime in that? So let's focus on accelerating the buying pattern, giving clear deals, and getting them to buy sooner to get the data flow so that you can start servicing them not an hour before tip, but you can service them a week before tip. So that's something our company is getting very focused on.
I think it's interesting. We talk about fans as sort of this homogeneous group in some ways. But Kristen, you deal with MSG and you deal with both Rangers fans and Knicks fans. So I'm curious, how different are those two groups, and how do your strategies differ for those two groups?
They really couldn't be more different. We have very different fan bases coming into our building. I'm on tonight is night 8 of 9 games in a row. Knicks Rangers. So every night, you come to the Garden, you're going to see a different type of fan base. And even further, when you even for a Knicks game, you go to a Knicks game, you have the diehard Knicks fans, and you have somebody who, and we keep this in mind as we're thinking about how we produce a game. And the overall experience, we have the benefit and the privilege of playing at Madison Square Garden. And for many people, that's a bucket list item. So as much as we pay attention to our season ticket members and plan holders, we got to think about, I grew up in Cleveland, and we went to one Indians game and one Cavs game a year, and that was it. And so I always, and my staff always has that in mind as we're thinking about that customer experience, that may be the one game that they can be coming to that year, and it's their team, and they can only go one time. And then we have tourists. So, we have that speak different languages, and this is like going to a Knicks or a Rangers game at the Garden. It's a big part of a big investment for them, coming to New York. So the different consumers that we have at the games themselves, we always have to keep that in mind. And then, the Knicks versus Rangers consumer, I'll tell you, the hockey fan base is so passionate. And they know the game up and down. So, we're looking at, our sales reps even. So we have sales reps selling Knicks and selling Rangers. And on the basketball end, you can get away with, talking to fans and just kind of talking about basketball. Hockey, if you don't know what corgi is, forget it. They don't even want to talk to you. They are diehard hockey fans. So, for us too, it's not just understanding those fan bases, but also our staff has to speak 2 different languages. Which can be a challenge, but also a great opportunity for them to learn.
Some differences in how they feel about mobile and hard tickets?
Oh,
maybe?
for sure. We're constantly thinking about that too. The Rangers fan base, they definitely want hard tickets. This is something that we've thought about and maybe moving toward more mobile, but we definitely have an older fan base on the Rangers side, a younger fan base on the Knicks side. So, paying attention to those differences and their comfort level, something we think about.
Adam, you looked like you had something you wanted to add.
No, I was just actually thinking I get to go to the Garden a lot.
You're 2 blocks away, right?
Reflecting on my experience there at the Jazz game on Wednesday night, and I don't know what it says about me, but the bartender knows my name at this point. At the area we go to, because we do a lot of business with these guys. It's in the Mat Pub. And it's Harry is his name, so I know his name too. But every time I go there, whether it's a Knicks or Rangers game, that experience happens, right?
Yep.
He's talking about the Rangers, potentially making the playoffs this year. When I'm at a Knicks game, he's not talking about that.
Can't talk about that right
now. But so that experience happens, and every time you go, it just becomes part of that experience. And when we bring clients with us, or I bring friends or whatever, they're always amazed at that piece, right? And that's part of it.
That's part of it. I mean, you have to, the people who are coming all the time, you have to know them, and the people that you don't know, you have to make it an incredible experience for them.
I want to switch gears a little bit to ticket safety. I think if we're going to talk about the evolution of ticketing, we also have to discuss how safety factors in. I know that Ticketmaster has Ticketmaster Presence and SafeTix, and it's the tap and go and 15 barcodes that switch over every 15 seconds. But I understand that Axis actually was doing this type of safeguarding before Ticketmaster. And Rob?
Well, everybody's staring at me, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rob, tell us what Axis has done and sort of also maybe the next iteration of safety measures.
Yeah, so Axis has been doing through several versions of our company, with Veritix and Vertical Alliance, but with the Cleveland Cavaliers and Houston Rockets, we've been doing mobile barcode tickets and mobile tickets for over a decade. So this isn't just something that popped up overnight, and it's a continued evolution. It's a process of teaching consumers and customers the benefits of switching to mobile only. And we have many stories of organizations that have gone through the 4 preseason games on an NBA side with letting fans choose between the two, and then game 1 of the regular season, it's all digital. And there's a little bit of a learning curve, but fans are smarter than we give them credit for sometimes, and so the idea is to give them these opportunities to grow into a new solution or a new system. But for us, it's been the foundation again of our business, and we've seen great success. And again, the Cavs and the Rockets are 2 examples of early adopters, much earlier than the last year or 2. They've been doing it for over a decade. The interesting part of it is what's next. And so you think about the ticket or the barcode, and we talked about the difference between the barcode that Axis uses and it not being the ticket, it's the individual. But the idea is that you do have a separate event that pops up for every single one of them. Well, as you look moving forward, I think about, as I go to catch a flight here in a little bit, I have a boarding pass in my Apple Wallet, and I have to get a new one for every flight that I have. And if you forget to delete them afterwards, you go back in there and you find them. Well, the idea is, how do you not have unused or all these tickets in your Apple Wallet, for example? So the idea is, how do you create this omnipresent ID that will stay in the wallet, that will populate with every event because it knows you, will populate with every event that you have coming up, and you never again have to go into another app or anything else to check on. It knows what rights you have. You walk up, tap and go. And the great part is, you tap once, and if you got 4 people with you, all 4 walk in. You don't have to scan every single, there are no barcodes to scan, you don't have to go through that, which gets people into the venue faster, which helps with F&B and merchandise and experiential stuff. So the idea is getting people in the venue faster, making it more convenient for them, they don't have to search and find their tickets, but then also at the end of the day, providing tremendous data back to the organization so they can continue to personalize their approach.
Mm-hmm. Another thing I'm curious about when it comes to sort of protecting the fan in some ways is privacy. Mm-hmm. You have these identity-based tickets. Gives organizations a lot of access to a lot of personal information. So I'm curious, first of all, Adam, from a team perspective, from your clients, I mean, is there talk in the conversations you have with your clients about privacy? Do they have concerns? Are they trying to negotiate this new privacy landscape?
Yeah, I mean, in the U.S., it's still relatively new, right, with the California Consumer Act coming up here. We work with teams in Europe, and so they're a little bit ahead of the curve. But really, it's educating them and helping them understand, like, as a processor and a controller, like, what the differences are and what you can and can't do. But here in the U.S. right now, people are still just trying to figure it out. And how does that data come into the data ecosystem? How does it go out? How are fans opting in, opting out? And a lot of people are just trying to figure that out right now.
And from our side, you look at the generation of people that are really predominantly starting to buy tickets, and Gen Z is becoming the biggest purchasing group out there right now. They know that you're taking their data. They know that you're getting their location. They're willing to give you all that as long as you deliver something back to them that's relevant. As soon as you waste their time, they're out.
Well, I think what's interesting is the next generation is that, 15 and 16-year-olds, they don't think it's magic when they get an ad on Instagram from something they Googled on their desktop. I'm still freaked out by it. Like, who's listening to what I'm talking about? But this next generation, as long as that ad is relevant, they're really not going to have a problem with it.
Yep.
And from a team perspective?
We actually hear the opposite. They want us to know them more. We hear from our fans that, hey, your usher didn't know me when I was coming in and I couldn't get my ticket out, and that upsets them. We hear more complaints about, how do I get through your concession line faster? How do you get through your merchandise line faster? So the real way to do that is actually through identity-based mobile solutions and making it as easy as possible, whether that's using their phone or another way of making it easier to get more customers through lines and make it easier to know who they are. So we kind of hear the opposite, and I agree. It's just a matter of how you use that data that's going to make the difference in customers pushing back or not.
Well, think about the power of this. There was a survey done by LA Dodgers premium season ticket holders, and a lot of them said the biggest benefit was the person checking them in at the premium station knowing their name and how that impressed the clients they were with. Well, Axis and the Cavaliers have a system where they can actually send signals to their service staff when someone scans in. So imagine like sitting at the podium of the premium check-in and you say, oh, so-and-so just scanned in at gate 7. They'll approximately be there in 3 minutes, and you can have a hot dog or their favorite cocktail waiting for them. So we're talking about personalization on a digital level, but that's personalization in a human level, and that gets really sticky, and the cancellation becomes that much harder when the renewal comes up.
Yeah, the Cavaliers are really leading the charge for that with our portfolio of clients. Michael Connolly, who I think is in the audience, gave a talk yesterday about all of the tools and the solutions they're using, and one of the ones that I think is the coolest is part of the renovations of Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse is what they call a power portal, and you scan in if you come in a certain entrance, and you walk in, and it's this huge digital. It reminds me of being in an aquarium and having a shark swim over your head. But they're able to send the season member's name and information to the portal. So you walk through, it says, welcome, Rob Sign, to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. That's a really cool moment that happens in a span of 15 or 20 seconds because it's digital and because they have the data.
And you take a picture of it and you put it on Instagram. And then all of a sudden you're like, I want that experience. That's cool. And eventually what will happen is someone will be able to press a button on Instagram and then buy a ticket to the next game.
Adam, did you have something? Okay. Actually, you were just agreeing with everyone. You're agreeing with everyone.
He's the pipes of a lot of this. So,
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
He's observing so they can make their next, technology improvement to make all this that much better.
Just taking it all in. And also, again, with the fan protection theme here, recent House committee hearings about price disclosures. There seems to be a consensus that fans should know upfront all of the fees associated with a ticket. How do you think that new government regulations will impact the future of ticket sales and, quite frankly, the future of fan behavior?
Adam, you have something to say?
Yeah, Adam.
I think this is your wheelhouse. Again, everybody's looking at me. Yeah,
well, your CEO was in front of the House committee.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Well, I was just going to say that, it's going to make the prices look a lot more expensive. And so I think we'll have like a bit of friction where there might be some, slowdown of purchases, but ultimately the marketplaces are going to have to react. And, there are oftentimes between the seller and the buyer, sometimes there's a 40% spread, of fee margin and fee arbitrage. And this will accelerate that coming down and really just force more competition in that space. So ultimately, that'll be good for rights holders such as Kristen because if someone's buying a $100 ticket and after fees it's $130, well, if there's competition that brings it down to $110, hypothetically those $20 is incremental dollars that her customer has to spend in the building. So it'll be a good thing, but it will be disruptive when it happens for the first 3 to 9 months of implementation.
And our organization, and we're owned by AEG, are supportive of transparent pricing solutions. And the other thing that's very important to us is making sure that authentic websites are out there that have accurate listings, so spec sales. So the idea of selling a ticket thinking you're going to have it and then have to go back and deliver it never was that more apparent than I think 5 years ago at the Super Bowl in Phoenix with the Seahawks and the Patriots, where brokers had a great year the year before in New York and went ahead and took a lot of reservations for tickets to the Super Bowl and then did not have the inventory, and so it exploded with having to have problems and customers being let down. So we are supportive of the transparent pricing, which again, to Patrick's Ryan, will be a process, and then also making sure that there are the right websites out there, and because Google's the number one sales channel that's out there right now for anybody. You go in there and no telling what we talked about. Someone can make up Madison Square Garden, MSG, boxoffice.com, and it's not associated with her at all, but it might look like it. So making sure that fans feel they're going to the trusted, authentic sites, and making sure that the brands are out in the forefront of the identity. They're the ones you can go to, the Garden, or you can go to the Knicks or the Rangers, and that is safe, and that gives you an opportunity. And it also allows them to show both primary and resale, if you're going to use those labels, tickets in one location in a commingled marketplace, and again, raising the comfort level for fans as they buy that.
Actually, Google Analytics is one of our #1 integrated data sources right now. Like every team we work with our data warehouse product is asking for the Google Analytics feed because we're starting to map actually the fan journey to that purchase and that ticket that they got, and understanding the different avenues that they came from. So better understanding and tailoring that journey.
In terms of making things simpler, I mean, to Rob's point, the spec, fake listings are just that much more confusing because we talk about the confusing different pricing levels. That's one thing, but then you'll pull up a ticket and say, this one's getting delivered 4 days before the event. This one's available now. This one's available an hour before the event. I mean, all that stuff's got to go away, just to make things simpler for the consumer, that it's instant or everything's getting delivered at a consistent time. The pricing is logical. Row 13 isn't cheaper than row 7. We've got to clean all this stuff up because that's the biggest threat in entertainment, is that if you go to Disneyland or you go to Topgolf or you go to a bar and you're buying a bucket of beers, there's not all this variance. So we've got to start working on simplifying things. So spec listings and all-in pricing is like low-hanging fruit to just start cleaning this up, make it simpler for the consumer, and ultimately increase conversions.
From the team perspective?
I mean, just from a property standpoint, the more transparency, the better. It's interesting to hear people talk about their customers when they're in the secondary marketplace. They're our fans. They're the ones coming to our venues, and when they have a bad experience, they're not upset about at the website that they're buying from. They're upset with us, right. And so we're the ones dealing with all of the problems that are created when customers feel like they didn't have a great experience. We're the ones dealing with when they come up to use their ticket and it's a fraudulent ticket, and that may be their only trip to Madison Square Garden this year that I talked about. We're dealing with that disappointment. We're dealing with those fans who are so excited to come to the game and then end up having an issue. So for us, getting rid of the players who don't play by the rules and don't play the right way, we're very much in favor of that.
One of the questions you mentioned was like, is there really a difference between the secondary and primary? I think if you asked someone 15 years ago, hey, StubHub's that scalper site. If you ask a 25-year-old consumer today about, hey, what's StubHub or SeatGeek, they wouldn't say that's a scalper or resale site. They say like, that's the site I get tickets on, or the Access app or the Ticketmaster app. That's where I get my tickets. They're not really differentiating between a resale or primary ticket. Access does a great job for Houston Rockets games of having both options present for the fan. So us, where we live in the space of helping teams, manage risk and distribute and pricing, we're really taking a unified approach, right? We want to make sure that wherever the consumer's shopping, they have a consistent experience, both in terms of pricing, delivery, and that it's in line with the team's brand expectations, so that we don't have that friction or that incongruity that can really add to someone's displeasure with an event. So that's where we're focusing a lot of our technology, is making sure that we're taking a broad view and unifying how we're viewing the experience and pricing and what's available.
Yeah, I know the Access CEO, Brian Perez, has said that basically you don't have secondary and primary anymore. You just have shops. What are those shops, and how is that going to, playing off of what Patrick said, shape the marketplace in the future?
So what we have found through a lot of insights looking at all of our customers around the world is that fans that come to buy tickets are predisposed. I'm an upper level buyer, I'm a corner buyer, I'm a lower buyer. I will pay whatever it takes to get the best seat possible buyer. There's all sorts of different labels you can put on who the fans are and what they're coming to look for. So the idea is to deliver to them the information that they want and the ticket options that they want. The thing that we look at too is that we have a program called Access Anywhere, and the idea is to take distribution and take the same ticket, so we can break it down by the seat level and take the same ticket and put it in different places. So from a shop standpoint, you may go to Groupon, and Groupon has taught you over the years you can get a discount on dry cleaning, on the Chinese restaurant down the street, and also perhaps on an event ticket. And so you're predisposed to think about that perhaps being the discounting site. I know they have other solutions too, but that could be that. You may want to go to Facebook, and Facebook is doing a group where fans are talking about the team or talking about the venue or the artist, and the idea is how do you get them to sit together and be able to create a group or a package that includes a t-shirt, for example. So Facebook might have the same seat, but a different experience. So that, when you talk about shops, you're talking about fishing where the fish are, basically, and delivering to each consumer group what it is that they find the most appealing based on where they spend their time. So we talk a lot about marketing and the idea of trying to change consumer behavior and drive somebody back to your website or something else, some other website, is challenging and tricky. You spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on radio and television and billboard and print and online media. Instead, or as well, look at if people are always on social media, if people always are go to StubHub, or if they go to Vivid or Game Time, whatever the case might be. Put offers and put opportunities there in front of them that are based on what it is they like, again, going back to the data. So these shops are created by where people spend their time right now, and you deliver back to them what they're used to buying, again, going back to the Groupon suggestion.
I think one of the interesting things you bring up is sort of changing fan behavior is tricky. And I want to take a step back from that and ask, how about measuring fan behavior? Because I know there are organizations like the Chicago Bulls that employ a behavioral scientist, a behavioral economist, and I'm wondering, what are you doing, Adam, for example, what are you doing to try to measure fan behavior, particularly around fan intent when it comes to purchasing tickets?
Yeah, I mean, the Bulls are a client of ours. So we work with Kevin and Matt and all those guys over there. It goes back to what I said earlier. It's how much data do you have access to, and how are you leveraging that data? I think 5 years ago, it was a success if you could get all the data in one place, but now it's getting that data together, automated, and pushing out models and measuring it. So that when you do go back and you're building your pricing and your packaging, it's much more targeted to those people, right? And so the more data you have and those more pieces of knowledge you have around each person, the more tailored that experience can become. Because we're the back end, right? Like you guys are talking about front end shops and all that. We're taking the data back in and working with the teams to better understand that data, deploy it into their sales staffs, or push it back out into pricing packages in the digital channels. So.
How about you, Patrick, with regard to fan behavior and fan intent in particular?
I mean, intent data right now is a complete mess. I mean, it's a complete mess for a number of reasons, because there might be a concert going on sale and you literally have hundreds of thousands of bot hits that are giving some data, but it's not really fan data, right? So like that's a level of bad intent data. Another level of bad intent data is you might have someone who checks a marketplace 3 times a day to see if prices are lowering. That's also kind of muddied intent data. So when we think about, really kind of getting the customer into a better ecosystem, when you get them, using an app where you're delivering the best option at the best price the first time, that's when the data becomes really rich. And so I think that we're moving towards that ecosystem, whether it be within the Teams app or the Marketplaces app. We've really got to make sure that we're super servicing customers where they are looking, so that we're actually getting better data about, hey, look, this person does usually buy a ticket when the Bulls play the Knicks, and they usually buy a ticket when the Blackhawks, play the Knicks. So next year, when that schedule comes up, why don't we just tell them when the Bulls are coming to play the Knicks? And I think that's definitely happening. And then when they don't take that offer, then you can maybe in a week later say, hey, we're kind of surprised you didn't buy. Here's a different offer. And that's going to unfold in time. But that's really where intent data gets really clean and then very powerful.
Switching gears again, Kristen, we've talked a little bit about this, which is you have the secondary market. It's not creating demand, it's capturing it, and it's also not reinvesting in the game the way that you do. I'm curious, one, how you feel about that you have people out there in the secondary market not reinvesting in the game, and also, should they, and if they should, how would you propose they do that?
It's interesting to think about, because we were talking about consumers in how they think and what they think about, and especially Gen Z, and Gen Z cares about what brands do in the community. Gen Z cares about giving back, and it's interesting. Nobody really talks about, and I think consumers need to get more educated about where they're buying from. The secondary market is investing a ton in search and in Google, and they're just trying to, get your eyes first. And if consumers become more educated and they realize that these companies are just investing in technology to make buying easier for them, and we're, doing the same thing, but we're also investing in growing the game of hockey and growing the game of basketball and putting the best products on the court that we possibly can, and investing back in our communities, in doing good in the community as much as we can, and being good community citizens. The more that our consumers are educated, maybe they'll start to make more educated decisions about who they're buying from, and knowing that when they're buying from us, we're putting investments back in the community and buying in our team. And everybody else, where are they investing other than their pocket?
The good news is that arbitrage is starting to get limited from a couple different ways. Some of our partners, when they're relying on us to take risk in their inventory and manage that inventory, we are leveraging all the Google channels, and they're able to think about their Google spend in a much different way because we're covering all those channels that are capturing the demand. They can reinvest advertising in channels that are exclusive to them, like adding Instagram users, adding Facebook users. So that's starting to flatten to a certain degree. And then likewise with the NFL ticketing solution, where you've got marketplaces, opted in to becoming authentic websites. They are giving the data and fee revenue back to the content rights holders. And likewise, 90% of our firm's relationships, we're sharing back a significant portion of the upside on the risk deals we take with the content. So it is starting to contract a little bit, and then that'll enable the teams to more robustly invest in the fan experience. So it's getting there, but to Kristen's point, it is still extreme in some cases, and it's got to come down.
It has to. We for us, investing in the fan experience, and we wouldn't have to be competing like this on Google and other places if this secondary market wasn't allowed to sprawl the way that it has. So kind of getting control of our content again and getting control of our consumers is incredibly important. Getting to know them better, getting to know who else is coming into the arena with them. Our biggest investment that we can make is in our fans, is in our communities, is in our players, and our teams, and we're going to continue to be committed to that. And I think it's upon our fans and our consumers to buy into that proposition and support us in that.
Now, Adam, I know some of the members of the audience here might be interested in going into ticketing, so I am curious how technology has basically shaken up organizations' ticketing departments.
As teams are becoming smarter and growing their analytics groups and practices, I think you're seeing a consolidation. The traditional model of having 60 sales reps kind of calling everybody in the city is being reevaluated. I haven't seen it completely change yet, but it's being reevaluated. Teams are going to slimmer sales staffs that are, as they have more data points, they're more targeted in their messaging and who they're calling. When I was at the Jazz, a lot of it was just kind of put everything onto Goldmine at the time and just kind of grab the data and you didn't know who was calling who. And now it's more of serving those leads into the sales reps. So they're becoming more efficient. They're becoming smarter. The message is different depending on who you're calling and what they bought previously and what we know about them. And so for those people in the audience that are looking to go into ticketing, there might not be as many jobs. So you're at the right conference to learn data, learn analytics, because those groups are going to be driving a lot of that piece of the sales operations.
Mm-hmm. And now, Rob, I'm wondering, from your perspective, what is the ticket company's responsibility to help deliver to teams and to venues technology solutions to do a lot of what we've been talking about today?
So having had the chance to work on the team side of the NBA or work in college athletics or all around North America, I've seen every ticketing company that's out there. And what I always said was you picked the best of the worst ticketing company to be your partner based on a check or content guarantee, or they had the shiniest objects that made the most sense to you, or your neighbor team in town was using them. The challenge was their deficiencies dictated to you your business practices. So one can't do full season or can't do mini plans, so guess what? You're not selling mini plans, or they have to go out and find a third-party bolt-on solution to be able to accomplish that goal. One of the things that attracted me to Access was the idea that we deliver the innovation and technology to allow an organization to run their business as they see fit. And that was key for me. We'll give you the tools. You don't want to, we talk to music venues all the time. Music venues are very timid about wading into resale. They hate it because they feel like the fans are being robbed and artists are being robbed and all that. But they know that they're leaving a lot of money on the table and a lot of opportunity, a lot of data. And so we talk to them about solutions that we have to help with that when the time is right for them to engage in that process and want to do it. But it's incumbent upon us to, A, deliver the solutions, B, the insights throughout the industry worldwide. There's great things that are happening in Europe that you can bring back to the States and vice versa. but then also be that consultant to them to help them understand how to build a roadmap out. I mentioned earlier the Timberwolves and the Rockets going all mobile. The idea has been, how do you take that? How do you learn from the Cavs? And how do you go out and talk to other organizations and go, look, here's the roadmap, here's the plan. Because that safety, that security, that helps the individual on the team side feel confident when they make decisions. So again, it's about delivering the technology that allows them to run their business as they see fit, maybe pushing them sometimes and helping them see solutions and delivering insights from other like-minded organizations that are out there, but being there by their side and giving them a seat at the table for them to come to us and say, we'd like to do something different. Can we get on the dev roadmap that is always talked about? Can we work on this solution? And it's easy sometimes, and sometimes it's not. But giving them the seat at the table to be able to have that conversation, to curate and customize their business the way that their vision entails, is tremendously important, and what I really believed in when I joined this organization. But I feel like it's really incumbent upon the industry as a whole to deliver that, because I've always considered myself a rights holder, and now I work for a ticketing company, and so I understand what the experience is like at MSG or at the Jazz or at the Cavs or the Timberwolves or the Rockets or anybody else, and so I empathize with the challenges that they have and the visions for what they want to accomplish. We have to keep up the pace to deliver back to them so that they can execute those.
Before we turn to audience questions, which we'll do very shortly, I just want to ask you, Patrick, about an interesting concept you have, you're advocating for to a degree, called virtual tarping. And the background here is that only 2 college football bowl games sold out this year. And one of the solutions you're suggesting is that they basically throw a virtual tarp over the upper level of seats, sell out the lower levels, and then open up that upper level. What reasoning is behind that? And also, do you worry about sort of, people saying, artificial scarcity?
Well, so I think looking at it from the lens of delivering a better value to the consumer earlier in the sales cycle, for one, concentrating attendance really drives atmosphere. I mean, there's no argument against that. When you have 18,000, you can put, the XFL, the Houston Roughnecks are a great example. They had 18,000 people in a 42,000 person venue, and it was way more raucous than other games I've been to in the same venue that had 30,000 people, right? So that getting the atmosphere concentrated. Now, look, we understand there's sponsorship concerns, and you kind of want to have a piecemeal or patchwork solution to kind of dressing the house, but we focus on the idea of, hey, look, if the cheapest ticket is going to be $25, why start with putting them in the upper level corner? If they're saying they want to go 3 months in advance, it's not that bad to give them a low row in the upper deck. And then as you sell those tickets, you open up more rows. But don't start with, if you're playing in a 42,000 person venue and all your forecasts say that you're going to sell 30,000 tickets, why don't you sell the right 30,000 tickets first, and then you can open up as demand increases? That's really the concept of virtual tarping, and something that, the software that we're building and the science that we're layering in is really focused on accomplishing, because there's nothing worse than you're sitting lower level midfield and there's all these empty seats except for a cluster in the upper level corner. You're confused. That feels weird. Or worse yet, you're that person in the upper level corner and you're like, why are there all these empty rows ahead of me? So I think kind of minimizing and eliminating that sort of disconnect will really add to the atmosphere and add to the lifetime value of both the brand and the fan experience.
So a question from the audience, and I think this is directed to Kristen, but I'd open it up to everybody. It says, what can teams do in the ticketing space to help sell the in-stadium experience?
It's a great question. And this goes back to our fan experience staff really understanding what our fans are looking for. And a lot of times you're not going to get that through surveying. We survey after every game to understand what their experience was like. But the more that we can understand our fans from talking to the people who talk to our fans every day, the more intelligence we can get back coming, that's not quantitative data but qualitative, to improve that experience. That's what we need to do more of.
And Adam, I see a lot of head nodding. Yeah. Is this something that reflects your work with clients as well?
No, we work with Madison Square Garden. It's the more you know about your customers, the more you're going to tailor that experience. And to your point, like surveying, a good survey results is what, 30% usually? I mean, that's good.
If that.
Yeah, exactly. And so you need to find all those different avenues you can to understand your fan base and understand who they are, what they want, what they like, so that you can, when they walk in, you get that attendance notification. Show up with a Blue Moon beer and talk about the renewal or talk about the new.
The concierge approach is the way to go. You use the term, and that's exactly what we've been talking about, where fans really feel like you're there for them. And really want to make their experience exceptional.
Well, tell them what they have access to also. I mean, it's,
Oh, God, the list of benefits drive me crazy.
I mean, part of I've gone to games, and I think I talked about this at this panel last year. I sat next to, we were sitting in an all-inclusive section, and there were people next to me who did not know that the buffet and the bar was accessible to them with their ticket. They assumed they needed some other special pass until I said, hey, this is available. So, the teams have got to, whether send them an email, send them a text message, or have someone well-trained at the check-in to kind of just let them know what they have. That's terrible if someone had that experience, they didn't know that they had all that access.
I've always said that we in the ticket sales business are world-class athletes when it comes to selling our business. We know it inside and out. So I can describe to you, or you can describe every feature that your organization offers at the Garden. There is sometimes a little bit of a speed bump between what we then share with a customer. And so we assume that they know it, or we assume that they know what to expect, where to go, to Patrick's point exactly. So we want to continue to put more effort into and stop assuming all the time that our customers understand everything that they get with or the benefits of buying these tickets.
Question here asks, can you speak to the idea of working with customers to utilize, it says it has banks with teams, and it banks in quotes, as a form of membership to give them custom access to different product offerings throughout a season? I think it's basically asking, how do you work with customers and fans in this case, to give them custom access to different product offerings throughout a season?
Well, you talked about it with Orlando.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the concept of the Magic Money or the Jazz Note, tied in with their mobile app and the loyalty program, and being able to exchange those tickets. Right now, it's you buy the tickets and then you can exchange them, but that's what I think teams are evaluating, is saying, are you actually buying the tickets, or are you buying a $60,000 investment, and then you can allocate that and deploy that how you want to. So it's happening. Those conversations are going on. There's not a platform that's doing it really well right now. It's just conceptual, but it's moving.
We're actually doing it now, and you can actually select different items, whether you want to get a photo on the court after the game. We also have bigger price items like All-Star Trip that you can use that bank towards. So we're doing it now. I'm probably going to do it even more.
And we're seeing it a lot in Europe with loyalty point programs. And so your investment gives you 10,000 points. And then you have a menu that you can take advantage of to be able to choose how it is you want to enjoy your experience throughout the year. But I have the same want and need, like I said, with my NFL tickets I have. I don't want to have the same 3 seats every game. I want to have one game I want to have 6 people, one game I want to be in a community suite, and one game I want to have 3 seats. So I'd rather to have that opportunity. That is the trend, and that's where it's headed.
And there's one other question here. What are the potential pros, cons of standing room only bar-style ticketing options? Anyone have any thoughts on that?
Well, the pro is that it's very easy to transact, right? So it's like, hey, I'll buy my ticket, you buy your ticket, we'll meet up there at 6:30. So I think that from that standpoint, it's a great product. I think that sometimes it's like, hey, what happens then when people really aren't paying attention to the game? That's obviously a concern, but I think that ultimately it's like, get them in there, because if someone isn't like drinking a beer at your bar inside your venue at 25 years old, there's a much less likely chance that they renew the suite when they become a 55-year-old decision maker. So anything you can do to get them in the venue, I think you've really got to consider those options.
Well, the Golden State Warriors, their last year at Oracle, decided that they were having such a great run with the seats in the stands that they were selling tickets that would get people into the building on game night, and you wouldn't be able to see a second of the game. SoFi Stadium in LA, where the Rams and the Chargers are going to play, has an area that's dedicated to this communal social experience, and you can't see the game from it. And you're not going to see the game from it, except on TVs, but you're in the stadium and you're there with your friends. So that trend is growing.
There's a great benefit to just saying, I was there. I was there.
Exactly.
The other night, Mika Zibanejad scored 5 goals.
Yeah.
And I was able to say, I was there. And everybody else in the arena was able to say, I was there. So the more that you allow people to say that and be able to put it on Instagram, the better.
So I think this transitions nicely to the final question. We have a couple minutes left here. What does the future of ticketing look like? You can choose your time period, 5 years out, 10 years out, but crystal ball time here, and we'll just go right down the line. Start with you, Rob.
It is what we've talked about today. It's no longer a piece of real estate. It is experiential. An organization can do more, it can have more. The other thing that we haven't talked about because it's not the topic today, but I continue to see, and I have a vision for, and we're not working on it right now, but gambling being tied into ticketing. When you go to buy a ticket, placing a bet on the sporting event you're going to go see as a way to start that interaction. So there are a number of things, but it is about eliminating the ticket and the barcode as we know it now, and more about you as a user. You become the ticket. You become your credit card, and you being personalized and being in the building. You have the chance to drive your experience without ever having to pull your phone out or to have a piece of paper with you.
Yeah, along those lines, there won't be a ticket. It will be identity-based coming in. I mean, you're already seeing it with the airline industry. I fly Delta, I fly a lot. I don't even use a ticket now. Like, you go through ATL, and it's face recognition sometimes now going in. So it's going to go away. It's all going to be personal identity coming in, knowing who that person is coming through the gates, which will ultimately, I think, provide a better experience, right? Because right now, teams know maybe half of who's in the arena, probably less, right?
Yep.
Because I'm bringing my 4 friends with me on my tickets. And so making it more personalized through biometrics and those types of things.
You kind of look at ticket being the front door to the relationship with our fans. And the more that we know about our fans and know who's in our building, the more that we can deepen those relationships. And it kind of, everything tends to go innovate and there's a progression, but there's always that reversion back of what do people really want? They want us to know them. They want us to have a real relationship with them.
So LeBron James, his son, Bronny James, his 5th year in the league, he's going to send out a message to fans on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook all at the same time, encouraging them to come to the game. You're going to press one click to decide what ticket you want, and then that's going to be part of his compensation. So I think that that's going to be a part of the future.
Wow. And on that note, I'd like to thank our panelists, Rob, Adam, Kristen, and Patrick, and thank you all for coming. And that does it for this ticketing panel.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We hope you're enjoying the 2020 Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Matt Cabrera. I am an MIT student in my second year. Today I have the pleasure of presenting today's panel, Sports Gambling Innovation, Betting on the Future. Today's panelists will be Frank Frigo, co-founder of Edge Sports, Kip Levin, president of FanDuel Groups, Matthew Berry, senior fantasy football analyst at ESPN, Jeff Yaz, the managing director at Susquehanna International Group, and our panel will be moderated by Jeff Ma, co-host of Bet the Process. Today's panel is also sponsored by Susquehanna International Group, and it is part of the business track, which is presented by Ticketmaster. Today's panel will be approximately 45 minutes, followed by a 10-minute period of Q&A, and you'll be able to submit questions through Twitter using the hashtag FuturesBet, and we will send those questions up to the moderator. So with that, I'll send it over to Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. So this is probably, I don't know, the 5th or 6th or 7th sports betting panel I've done here. And I would have to say this is the most eclectic collection of panelists that I've ever had. And unfortunately, I like all of them, so I won't have the chance to really go after them, but I'll do my best. Wanted to start first by doing a quick introduction. I obviously think it's better for you guys to introduce yourselves. So let's start with Jeff. You give a quick introduction of yourself, and then I'd like you to also say, hey, in 10 years, the betting handle in the U.S. will be X, and the biggest growth lever will be Y, where X and Y are things that you fill in. So
I am.
That's helpful. Thank you.
That was mostly for you, Matthew.
I appreciate that very much.
I'm Jeff Yassa, Managing Director, Susquehanna International Group. We're an options trading group, but we started a sports betting operation both in Dublin and right outside Philadelphia. I think the consensus number for the amount of volume in the next 10 years from now is about $250 billion. But we're hoping the number could be a multiple of that if the sports betting world goes the way options exchanges and stock exchanges went, where the technology is very fast and very efficient. The cost of trading drops to almost zero. And if that happens in the sports world where we need a little help from some legislation, I think the 250 number could easily go to $1 trillion. And that's what we're hoping to see happen.
Matthew?
So I'm Matthew Berry. I'm the senior fantasy sports analyst for ESPN, which is literally my title. It's a little weird. I'm also a cast member of Avengers Endgame. Just like throwing that out there. It's not really a big deal, but was the highest grossing movie of all time. No big deal.
Mostly because of your appearance.
I'm just saying, I've been in one movie. It made the most money of any movie worldwide. So on a per movie basis, I am the highest grossing actor of all time. I mean, we are at an analytics conference, right? I mean, that's stats are stats. I'm not making up numbers. I mean, it is what it is.
We can move on to Kip.
Yeah. So I was going to say north of 200 billion in terms of total handle. So and Jeff has looked at it obviously much closer than I. So I would buy the 250 billion number here. And in terms of how it will get there, I think there needs to be the ability to have easy and quick registration on quality mobile products in all states. So I mean, having to wait in line at a casino, some that aren't in major metropolitan areas, I think is a challenge to getting there. But if you have quality mobile products in every state that people can easily sign up, deposit, and enjoy that, I think that's important. The other thing that I will say is also making, for lack of a better phrase, making gambling less scary to people that have never done it. Making terminology and understanding the gaming and the way to do it in a much easier, fan-friendly way for people that have never done it before but are interested in the idea.
Kip?
Thanks for letting me go after Matthew. I really appreciate that. Like for future,
you'd like to
have you been in any home movies that have?
Right. So I'm the president of FanDuel Group. I think everybody knows FanDuel as a daily fantasy company. Obviously, we're now a lot more than that. We are in sports betting now in 7 states, soon to be more, mobile in 4 of those 7. It's been really amazing to sort of see the transition into that. We also run a number of other businesses, obviously still very much in the fantasy business, which I think you guys know very well, and then also run a business called TVG, which is in online horse racing. Most people don't know that horse racing and betting on horse racing has been the sport that's been legal the longest. It's been largely legal for most of the last 10 to 15 years in 34 states or so. So that's also, I think, excited about the sort of the future for that sport and what opening of sports betting will do there. Much different business than I think FanDuel was a couple years ago. I think, great points by both. I mean, we are on the front lines of state-to-state legislative battles and regulations and so on. And I do think that that is probably, to me, the biggest kind of hurdle in place that we've got to solve, because you've got a lot of states that don't really have the infrastructure to sort of set up mobile betting where you can create a competitive market like you have in New Jersey, where they already had sort of a gaming commission there that was eager and ready to go. So I think that's a really big challenge. It's going to be, I think probably years before you get to that state in California. New York is TBD. So you've got a lot of the major states. There's no gaming in the state of Texas. So the reality of state-to-state legislation and regulation is, unfortunately, there's still a long way to go.
Frank? I'm Frank Frigo. I'm co-founder of Edge Sports. We are based in Louisville, Kentucky. We do a number of different things in the sports analytics space. We are a consultant and provide technology in the sports betting arena. We are a consultant and have technology for decision support tools for NFL, NCAA teams, also even in the high school market now. We have media relationships with NFL Media, Fox Sports, where we provide some content and insights around decision-making, particularly in the NFL game. We own Football Outsiders and also the Massey ratings, so we're adding some components to our offering. And then we also, more recently, are in the consumer space. So, as you look at a conference like this and all of the analytics content that's out there, some amazing work being done, but really thinking about, whether it's our own proprietary analysis or what's out there, making that more digestible and accessible to the consumer, the folks that are interested in sports betting and fantasy and the more sophisticated fans. As far as the handle, thought about it hard, kind of looked at some benchmarks from some other countries and sort of extrapolating on what we're seeing here in the U.S. My number is 185 billion. I think it certainly has a lot more upside beyond that. In terms of affecting that, I think it's going to be crucial to have a viable exchange in the U.S. To drive liquidity. And
are you guys in cahoots, you and Jeffrey?
No, I just think that. I do think that. So.
All right, so let's talk about this for a second.
Nice use of the word cahoots, by the way. I didn't think that was going to be on the panel today.
Okay, so yeah. Matthew is here for comic relief, clearly. The numbers that you guys threw out there, $200 billion for the overall handle in 10 years, I would venture to say, then why should I care about this industry? Because a $200 billion handle, and what would you say the margins on that will be? 10%, roughly?
No.
Less?
Yeah, less.
7%?
Yeah.
So 7%. So what is that, Matt? What's the math there? What's the revenue there?
Feels like it's a lot.
Feels
like it's more than I make.
It's about a 14 billion revenue business spread amongst a lot of players, a lot of people in the ecosystem, the tax dollars that come from that. It's got to be bigger, or we have to think that it could be bigger for us to get really interested in this, right? So I want to talk about how do we create a $1 trillion handle business, right? And how do we get there in 10 years? And what are the ways that we can do that? So I'll throw out to all the panelists, how do we grow the industry? Like, what is the best way? Like, I've heard all, the regulations, all that kind of stuff. That's obviously very important, but, ideally or hopefully that will get solved, right? That's like sort of the easy answer of how this happens. There are much bigger questions, I think, that we have to think about, in terms of structure, like exchanges and things like that, in terms of bookmakers' willingness to take action, larger bets that they know have a smaller EV than maybe some of the other bets they're going to get. These are all things that need to contribute, like simplicity in the vernacular or whatnot. I'll start with you, Jeffrey. Like, I know you're very big on exchanges. Can you describe a little bit about like what you guys have done or what that looks like in Europe and how you think that could play out in the U.S.?
Thanks. I think the way to enhance the customer experience is to make it as simple as possible. So, for example, if you're betting the Super Bowl and San Francisco's up by 11 in the fourth quarter, they're 85% to win, and you just see a number 85, and you can either buy San Francisco at 85 and it settles to 100, or you can sell them at 85 and you made the whole 85 as it goes to zero. So one number throughout the game that represents the probability of the team winning, and it settles to either 0 or 100, is very, very simple for people to understand. And what we find in Europe, the betting, and we think it's going to come to the United States, that the majority of the betting will be in-game, not pre-game. In-game betting is much more interesting. As the game's fluctuating, you're getting to have an opinion on what you want, on who you think is strong and who you think is weak. So it's sort of a more stimulating intellectual experience. And if we can make it as simple as possible with one number, then I think fans will like it. Also, that I might want to challenge that 7% revenue number. That's, to me, the old days. In the new days of an exchange, that number would shrink dramatically to like 1%, where a person buying or selling during a game would barely give up any VIG at all, because he's probably trading with another customer. There's no bookmaker in between. The bookmaker just sort of keeps things in line for times of illiquidity. But for the most part, it's peer-to-peer. The betting is taking place, and there is essentially no VIG at all. That, I've seen from the options market, the stock market, makes volume explode. People care about paying $5, losing $5 or $100 bet, or losing $1. When it goes to $1, we think there's an exponential explosion in the volume that engages people, and that's what we're hoping happens, similar to what we saw with the explosion in volume in the stock market and the options market when the technology enabled it to be essentially free.
So, Kip, your company runs probably the biggest betting exchange in the world.
Yep.
Jeffrey, you were showing me some screenshots from and talking a little bit about what happened in Europe last night on the Lakers-Bucks game. I know we talked a little bit, and you say that business is kind of going down, right, in terms of the overall volume.
I mean, there's less growth there. So I do think that if you think about the total U.S. market, I think there's absolutely a place for it. I do think that there is huge potential growth. I think we actually brought it to the U.S. In horse racing in New Jersey, and it's really interesting to see the dynamics of how the exchange works in horse racing. Because in horse racing, it's all pari-mutuel betting. There's 20% takeout. The exchange is sort of proven in New Jersey that actually you can run the sort of smaller margin. The stat I always throw out is that $100 deposit into an online account in New Jersey in pari-mutuel turns into about $300 worth of betting, a little bit more than that. $100 deposited into the exchange in New Jersey turns into about $1,400, right? So if you're talking about overall handle and how do we grow it, yes, the exchange will do that. I think the limitations of the exchange are recreational consumers, which we think is a really exciting part of the growth in the U.S. market, right? The people that have been playing fantasy their whole lives who want to come in, and they'd much rather, rather than sort of figuring out the probability of are the Chiefs going to come back in the Super Bowl and can I make money that way? They'd much rather come in and bet on the over/under of how many yards is Patrick Mahomes going to throw in this game. And so I think I think both. I think you have to think about a future where you have all of those things, and it's not just about the exchange, which yes, there's huge customer. Yes, in a lower margin world, you'll drive that turnover number way up. But you're never going to get sort of the recreational person who's been playing fantasy sports their whole life, like sitting on their couch at home, to play the exchange. I don't think. Maybe you can, but I think you're much more likely to get them in and interested in betting, where they can bet on player props and take all what they know, right, which is player statistics and all that, and betting in that way.
So player props is interesting. Bring Matthew back into this conversation. You're not a sports bettor, right?
Nope.
But you certainly know a lot about players and player props. Do you think that you would have an edge today betting player props? And do you see a world where you will become an expert on player props in sports betting, because the analogy to fantasy is obviously very, very strong?
Expert how? You mean as a front-facing talent for ESPN? You mean like that I'm a ESPN betting expert?
Well, I mean, it's the ultimate put your money where your mouth is, right?
Right.
If you are really someone I should be listening to for fantasy advice,
yeah, thanks.
Then I should probably be able to trust you to help me bet player props.
Right.
And the conversion that we're talking about here is the conversion of the casual fan to the sports bettor. So the people that play, okay, how about this? What are the numbers of people that play fantasy right now compared to the number of people that are sports betting, at least in somewhat mature markets? Like, in other words, like, I mean, Kip, I don't know if you know this or do you understand kind of the question? Like, how, like, is it do we need to convert every fantasy person into sports betting to have sports betting become more relevant? Or is it a portion? Is it a subset? How do you guys think about this?
Well, look, I mean, season long, right, which is your world, I think has always been sort of the biggest. So I think it's probably comparable to the season long audience, the people who are interested in playing season long. You know, I think daily fantasy has always been a smaller subset of customers. You know, there's, I think season long, you would know even better than me.
I mean, listen, you can certainly question the number, but the FSGA, the Fantasy Sports Gaming Association, their research says 45 million people play season-long fantasy in, last year. So again, we can debate how real that number is, but we know it's a big number, whatever the number is in terms of how many people play, and we certainly have millions of people.
I'm going to take the under on that number.
Fair, which is fair, but I mean, we have millions upon millions of people that play on ESPN. Those numbers I know, and I'm not allowed to share them, so I'm sure there's an ESPN PR person somewhere here. Don't worry. But what I would say is that, yeah, I mean, I think that we have seen it, right? We have seen that fantasy is a great onboard to making a sports gambler. There's a natural progression there, right? And I mean, there's been all sorts of studies about that. And candidly, we're seeing it play out in real time, right? DraftKings and FanDuel, who were fantasy companies initially, are dominating the sports gambling market in America right now. And so, I think
that's not out of like necessarily a synergy. That was out of a need or a business reason, right? So, like, what I'm challenging, okay, now, so there's two directions.
I think there are a variety of reasons why those two companies have leaped to the forefront in sports gambling. But I think one of them is that they had a large database of fantasy players to immediately market to once sports gambling came online in New Jersey and other states. They had great brand equity as well. They were well known. People were comfortable playing on that platform. I mean, there's a variety of reasons, but I think there is. And just to sort of take it back to your original question, I will tell you that twofold. That number one is that, like, if you, Jeff, consume my content this year, you will see more emphasis on player prop type stuff, not necessarily saying like, hey, I think you should bet the over on Russell Wilson over 275 yards, but will I say like, hey, his projection is this, I'm taking the over and here's why. Sure. I think there's a lot of my content that certainly lends itself to player prop betting, and I will say this as well, that I think, to your point about exchange, I'll say specifically to growing a more an audience that hasn't gambled before, that I think player props are a very easy on-ramp. Like, it's a very easy for a fantasy player, as we talked about. Like, a fantasy players, are making that decision. They're making that decision between, Carson Wentz or Daniel Jones in their second QB spot. They're instinctively making a decision on what they think those stats will be, right? And then if you give them, here's the line, and here's what they've done historically, and here's the matchup, and why you think somebody's going to be over or under, then yes, I think that's an easy way for a season-long fantasy player to be like, oh, I get that, and I want to have some action on this game, and so there's a bet I can play.
It's hard for me to agree that that's less that's more simple than the illustration that Jeffrey's saying, where you have a team that you're basically betting on, and if they win, they're worth 100, and if they lose, they're worth 0. I think fantasy has been a very, it's people understand it. It's been around a long time, so maybe there is that natural thing. Let's move on to content, which I know is near and dear to your heart, Frank, as you guys think about what to do with these assets you bought. The sports betting content, and Matthew, I think one of the things that you and I have talked about, and I talked about yesterday with Doug Kazarian on his podcast, was the notion of the responsibility that a mainstream media person like yourself has to make or not make recommendations that are betting related that may not actually be grounded on real betting analytics. So you, Frank, are now focused on creating and trying to build out content with real analytics behind it. How do you think about what kind of a business you could build there, and how do you think about whether you are actually providing value to a bettor to help them become a better?
Yeah, so the way that we look at it is, there's a lot of interesting content that people want to digest to inform their decision process. We want to fall short of being viewed as a tout service. We think that in some ways can cheapen it a bit by making, here's our gold pick of the week or our blue pick of the week or red. But more about, here's what we thought about these coaches' decisions this past week. Here's what we think about rankings. Here's some simulated matchup information that shows some potential distribution of outcomes, but things that people want to process and use to inform their decision, increase their confidence, hopefully drive handle out of empowering them a bit, but offering it as kind of a menu to, and to allow them to use it the way they best see fit.
Yeah, so what's interesting, and I used to do TV stuff for ESPN, right? And when I first started to do that, I'd met with the producers and I literally said to them, I'm happy doing this, I'm excited to try this, but I'm not going to give picks on air. A week later, I'm giving picks on air, right? Because that's what everybody wanted. So, one of your properties, Football Outsiders, is tremendous content, right? Aaron has done a tremendous job there, but they started giving picks and those picks didn't do particularly well. So what kind of, responsibility, beyond, it's how do you avoid people, giving people what they think they want, even though that's not really what's going to be valuable to them?
Yeah, we are thinking hard about that. Outsiders obviously is great content, but that is an aspect of the site that we're sort of, rethinking a bit in terms of just laying that out there in that way.
Yeah, no, and again, the mea culpa is that's just what people want, right? And that's the hard part about this. So, okay, back to the idea of growing the business. So we have the notion of, converting casual fans, right? That's the holy grail. Beyond saying, okay, fantasy type prop bets are an onboard to get people to betting. What are other ways that we can do this? What are, the recent Barstool deal with Penn National Gaming was, a big sign, right, of what the value is around here and how much people believe that, media to commerce is the next step for sort of sports betting. But is it are those types of things going to work? Does that brand, is that going to be a great deal for Penn National?
I guess it remains to be seen. I will say I thought it was from what I could tell, I thought it was a smart deal for Penn. Penn is a brand that didn't have really any kind of recognition. It was, or any kind of brand equity. And, the Barstool audience is huge and highly engaged. And so it immediately gives that company an identity. And in theory, access to a very large, loyal fan base.
I would add that the stock went up about 20% on the news, which was up more than what they paid for Barstool. So I certainly think the market reaction was, this is a great idea. Sort of a very stodgy company in Penn Gaming and a cool company in Barstool getting together was a great move for Penn Gaming. So given the very positive market reaction to it, I would expect there'll be more deals like that done.
So then that...
and I think you've seen, that was a very specific deal, but we've seen some versions of that deal before as sports, as casinos or gambling companies have looked for customer acquisition, right? So you've seen the William Hill CBS deal, right? So MGM and Yahoo did a deal, and now we've got Penn and Barstool, and there are other deals, So ESPN has a studio at Caesar's Palace, right, or at the Link, looking across from Caesar's Palace. So there are other deals where where sports gambling companies are reaching out to media properties trying to,
right?
Yeah.
So Kip, when you guys think about, these are all about customer acquisition, right? The media deals, essentially you're trying to lower the cost of customer acquisition and find ways to do it. How do you guys think through these types of media deals for yourself? Or also, how do you think about what are the more sustainable, or what are other forms of customer acquisition that you guys are looking for?
Yeah, so I think we're obviously big believers in the sort of combination of media brand and And
Did you guys look at buying Barstool?
Well, I mean, we have the TVG business, right, which is in horse racing. Like, we've proved that model for years. TVG, for those of you who don't know, the horse racing market is the biggest online horse racing betting app, and it's also the television network that broadcasts horse racing, every day. So I think we know the model works, and so I think it's a logical sort of progression for how this is going to happen. In the case of the other case is, Fox, right? Fox did a deal with and actually, if you look at the European market, that was sort of a replication of Sky, right, which is the biggest media company in the UK, having Sky Bet. Sky Bet's one of the most successful online betting companies in Europe. So I think for sure it works. For sure there is going to be, I think, an increased interplay between sports media and gambling. Probably happening even faster here than I would have thought, given that you only have mobile now in a handful of markets. So I would have thought it might have taken a bit longer. So I think it's absolutely going to continue to ramp.
Did you guys look at buying Barstool?
Look, we've had a long partnership with them as we've launched in there, so we know them well. So I would, we'll leave it at that. But yeah.
Well, no, I think it will just highlight the reason that you guys didn't need to buy Barstool is you actually have a pretty strong brand already in the U.S. And
correct.
The reason a lot of these media deals are getting done is not just customer acquisition, but it's brand also, because they're trying to create a consumer brand.
Yeah, and for those in the audience who don't know the Penn business, I mean, they probably have the most sort of regional casinos. A lot of them they've gained via acquisition, right? So they don't have a uniform brand like a Caesars or so on. Right. So for them it was,
But they have a lot of skins and access in regions, and it's a very
probably
desirable.
the most geographically diverse casino company in the U.S.
Yeah.
And I mean, to that point about branding, like, it'll be interesting to see once the El Dorado Caesars deal goes through, is what brand do they use? Because El Dorado's buying Caesars, but obviously Caesars is a much more well-known brand than El Dorado.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see sort of what happens there just in that overall space.
Okay, so let's just suspend all disbelief and say it is like a $1 trillion handle business, and a good portion of that is being driven by the exchange, right? And that exchange, we think, Jeffrey, will be not governed under sports betting. It'll be instead potentially the SEC or the NFTC.
Well, we're going to need a little help legislatively. There's a rule from 1961, the Wire Act, which prevents people from betting across state lines. It makes no sense anymore in a world where if it's legal in Pennsylvania, it's legal in New Jersey, that you can't bet in New Jersey into a Pennsylvania market. So we're hopeful that law goes away. It was set up for a different time and a different era. That has to happen first. Then the liquidity pool will just be gigantic because people in California can bet with people in Alabama, and the markets will be much deeper, much tighter, much more liquid, and then volume, theoretically explodes.
Okay, so let's say this world happens. What are some things that are going to need to change in the industry to support a mature financial market? Because right now it's very much of a cottage industry. It's like the wild, wild west. What do you guys think? What are some fundamental things that you guys think would need to change?
Well, I would say that there's two different views of it. Some people think, and there's a lot of evidence in Europe, that the customer is not that price sensitive, that he can bet with a sports book and sometimes he's paying a 5 or 6% VIG, or he can bet with an exchange and he pays a 1 or 2% VIG, and yet they still go to the sports book. So that behavior, doesn't happen in the stock market, but it does happen in the sports betting world. If the consumer is not price sensitive, then this explosion on the exchanges won't happen. I'm hopeful that they will be price sensitive and that they'll all migrate to the exchanges where they're going to get a much better deal. But there is a lot of evidence from Europe that hasn't taken place, where they do have the choice there. So it remains to be seen in America. I know to institutions, if we want to appeal to hedge funds and Wall Street traders who want to bet big, they're going to be price sensitive. So there'll be enormous volume there, but it might not be the lucrative volume that the sports books get.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at isn't necessarily the logistics of getting people onto the exchange. It's if we do have an industry where $1 trillion is turning over in a year, what other things are going to have to change about the industry. Specifically, what kind of like right now, if sports betting and DFS and fantasy are all pretty similar, Matthew, when you and I talked, we talked about, some of the ways that you get information about fantasy, where you'll find out things from, coaches or whatnot, that if we have a real financial market, this would probably be deemed insider trading at some level, but because it's still this sort of cottage industry, nobody cares. And how will we think through that, I guess? And maybe you can illustrate a little bit of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I won't speak to being a legal expert, but I would tell you that any inside information I get, I publicize. I just may not publicize it in that way. An example I will give is like if I hear from a coach, like, hey, we love this guy. This is a wide receiver we think that can win his matchup. This is somebody that we're going to target a lot. Like, I won't go on air and say, hey guys, I heard from this assistant coach and they really love this wide receiver. What I will do is I will say, like, hey, I love this wide receiver this week because I've found this stat and this matchup, and it's just a gut feeling or something like that. But that I don't sit on information that I get, right? And so that information makes its way out there. In terms of like the insider trading, I think you're asking like if I bet on sports, which I don't.
No,
if I know something, right?
What I'm asking, is this industry right now has a lot of gray areas.
100%.
Right? And from a responsibility as stewards of this industry, if it does get to the scale that we would like it to get to, what are the things that we need to clean up before it gets to that scale? One, I would say, is like understanding information and information asymmetry, and understanding whether that looks like insider trading or not. I think media around this industry, needs to become better. We need to push our media to be much better on this, and it needs to not be an ex-athlete picking games because, he knows a little bit about football but doesn't necessarily know anything about betting. So I'm just asking you guys, this is something that people who are in power in this industry should be thinking about, because if we don't think about it this way, then there will be scandals, there will be problems, there will be people losing money.
Hang on for a second, though. I'm thinking from if I was a producer of a TV show, and I've got an ex-athlete on my thing, and we're talking about the game. We're doing a pregame show, and we're doing picks. Who do you think wins this game? You know what I mean? I think the Eagles win this game, whoever they're playing, right? I think the Eagles play. I don't think it's my responsibility as a producer to tell that athlete, hey, you're not a hardcore bettor. You know what I mean? You haven't crunched the numbers. Whatever, you're an ex-Hall of Fame athlete. If you think the Eagles are going to win and you want to say that on air, you should be able to say that. And so I think it's fair if you say that you don't want that ex-athlete to say, I like the Eagles plus 4.5. Fair enough. But
that's what they're saying, right? That's happening right now as this proliferates, mainstream media. You are having these athletes say, I like them plus 4.5. They are, and that producer that producer is representing that this person is an expert by putting them on television.
But who's to say they're not? In all seriousness, who's to say that an ex-athlete hasn't watched the film, doesn't have insight into that game? Ultimately, right? Isn't it on the consumer?
I'm saying that most of these guys are not equipped to actually give gambling advice. They haven't done the work to do that. Would you trust an athlete, and would you put a position on because an athlete told you? You would laugh, right?
But I think
that's precisely what you'd bet against.
I think an interesting question, and I don't know the answer. If you're a team, if you're the Lakers.
But that's a different question, by the way. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but that's a different question. There's two different questions here. Number one is, do media companies have the responsibility to limit the people on air, on their platforms, in front of a microphone, to only betting experts? That's what your question is. Do media companies have that responsibility? And then you're also saying and there's a separate question is whether people should take that advice. I think those are two separate questions.
Okay, let Jeffrey go ahead.
I would say the media has no responsibility. Anyone can say anything, but if you're the Lakers and the market expects LeBron to play 35 minutes, and he's going to play 20. or you expect him to play 20 because the coach has his reasons for him only playing 20, that coach, as of now, has no responsibility to say anything to anybody. But if there's tens of millions of dollars bet on a game, would he now have a responsibility to share that information? Right now, they're not publicly traded companies. They're not regulated by the SEC. He has no responsibilities at all, which I think is the way, obviously, the Lakers like it. But in the new world, would that change? And I don't really know the answer.
But
what responsibilities it has.
so I think the core of what you're asking, right, is about integrity and how is integrity going to sort of evolve as these markets open up. And I think
it's not just integrity, right? Like this is one example of it. What I would love for us to really dive in as a group is to think about all the different repercussions. It's easy to say, like, we want this to be $1 trillion handle. But like, what does it mean for that to happen beyond the easy things of saying regulatory, blah, blah, blah? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say is, right, what needs to happen, right? I think access to information is going to change. I think, you're already, like the NBA, to use your example, has already sort of changed how they're releasing injury information, and obviously with players taking days off and so on, like access to that information has become more important. I think they're sort of committed, they realize that and they're committed to it. I think that the other thing about integrity, you have to understand, is, and this is one of the values of actually legalizing sports betting, is that we as operators, like, it's critically important to us, right, that integrity exists, right? Because if all of a sudden somebody knows, who works on a staff of a team, that a player is not going to play what their sort of normal average minutes per game is tonight because they're going to be on a restriction, that's not out there, right? That player comes in and bets $10,000 on the under in terms of the player statistics, like, that's important. By the way, and the beauty of it is that, like, we'll see that, right? Well, this person's never really bet this kind of volume and so on, and we can report that back to the league. So I think it will be sort of I think it will take care of itself. And I think, again, like, that data is there. We have people who are sitting and analyzing that data, people that we hire from this conference even, right, that are now equipped to go back and actually report that. And so I think that's an important thing. I think your question is, do these things need to happen? They are happening. And I think they'll, even continue to happen at a higher rate.
Frank, I know you come from the trading world, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for it to get to $1 trillion, we have a lot of sports of interest in the United States. There's all kinds of potential for tradable products around those. We talked earlier about the binary options, trading and running. There's many applications for that. But if the content's there, that the consumer feels empowered, that they understand that and they understand it in the language of betting. So, with the media, to be able to speak that language a little bit more directly, often the talking heads will talk about, they'll take a poll and, who do you think's going to win? Well, that's great, but that doesn't tell you everything you want to know about assessing a particular market, right? It's not just if you win or not, but if there's value, thinking in terms of this value context as a trader. But, I would hope that there's going to be lots of potential for additional product that's going to keep fans engaged. I mean, one of the great things about fantasy is, there's lopsided contests and fans are engaged throughout, right to the end, right? And I think that holds true of other in-running type of in-play markets, that they keep fans engaged. And so there's just a lot of product opportunity that if we can do it the right way, I think can really drive that handle.
I also think along those lines, it will expand to other things that will lead to that. So political outcomes is timely, right? Here, I mean, on the exchange in Europe for the 2016 election, we did over 200 million bet on the outcome of the U.S. election. So you think about what that would be here, right? And the interest there'd be around volume and betting on, the primaries and then ultimately the general election, like, would be massive here. No state yet has allowed for betting on political outcomes. So I think there are probably other categories like that you'd have to expand to imagine a world where you could get to that high of a volume of handle.
Also, just in value added that legalized betting would do, if you put up a proposition, will the coronavirus cancel the NCAA tournament, which is a possibility. You can put that proposition up right now on Betfair or Matchbook, and the world will know what the probability is, and also the people who have a gigantic stake, whether they're going to make money or lose money with different outcomes, would get to hedge it. So it's not just the volume that we're shooting for; it's the value added that we're shooting for.
Yeah, there's actually
that's a different thing, though, right? Because now you're talking about, like, instead of positioning this as a betting, right? We're saying, hey, let's create real markets where we have hedgers that are going to go and say, we need this to hedge away our risk, our sports-related risk, or whatever it is, right? And like that's when you get to like these idea of like Hedge Street or some of these other things that were designed for hedging, and then obviously there'd be tons of speculators, so it would be a great market. But that's different than the sports betting stuff, right? That's a flip to sort of say this is more utility than it is more entertainment.
But I think, but to your point, I think in a world where you want to get, you think about $1 trillion, I think that has to be part of the ecosystem. I mean, to use a real world example, like we have a market up on the Betfair exchange right now. There's a big racing festival in Europe called Cheltenham next week about whether it's going to run or not. We've done over, I think, 5 million bet on that market. So,
and I will say just like very generally, like, whether it's the political outcomes or the coronavirus or anything like that, just bets. And this was a comment that was made on the betting panel yesterday as well, which I think is like the more, and you're seeing this more with the sports books now, right? But just the more that the bets can be offered in terms of what you're interested in real time, as opposed to like, in terms of in terms of sort of like, for lack of a better phrase, the zeitgeist, right? I mean, like there's like if there's a way to sort of create opportunities for betting along with trending topics, I mean, I think you'll find massive opportunity there, as opposed to just like, here's today's games. But when there's focal point on whatever a moment in time, I think you'll see, and those always happen.
I think that's a good point, right? Which is you have to build a world where people can bet on whatever they think of at the time, like customized betting, right? We have a product called single game parlays, which is all correlated parlays on a specific game. Was huge in popularity this year in NFL because people could come in on the Super Bowl and now they could bet who's going to win, but they could then parlay it with, is Patrick Mahomes going to throw for over 300 yards and what's the total rushing yards and a bunch of different things. Like if they have a really strong opinion on the game and they want to win more than just doubling their money on the outcome, they can and they are a fantasy fan and all those things, they can actually create a custom bet. And I think that's taking it to another level. That whatever the trending topic is, I can bet that right now. I think you have to get to that world.
Right.
Okay, we probably have a little bit of time for questions we can go into, and maybe those will spur some interesting, let's see here, what do we got? This is a good one. So are we overestimating, or how big of a impediment do you think the black market will continue to be in terms of the ability to grow legal handle in the U.S.?
So I think it's a great question. I think there are a lot of sort of structural things that continue to make it an impediment, even in a state like New Jersey. Although I'd say probably made, and we survey customers that we acquire, like, hey, were you betting in the illegal market? I think that we are definitively converting people out of that market in. But I think I think the biggest challenge we have, right, is the more mucked up the legislation gets in different states, putting barriers like, having to go in-person sign up in a casino to start, like, cutting out, the ability to bet on in-state college sports, right? Like, I think the state of Kentucky was recently is going through the process of possibly legalizing sports betting, and they were going to cut out, right, the ability to bet on in-state sports. So imagine being somebody who lives in Louisville, and you can't bet on Louisville election.
Cut out more than half of the interest.
Right. Well, people won't go. They're not going to have an app that they use to bet on the NFL and the NBA, and then another app that they use to bet on college sports. They just will stay on the illegal market. So I think the biggest variable in our ability as legal operators to convert people out is, are there just going to be all these restrictive things put into state-to-state legislation that are going to be impediments for people to migrate?
Okay. Yesterday, I talked a little bit about like my personal challenge around the ethics of helping grow sports betting, and you and I talked a little bit, before the panel about this concept. So, if we grow handle, right, it means that more people are going to be losing money, right? That's the reality of it. If we grow handle and revenue, So how do you guys think about that as an industry, and like what is the value that we're actually providing by growing this industry? You got it.
Yeah, well, I would say the industry is about entertainment, and if I'm betting $100 on a sporting event very easily and I'm losing $1, that's about as cheap of entertainment as I can imagine. It's cheaper than a movie or a beer or anything. So that, yeah, people are going to lose money, but they're going to lose so little money for the value they're getting that it's just a fantastic entertainment proposition. It's like saying you lose money when you go to the movies. You go to the movies, you lose $15, but you like it. If you bet $100 on a sporting event for 3 hours, you got 3 hours of entertainment, and it cost you $1. So I view it as entertainment, and it's a tremendous entertainment that hasn't really been actualized yet because of the rules. But once it's legalized, now we have this. We don't have to have movie sets and actors and spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a movie. We have the game that is just laying there waiting to be bet on, and it's for no additional cost. There's this huge amount of joy that can be created by allowing people to bet easily. So, my ethical dilemma is solved because this is cheap entertainment. Yes, some people will abuse it, but that's true.
I mean, but won't this be similar to what happened with DFS, where there's like sharks and minnows, and the minnows are the ones that are entertainment, and you're the shark?
No. In DFS, if you don't know what you're doing, it's like playing poker. If you don't know what you're doing, you lose a lot of money. If you go into a marketplace that's efficient, which these would be theoretically, no matter how uninformed you are, you're not going to lose. You're going to lose the same amount of money as a smart guy. There will be no sharks and no minnows. There are no sharks and minnows in the stock market. Everybody trades more or less at the same price. In DFS, there are sharks and minnows, but not in an exchange-based sporting thing. So one of the things it will do, it will protect those who don't know anything and just want a fair shake. You don't have to know anything to bet, to bet and get the same price as an expert gets.
You guys have any thoughts on that? No.
The only thing I would add is just that, what I mentioned earlier, just the engagement piece of it, that if you've got the right products, you have games that would otherwise be foregone conclusions and might be losing interest, but along the entertainment lines, it creates a level of engagement. If there's a lopsided baseball game, but there's very specific product around the ninth inning, I might be just more tuned in than I would normally be at that stage.
So the entertainment value is a really interesting point. And one of the things that I've sort of harped on in this industry is the lack of innovation as it pertains to the actual user experience, right? So part of the entertainment is following the game and seeing how it does, and the dopamine attached to seeing yourself win. Right now, the way that I find out if I win a bet is pretty similar to how I would check my balance in my online banking account, right? What are some things that you guys are thinking about, Kip, in terms of innovation to make that experience of actually following the game less like a transaction and more like a game?
Well, I think it's interesting to see, it goes back to the sort of integration with media. For example, we just started live streaming NHL games inside our app, right? And so you can imagine now, right, and it's out of market, so we have 2 games a night. If it's in New Jersey, obviously it wouldn't be a Devils game, but it'd be another game around the country. I think that unlocks the ability to sort of go, all right, now you can overlay. Now you're getting to a world where you can overlay what you've bet on that game on top of the viewing experience, or have it side by side and so on. And now it's not just a second screen experience when you're watching on TV at home, but and I think similar actually is something that we're exploring in horse racing, where a lot more of our fans are viewing live races either in our app or over our OTT. The same thing, right? Imagine a world where you can see your bet, right, overlaid, and if your horse is in the lead, you can actually light up to say you're winning this at this time, and then the horse drops back, and now you're not winning, and so on. It just changes I think the all of these sort of engaging factors of actually watching a live event.
Yeah. Do you think that there is going to be a challenge with innovation in this space because of how challenging it is to actually get into this space? Like it's such a barrier to entry?
It's hard, it's expensive.
I mean, I know you enjoy that part of it because.
Well, I mean, the hard part, right? I come from a product background, so I think how do we keep pushing and innovating and so on? But there are, more than 15 operators now operating in the state of New Jersey. So I think there are there are probably other
Do
barriers.
you think
in terms of,
that we will see the most innovation come out of New Jersey because of the fact that there's a ton of skins available and it's favorable?
Yeah, you've got to create a competitive market, right? That drives innovation, right? If you have states like Oregon or Rhode Island or others that are doing monopoly deals where it's, the lottery's running it and you have a single operator there, like you're not creating an incentive for a company to go in there and actually create great customer experiences and invest in that.
And you guys are right now in a leadership position in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
And where do you attribute that success to so far?
I think that's one area, right? Is obviously, we've got a lot of people who are very focused on how do we make the consumer experience better, whether it's our product team and our technology teams, whether it's our trading team. A lot of them are here sort of talking to people about how do we build sort of next generation products that fans are interested in. So I think that's a huge part of it.
Okay, switching gears a little bit since this is an analytics conference. In the world where there is an exchange, right, there's less of a need for a company like a Betfair to have analytics, right, because they're not determining price. The price is determined by the exchange. How important are analytics going forward to sports betting operators, I guess? Because ultimately, there's all these startups right now that are out there, and you can't walk around this place without someone coming up to you and saying, "Hey, I've bet professionally. I have a good algorithm. I'd like to find a way to make money because I can't actually bet it. I'm not allowed to, or I've been bounced, or I can't get the liquidity down." I guess maybe I'll ask a different question: is what advice would you give those people? Maybe it's come work at FanDuel for me, but
yes.
What advice would you give those people that actually want to start businesses around this and don't want to go work for the man?
Work for Susquehanna.
Work for Susquehanna?
Okay. I would obviously say come work for us. I think, if you go up to a booth and you talk to the guys and some of the things that they're working on, it's...
Well, but how about this? What do you guys think of the bets of the companies out there like a Swish or a Simple Bet or any of these companies that are actually trying to become better at helping companies originate? How do you guys think about working with them? Is that something you're interested in?
Look, I think we're pretty low ego around that, right? If somebody's come up with something that's more innovative than the stuff that we're building in-house, 100%, we're working with those companies, we're talking to those companies and so on. So we're doing both, right? A lot of and I think back to your other question, which is, why are we in a leadership position? A lot of it is because we are hiring, quants and data scientists and so on to help build these things ourselves. But we also know that if somebody, from this audience goes and they create something that's way better than what we had, we want to talk to them and we will absolutely work with them too.
All right, let's do one last lightning thing. Each of you guys has one sentence to tell me what your biggest fear is for legalized sports betting over the next 10 years.
Just for me, removing the taboo. You hear the talk about, corruption and sort of the black mark that sports betting can have, and just embracing it and realizing that it's a real market and there's real participation, and it can be a great experience for everybody. But just to kind of get past that taboo a bit would be my concern.
Yep.
Yeah, look, I would go back to sort of, parroting what I've already said, which is the biggest impediment and the challenge, right? And all these things sort of that could go wrong. Obviously, we take responsible gambling really, really seriously, and we're investing in that. We're hiring people that are just focused on that. But all these things sort of feed up to the state-to-state regulatory battles that we're fighting right now, and just it's hard, right? And there's a very good chance 10 years from now we're looking, going, God, it's there's only a handful of states that have really done this the right way and created competitive markets, and and all those things will. Right, there's a massive illegal market in the U.S., and all those things sort of get in the way of us being able to migrate people out of that. So I think that's, to me, that's the biggest impediment to this sort of utopian world that we've been talking about.
I would agree with both of their comments, and I would just add that it becomes, for lack of a better phrase, too insidery. I think that's one of the challenges that DFS had, was that it was this new game, and so I think there's a massive portion of the population that doesn't understand when you talk about exchange or liquidity or a sharp bet it down half a point, or that they're not going to understand, or plus EV. They don't understand these things. They're just like, I don't know, man. I think the Patriots kill them, How do I put $20 on the Patriots killing them? And I literally think there's a large portion of the population that just wants something, that simple that, and will get scared of whether there are sharks and minnows or not, but they have the fear. Like, no one wants to look dumb, right? And no one wants to, and they definitely don't want to look dumb losing their own money. And so that there's not that it's too closed off, that it seems too intimidating, that you open up an app and there's all these options and you don't understand anything that's there. I thought, on the panel yesterday, Zach Leonesis talked about what they're going to do in their stadium, and that they want their sports book not to look like a lounge, but like an Apple Genius bar, where people are coming up and like, here's what we have. Have you ever bet before? How can I explain this? Can I walk you through it? And I thought, that is an amazing idea and really incredible. And so that would be my fear, is that not enough people have that attitude and that we don't do a good enough job of onboarding new players.
And then you want to finish this off?
Yeah, my greatest fear would be some crazy government intervention. I don't know if you remember, 10 years ago, so Party Poker was worth $10 billion, and in some backroom deal to get Jim Leach to vote for some bill, he demanded that they make online poker illegal. The next day it was worth $4 billion, and that was basically the beginning of the end of the online poker world. So that just came out of the blue, and without any debate or anything, just to get his vote on some bill. And who knows if that could happen to to online sports betting too. So one day you can wake up and the rules can be totally different. It's a long shot, but it's over time it has a fairly reasonable probability of happening, and that to me I think is the greatest threat.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank the panelists. Good conversation.
Good afternoon and welcome, and hope you're enjoying the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Matt Kilby. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it is my pleasure to introduce our next panel, Defending the Pass, brought to you by ESPN. Today, our panelists are Kevin Mears, former Director of Research at the Cleveland Browns, Evan Kaplan, Research Specialist, ESPN, Brian Burke, Senior Analytics Specialist, ESPN, Dominique Foxworth, former player, senior writer at The Undefeated. The panel will be moderated by Brian McDonald, Director of Sports Analytics, ESPN.
Coward.
Dominique is also the king of awesomeness. The panel today will be 45 minutes long, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. If you have a question, please use Twitter with the hashtag #DefendingThePass. And with that, I'll pass it off to Brian. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you all for coming and joining us for this discussion. And I for one, am very honored to be sharing the stage with such royalty here, the king of awesomeness. So that was the official title that he gave us to pass along to the Sloan Conference organizers. King of awesomeness, comma, writer for The Undefeated.
Facts are facts.
So today we're going to be talking about how player tracking data can be used as far as analyzing how players perform at defending the pass. And this is something that was very difficult to do prior to player tracking data becoming available. You can get certain things from play-by-play data in football, but you can't, it's only for a couple players. Maybe you get information about a couple of players, and it's usually offensive players. And, without all 22 video, even if you wanted to manually track your own and collect your own data, it would be difficult without the all 22 data, especially for anything involving defensive backs, because a lot of times they're not even showing on the broadcast feeds. So player tracking data, though, has opened up the door, it's sort of allowed for countless new questions to be asked and possibly answered using data. So that's what we're going to focus on here in this panel, and most of the time will be spent talking about something that sort of hasn't been done, which is coming up with a metric for defensive backs, and we'll have some interactivity with the audience. But first thing we wanted to do was start with some of the things that we have done at ESPN, and just to give an example of what does it look like, what does the end result look like, and we'll talk about the process by which we kind of came up with those metrics. So we have a couple examples here. We have a short 2-minute video that sort of displays some of the work that we've done. So if we could.
This is an all-out blitz. It's a zero blitz. The reason that he's able to hold it for 3.9 seconds is because he makes the defender miss.
Look, he has been doubled on every pass rush tonight.
I've doubled him every play, not just every pass rush.
He's the only player in the NFL who's been double-teamed over 500 times since the start of last season.
One moment, please. We're experiencing technical difficulties. We'll restore to the video as soon as we've got it.
I feel like it's my responsibility to be awesome right now in this moment because nothing's happening. I'm sure the video was fantastic. I haven't seen it. I think the mics are working again.
Yeah. So why don't we move on a little bit and come back to that? And we'll see those examples in a second. But one of the nice things about sort of what we've been able to do at ESPN, and by we I mean mostly other people. I've only been there 8 months. But we, the royal we, I guess. One of the nice things is that sort of Brian and Dominique working together. So. It's sort of like the perfect situation where Brian is an analytics expert and has very good knowledge of the game. Dominique is someone who is an expert of the game and has a lot of quantitative knowledge. He's quantitatively savvy and can understand things from that perspective. And they've been able to work together on developing some of these metrics. So just wanted to talk a little bit about, if you could, Sort of how did that collaboration start? And what kinds of things did you guys talk about? And what did each of you learn from those conversations?
I'll start. Well, with player tracking data, you need more and more kind of X and O, like inside the game knowledge, subject matter expertise, domain knowledge. So when we were doing things like sort of in-game decision analysis and those sorts of big picture analytics for the sport of football, you didn't really need to know the difference between a Tampa 2 and a cover 2. But once you get down to player tracking data, basically what you're trying to do is teach a computer to watch film in a smart way. That's really what you're trying to do. And in order to watch film smartly, you really have to understand the game at a much, much deeper level, a level I certainly didn't have before, and I'm still struggling to get there. So the marriage of the analytics and subject matter expertise is critical in exploiting player tracking data. And I think it's just fortunate that I work outside of DC, and Dominique is headquartered in our DC office and studios. So we would bump into each other frequently, and I would just grab onto him for every little drop of information I could squeeze out of him. And he's been awesome. He's been very patient with me and taught me a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I think you were kind of confused by how much I wanted to talk about those things, but it's ideas that because I think that football players in general, and anyone who has an area of expertise, when someone from the outside comes in with a different level of expertise, and even if they don't purport themselves as being able to help you necessarily, they come in with the idea that they're going to help. And the assumption, I think, for most people is to kind of be like, well, you're new to this, you don't understand it. But I had the good fortune of having my experience outside of football and recognize that there are a lot of smart people and a lot of smart practices that are outside of the sport that can be applied to the sport. So when I was thinking about these things before I joined ESPN, I had delusions that some of these things were possible, and then I met Brian. I was like, oh, he's already way ahead of where I wanted to take the film study and being able to take it to the next step. And he's obviously going to be very humble and say that he's still trying to figure those things out. But I do remember one of the things that was most enticing about working with you was when I was trying to explain to you the simple stuff, like you understood that because you had put in the time to understand the base level, and we could have a conversation. And I could use some of the language that you're comfortable with. You could use language that I was comfortable with. And I think it really helped us to move forward quite quickly. And it's helped me, honestly, with saving time and preparing for TV shows, preparing for writing something, is you can use that data so much more quickly. Because right now what the data does, or what the machine learning software that you use, it does a lot of, the example you used was watching film. It does the things that I did when I was a player. It just does it a lot faster and more efficiently. And it's been super helpful.
Brian, we do have that clip available for you now.
Okay, let's see it.
This is a all-out blitz. It's a zero blitz. The reason that he's able to hold it for 3.9 seconds is because he makes the defender miss.
Look, he has been doubled on every pass rush tonight.
I'm doubling him every play, not just every pass rush.
He's the only player in the NFL who's been double-teamed over 500 times since the start of last season.
Just look at this heat map and how skewed it is to the right-hand side. And Adams had virtually no success when over there. He caught 2 quick passes on 3 targets. But by and large, when he started on the right, Rodgers looked elsewhere. There's a lot of red there, which isn't what you want to see if you're the Packers.
And he had just a 17.6% chance of making that, according to Next Gen Stats.
Tannehill's expected completion percentage is only 63%, and his plus 10% completion percentage above expected.
That's Michael Thomas. When you consider the fact that this guy has caught 84% of his targets so far this year, which is 15% above expectation. That's #1 in the NFL. That's just ridiculous. Bradley Roby at the top of your screen is sitting outside waiting for this out route. He's waiting for it. That's why the catch probability on this route is 40%.
No quarterback, threw more touchdowns against zone coverage than Patrick Mahomes, and no quarterback had a higher raw QBR. Not only that, but Mahomes was top 10 in pass yards, yards per attempt, and completion percentage as well.
The reality is, if they're going to play that zone, he's the best guy moving people with his eyes.
Yeah.
And you have the best coach in the NFL of taking all 3, 4 guys of their offense and flooding that zone to make defenders wrong.
In 2.2 seconds, his chips are past his. That's the measurement right there, and that's how they get under 2.5 seconds, the average time to pass the ball for a quarterback in the NFL.
We want to take you a little bit deeper on this. According to our pass rush metrics powered by NFL Next Gen, Mac has the 3rd highest win rate in the NFL.
No one drops dimes better than Russell Wilson.
He just puts the perfect amount of air on the football. He just knows how to get it to him in the right trajectory for however many yards his receiver is. He's mastered that.
When we look at our pass rushing numbers, what Watt was doing is he was getting double teamed at a huge rate. So look at the chart here. On the horizontal axis, we're looking at the double team rate for edge defenders, and then the vertical axis is their pass rush win rate, the rate at which they beat their defender within 2.5 seconds. Watt was getting double teamed.
All right. Appreciated the Browns touchdown getting in there.
So speaking of the Browns, smooth transition to asking you a question. So when you were with the Browns, I mean, what kinds of collaboration sort of went on inside there in the front office? Was it similar to kind of what you just heard with Brian and Dominique, or how was it similar and different?
Sure. I'd say that what Brian and Dominique are describing is basically the goal, and that it was incumbent on everyone in the front office to kind of make that happen. And I'd say we had that with varying success. There were some people who were incredibly generous with their time and their energy and teaching me a lot about the game. A lot of scouts that let me bug them with questions all the time and let me sit in their rooms while they were breaking down film and ask them what they were seeing so that I could try to kind of up my football IQ. But then there were also people who were not as interested in answering my questions, which is perfectly reasonable. But the goal is to build a partnership so that, your own football IQ is high enough that you can do this work on your own because you can't be bothering someone else all the time. They have their own job. But then when you do need their next level of expertise, you have someone that you can go to talk through a really complex problem that you need to work through.
Yeah, and Evan, you have collaborated with Brian and other folks at ESPN, just in the area of this next-gen stats data. Can you just talk a little bit about those collaborations?
Sure. It's really a 3-step process from my perspective. So at the start, it's getting with Brian and the rest of his team, giving them feedback as they're coming up with all these metrics. Recently did that when Brian developed his route tree classification this past season, just talking about how we best define and label those terms so that our fans can understand them. And then after I'm understanding and figuring out the best stories to tell with that data, it's going back and diving into the storylines that are going on around the league, whether it's that week's games or some other storyline. And then finally, the third step, which is really the most important, is I'm having one-on-one meetings with our analysts on Sunday NFL Countdown, Monday Night Countdown, Steve Young, Randy Moss, Rex Ryan, Matt Hasselbeck, etc. And we're taking the data that we have on our end and marrying it with what they're observing and the film breakdown that they see, and we're seeing where there's a match. And that's really the best part where everything kind of comes together. One specific example was before the Chiefs-Lions game this past season, Teddy Bruschi wanted to do a breakdown looking at the Lions defense, which head coach Matt Patricia came from the Patriots system, and look back at the 2018 AFC Championship game where he thought that the Patriots probably played man on a majority of snaps against Mahomes and were able to slow him down in the first half. Now, in the past, he certainly could have generally made that point, but thanks to what Brian does with his team and the fact that we had our pass coverage metrics, we were able to tell that the Patriots, in fact, played man defense on 100% of Mahomes' dropbacks in the first half of that game. That was the only team to play man on 100% of dropbacks in the first half all season. Teddy's able to come up with a breakdown tape. We're able to add that added context that is really just making our fans a lot smarter.
That's, for me at least, that was the best part of that reel, and that speaks to the job that you do. Is it's almost indistinguishable that the stuff is in there unless you're watching for it.
Exactly.
Like the coverage doesn't seem any different. It just happens to be a lot smarter, and no one really knows why. And that's what I think is difficult for me, as someone who understands the game but is also super into this stuff, like I'll find little morsels of stats or something that I think is interesting, and I'll just want to go on TV or just write that particular stat, and like understanding that no one else really cares about the stat. They want to know the story. Like they want to know why this receiver is not making any plays, or why this team struggled on third down. And I can use one of the really interesting things that we found, or I like to look up, is on the spreadsheets is like crossing motion, someone who runs with motion with whether the defense is in zone or not, because normally that's an indicator of man-to-man. And I noticed in the last couple of years, a lot more often than I'd ever seen, we didn't even coach that when I was playing, that people would motion across. There was one play for the Colts in the playoffs a couple of years ago where Darius Leonard, the inside linebacker, motioned with a running back to outside and ended up playing deep third as a corner on outside, which led to an interception underneath, which is fascinating to me, but I just put all you guys to sleep because it's just like a bunch of like gibberish. But understanding how to take that and then turn that into a little morsel on TV that is bite-sized, and it just saves so much time and it's so impressive. I know how difficult that is, so when I see that, I think about how valuable you are to those guys and wonder why you never call me.
I think the fans are smarter now, too. So they can appreciate analysis like that maybe 10, 20 years ago, would.
It's nice that the fans are smarter, but it's also like frustrating sometimes because not everyone who covers the game is as smart as you would like them to be. I have many group texts with my analysts and player friends where, especially with my former cornerbacks, everybody on TV always wants to blame the corners, and they never know any better. I need that everyone on TV needs to understand cover two. Just simple. It's a simple coverage. Understand cover two. Guy catches a go on cover two. It's not the corner's fault. That's all. I'm sorry. I'll get off my soapbox.
Good to know. Good to know. Good for everyone here to know, too.
Write it down.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So I think sort of the process that you guys just described is something like what Dean Oliver has said in the past, one of the guiding principles of sports analytics, which is words into numbers into words. And we were talking before, I kind of, as a former professor, the thing that came to mind for me was it's like you basically just described the data science process, the entire process, formulating a question, getting data, building some models, getting some results, and then figuring out how to communicate those results to the audience, and how basically all of those steps involve some sort of collaboration and some sort of iteration. So that's exactly the kind of thing. It's exactly the kind of model that you would try to teach students about the data science process. But so let's move on here to our next topic. And if you may have noticed in the clips that we showed earlier that there was nothing about individual pass performance as far as defensive backs and defending the pass. And so that's what we're going to talk about now. And so we're kind of going to pretend that we were asked by a GM or someone at ESPN or maybe our boss, Jeff Bennett, hey, we need a way to quantify pass coverage for individuals. We need a way to determine how defensive backs are contributing to their team's performance in terms of defending the pass. And how do we do that? So let's break it down a little bit. We're going to start with just press coverage, and we're going to start by showing a few clips here. And Dominique, and there's going to be some clips of Richard Sherman in press coverage, and Dominique's going to talk through some of the things that Sherman does well on the plays, what he doesn't do well, and then we'll bring it back to the panel here.
All right. That's Sherman up top right there. And I think when you're in press coverage, the most important thing, he keeps his leverage on that spot, and that's why he makes that play there. But keep your leverage is important, but you want to win at the line. If you get up close and you lose, you're in trouble right off the bat. And again, he doesn't necessarily win at the line necessarily, but he understands where his help is, and he, based on the split of that receiver, keeps himself in good position. The same play. And this is it with the dots. I love the dots. But understanding that you can narrow down what plays you're going to get. And I think the data helps us to do that based on splits, down and distance, and all that stuff. I think Richard Sherman, I mean, it's kind of a cliche at this point because people say it so much about him. He's one of the smartest players. And I've seen him be able to eliminate routes. And I see him thinking through the process. And lots of players are able to do this. They think through the process of the play, and you can see once they eliminate routes. You see it on, I don't know how many more clips we have of Richard, but I know some of the other clips right here. And this is a good win. I think he gives up the pass here. It happens, but it's a good win. You see how long he keeps him at the line of scrimmage. He forces him to redirect. He buys time, and you can't win them all, as they say. They get paid too. When I was in school, you say they're on scholarship too, but sometimes you lose again. You lose one or two. Richard loses this one, but it's through no fault of his own necessarily. He keeps his leverage. He buys time. He forces him to redirect twice in the route, right there and then right there again. Can we go into the next one? And this one, that's a fade. That's a tough one. He does a good job of getting his hands on him. Richard is not the fastest guy ever, so that's a tough spot to be in. The ball doesn't come his direction, but he's in good position. In this spot, you want to get him off the line. You want to eliminate. You want to get him as close to the sideline as possible. That's something that he does well in that situation. All right, to the next one. Okay, this is incredible. I don't know what he knew about this play, but this is what I talk about when you say you can eliminate routes. I'm not sure why, if it was in film study, but you can see once he gets a hand on him at the front and the guy gets past him a little bit, I would panic. Any normal corner in that situation would probably panic and start running deep. But there's something about this that Richard's eyes are in the backfield. He kind of doesn't even care if he goes deep. I think he knows because of maybe the inside release. That was probably it, because most of the time the deep routes, they like to do outside release. Something about the film study in this week allowed him to be more aggressive at the line. And then you see right there, there's no panic. He's just waiting. All right, next one. Yeah, that's called losing at the line. I mean, it happens to everybody. When you're going to be up there and you have a speedy guy like that, you're not going to win them all. He gets back in position. And I think one of the good things about having the reputation that Richard Sherman has is even when you lose at the line, the quarterback has decided before the play that he's not even going to come at you. So I think that's what happened there. And the route concept made it so he was not the number one possibility right there. That guy is just running off the clear. But again, he's committed on that particular play to have outside leverage. So you see that jab step, that's why he loses, because he's so committed to outside leverage that jab step forces him to fully commit and spin his hips. Is that it? Is that all of them?
Yep, that's it for now. So let's bring it back to the panel and just talk about how we might be able to quantify some of these kinds of things that Dominique was talking about. He's talking about holding guys at the line, push them to the sideline, and so on. So, like, how can we quantify some of these things? Maybe what kinds of models would need to be used? How would we come up with a metric that we could communicate to fans as far as player performance in these areas? Discuss amongst yourselves.
So first thing I would look for is, okay, which one of these plays are press coverage and which ones aren't? And that's a fairly easy thing to do with the player tracking. So we know the events. First of all, we should say that Next Gen Stats and Zebra, the league who are providers of these the tracking data, do an incredible job. The technology involved is amazing. The data is super clean, and if the events are tagged. So if you're a data science person, you know what that means. Like we know when the snap happened. We don't have to figure that out for ourselves. We know when the pass was released. We don't have to figure that out for ourselves. So just get that out of the way. They deserve a lot of credit. So we know when the snap happens, and we can just look at the proximity of the cornerbacks to the wide outs, and given some sort of arbitrary cutoff, say if he's this close to the line of scrimmage, that's going to be press coverage or not. I mean, that would be the very first thing we do. And then after that, we would, I'd talk to Dominique, say what defines a win, what defines a loss.
So before we even get to that, my first concern would be whether it's press or bail. And so bail technique is like a cover 3 normally, and sometimes man coverage. You get up there and press, and at the snap of the ball, you're not interested in getting your hands on. You just turn your hips, open your hips to the quarterback, and you get depth. So that would be something that I would certainly tell you is like just because they're at the line at the snap of the ball doesn't mean that it's press coverage.
So like proximity, 0.2 seconds after the snap, 0.5 seconds. So that's
like how square their shoulders are at that point and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then it will be how long you keep them at the line of scrimmage and one of the things that they coach us they used to coach me when you're at the line of scrimmage is to try to keep your body square, because as we saw in that last clip when Richard got beat, he opened his hips to the outside. And once you open your hips one way or the other, if the receiver goes the other way, then you're done.
Yeah, that's one thing. There are limitations to the tracking data too. So, we don't have hip position, unfortunately.
Well, but, you do have orientation.
We have the shoulders.
That's the same sort of thing, right?
So there are trade-offs. So we can, ultimately an expert watching film is going to be able to do this in a richer way than we can, but we can do this at a scale and scope that it would take a human, and it's going to be purely objective too. Like one set of rules is going to apply to every single player, not just no favorites or biases.
Yeah, going back to the kind of overall question, when you're asked for such a big question, like how do we evaluate a player in pass defense? It's a really high level question. One way that I like to at least start to attack something like that is to break it down into a series of smaller questions that we can actually try to answer. So once we've defined okay, this is what press is and this is what press is after the snap, let's think of a few different small metrics that we can compute relatively quickly that we can then build on as we get into some more intense kind of models. So something like exactly what you're saying, how much is a player disrupting a guy's route, how many yards is he off of where we expected him to go, or how long is it taking this receiver to get 3 yards downfield, would be a couple of things that immediately jump to mind for evaluating how good a guy is in press.
Right, it's almost like you're developing a press coverage win rate rather than looking at the entire scope of it. If you're just focusing on that press coverage, and then we would develop whatever time makes sense between Brian and Dominique figuring that out, how long the defender is within X yards of the receiver.
Right, and it wouldn't be just distance, we would do velocities as well. So you could be, cornerback could be very close in proximity to the receiver, but losing ground. He could be being beat. So what was the saying? If you're even, you're leaving. Right?
That is a saying for slow cornerbacks. I'm not one of those, so I've never heard that in my life.
Yeah. So you could be right next, just right up against, zero distance away, but then still kind of lose that play, I guess.
I get excited whenever we start talking about these things, and I don't want to take us too deep into this rabbit hole, but I do think that it's important to understand the coverage in this also, because that matters with your leverage, and oftentimes the corner will align where his leverage is. So you think about 2-man, which is 2 deep safeties with man coverage underneath. And at that point, you need to win inside. No matter how long you keep him at the line of scrimmage, if you lose the guy inside, that is bad coverage in that particular situation. But understanding all that stuff and how it works I think it makes it more helpful for a particular team because they know their rules. But by and large, all the rules are kind of the same. Coverages are pretty universal. There's some unique tweaks from game plan to game plan, but you can understand. And I think it's another way to use it in reroutes. So in cover 2 or in any sort of zone coverage, it's important to get reroutes because that buys your safeties time if they're going to run 4 verticals on them. If you have a guy who's really laterally quick but not fast, a great thing to test there is how long he can keep the guy on the line of scrimmage. That buys your safeties time, and allows your rush to get home. And all that stuff is interconnected.
Dominique, I'm sure this never applied to you, but
of course
there may be times where a corner is supposed to be playing press, but may actually back off of that if he's actually not feeling maybe so hot that day or is worried about getting burned by this guy. Brian, I guess, do you think that, or how would we, as kind of the data people, try to build that into a metric talking about press?
That's a tough question. What we would ultimately to be able to do that, I think we'd have to be on the inside. We'd need to be inside the building, as we say. And as kind of neutral outside observers, even at ESPN, we don't know what the play was supposed to be. We have clues, I've learned from Dominique, hey, you can rule out a whole bunch of different pass route possibilities because of the other concepts that are what the other routes, the other receivers are reading, or the number of, is it a 3-step or 7-step drop? We can rule certain things out. So we can have an idea, we can have a clue, but you don't ever know exactly what he was supposed to do. And so we'll get to mind reading, I guess, down the road. We'll have some sensors and helmets eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah, and one of the things we wanted to talk about and to touch on was coverage responsibility, which is our next topic. And we're going to have a Twitter poll in a few moments, so get your phones and laptops ready. But, one thing that we had talked about is if you're going to measure the ability of a defensive back in terms of how he's helping his team, you need to know who is responsible for doing what if you're going to appropriately assign credit and blame for different plays that happen. And so that's the sort of the idea of when we want to kind of talk about coverage responsibility. And we have a clip here, and we're going to have a little audience poll. And you guys are going to take a look at this clip and see who you think deserves the response. Who is responsible for the open man here at the bottom of the screen? So it's that on the left there, not the bottom of the screen. My apologies.
Corner. Don't we have it live too? Or we don't?
We do. We can show that in a second here. But this has the numbers on it, and I think you're going to have to vote with the numbers.
Got it.
So we'll leave that up there. But just while everyone's voting, how important is this idea of determining who's responsible for coverage? How difficult is it to determine? I mean, I know there have been some strides in basketball. It's the same kind of idea when you're talking about defense in basketball. If you're going to assign credit and blame to players, you got to know who's responsible for doing what. So how could we start to make some progress in football?
I mean, it's incredibly important because it decides reputations of players. It decides how much guys are getting paid. It decides the schemes that defenses can rely on going forward. So I think there are a few things more important than being able to do that. And I think it turned out to be, at least when we're going through it, it seemed to be easier than I had thought. There's some things that change from scheme to scheme, but by and large, there are a few basic coverages that don't necessarily change, and you understand. One of the interesting thing, or the things that makes it easier, is you know what someone's supposed to do and you know who's wrong because everyone else is doing something right, and you recognize where the holes are, and you recognize, so in certain coverages, cover 2 I mentioned earlier, you see a receiver run past the cornerback's responsibility is the flat, receiver runs past him, he's no longer his responsibility. If the safety is late getting over and they catch the touchdown or they catch a deep pass, then it's not necessarily the corner's fault. The same thing is true if they're underneath zone, because the reason why you can play a deep zone is because the underneath zone is forcing the quarterback to put air on the ball, which then gives you time to break up and break up the ball. So there are some times where the guy who makes the tackle is the guy that gets blamed, but it's not necessarily that person's responsibility. And I think Brian's become smart enough to be able to decipher those things now.
Hopefully, but yeah, and that seems like a pretty standard play pass concept too. So,
yeah.
Number 2 receiver, right? We number from, these are all the great things I've been learning. So you number from outside in, 1, 2, 3 receiver. Number 2 receiver is kind of the slot receiver in this situation. He runs this kind of deep out corner thing, and then the number 1 receiver carries that cornerback
like a
deep
post
on the
kinda.
go, and or just deep. And I suppose the cornerback's supposed to hand him off to the safety, the seam off to the safety, and then go.
I don't know. We'll see when we get to the Twitter poll.
I guess.
Well, we have the results of the Twitter poll, speaking of that. So 30% of people said it was number 54. Maybe we can put that dot animation up there again. And I can't read the numbers from here.
Yeah, 54 is the linebacker right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And 46% of people said number 20.
Yeah.
20 is the corner.
I vote for 20.
And 24% said number 27.
The safety.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
So most people voted for number 20. And you're saying you agree with that?
Got a smart crowd, I think. I mean, it looks like cover 3. And I would love for that linebacker to get more depth to put some air on it. But it seems like the corner is playing man coverage. Like, I wouldn't press in this situation with the splits being as close as they are. And he's pressing and runs all the way across like he thinks it's man coverage. If he's going to get up there, especially with, you're responsible for the number 2 receiver also on a vertical in cover 3, if I was up that close, I would bail or I would get off so that you could see that. And I would say that it is, in this one instance, it's the corner's fault.
Do you guys agree
So how would
with
we be
Dominique?
able to, analytically speaking, how would we be able to determine that, Brian? If Dominique's saying if this is kind of a one-off type thing, where in this one instance it would be the corner's fault, but it's not necessarily on a universal plane.
Well, I don't know if we can answer that completely right now, but we know some of the steps we'd have to do along the way. Like, so some of the things we've already done, like so the coverage identification, we've got that pretty well in hand. Pretty sure this play would come up as a cover 3.
Right.
And then, so we would also need to define the roles for each defender within the cover 3. So who's the hook defender? Who's the flat defender? Who the deep 3 are supposed to be. And we can do that. We can do that pretty well. And then you would also need to sort of identify the routes, which we just sort of completed. And that the combination of that information, I think, would kind of tell you, okay, who should have responsibility for each route.
It's really cool that kind of the algorithm can tell that our corner here probably did the wrong thing. And kind of when you're thinking, this should look like cover 3, like the corner should be taking like that back third, and he's not. And so it's interesting to think about like what the kind of like what that delta looks like in the output of the model from where he should be versus where he actually is, and being able to parse out like, yeah, we think that this corner is wrong partly because the error of where he is versus where he should be is so high.
Like, I don't think he should be pressing.
Yeah, that was the first thing that jumped out at me.
He can't see the number 2 receiver going vertical. And so if he had seen the number 2 receiver kind of carrying vertical past 5 yards, this is all I learned from Dominique. Then he's got joint responsibility for both those verticals.
Right.
Do you guys think that the kind of who the player is matters here? I believe this is Ted Ginn.
Yeah, that's came to my mind. Ted Ginn. I've been a part of teams where there's a receiver, say Randy Moss, that they're like, all right, no matter what the coverage is, you are with him. If he goes into a zone, you stay with him. It doesn't matter. You'll get help. And I don't think that Ted Ginn is that. Disrespect to Ted Ginn, I would think that he's not that caliber of receiver that would require that in that situation. But I do think that that's where it comes into play. But knowing that there are 3 backers and 4 defensive backs, and they're all playing cover 3 a certain way, the coverages would adjust some if there was some sort of unique coverage, and that's what I would look for. I would ask Brian to help look for is like, if everyone is exactly where they're supposed to be in cover 3, except for this one person, then chances are that he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. Yeah. But on a team level, you don't have that problem because you know what everyone's responsibility is.
The play design, the other thing that's remarkable is it seems to me that the whole play concept is just a big gamble on exactly this happening. Right. Like this was the idea. This is like the perfect storm for, this coverage, that mistake by that cornerback, and, big chunk gain.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a cover 3. That's a pass concept that's meant to attack the cover 3. The reason why I said the linebacker, I would love to see him get more depth, is they're missing a flat, someone running into the flat to pull the linebacker down, and it doesn't seem like they have that immediately. So most underneath zone drops are coached to get depth until the ball brings you down. So even if the corner stayed in his spot, he may not have been able to make this play, but he definitely is going to get a 0 on his grade for this particular play.
All right, so let's move along to our third topic that we wanted to talk about. And actually, you guys have sort of touched on it a little bit, just the idea of the defenders having to make judgment calls in certain situations. And so our third topic was actually anticipation. And so we have a couple clips on that coming up here. Let's see. And so, Dominique, if you could just sort of talk through what you see here.
First of all, this is Tyrann Mathieu. There he is working over. He knows what the play is before the play happens. And that's part of being a cornerback or a defensive back. In this situation, by that formation, he knows what the play is. He's anticipating the play, and he is baiting Phillip Rivers in this point. You see, he shows Phillip Rivers that he's taken away that first kind of over concept, but he knows he's going to that next concept. And it's all about film preparation. You have to know this before the play happens. There are some guys who are actually, there aren't very many guys. I think Champ Bailey is one of the only guys I've ever played with who, like, it didn't matter. He could go out there and not do any film study and just, because he was a better athlete, shut down the receiver. But most guys, you have to kind of know what's coming because the receivers are as good at athletes as we are. So if we don't know what's coming and they know what's coming and the quarterback knows what's coming, you can't win. So that's just a way, again, of Tyrann Mathieu's safety showing there to force that throw and take it away, something that I play with Ed Reed. He did. Like, he's all the way to the Hall of Fame doing that same thing. Do we got another one?
One more.
Yeah, this is another one from him that I love because of the split of those receivers. So this is man coverage, and you see him cut his man loose. Because the receivers are close in the down and distance, he's anticipating this crossing route right here. And again, this is man coverage. The quarterback thinks that Tyrann Mathieu is going to have to run with that guy, and he just disregards that because he knows what's coming. He's able to anticipate because of their formation and because of his film study and get a big turnover right there, and everyone's going to be mad at Derek Carr because he threw that interception. But to be fair, I mean, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, they all would have thrown this same interception because every single indication right there. And again, that's what made Ed Reed so great. One of the times I was playing with him, we're in cover 2, which means he has deep halves, and he stole a slant. And it's in part because he knew that the quarterback knew we were in cover 2. So he knew that the quarterback wasn't going to go deep. And he saw 2x2, quarterback under center. That means you're going to get quick routes. And he jumps the slant. And we all celebrated. I was angry because I was like, what if he went straight? But he didn't because Ed is smarter than me and all of us together.
So how do we even start going about trying to possibly measure anticipation or judgment calls or a player's decision-making abilities?
I think, so what comes to mind for me is like one of the things that we have that you've already started to do is being able to group passing concepts, group passing concepts, not necessarily based on a formation, but based on where the receivers end up. Right, and so you can run, sorry, go ahead.
No, right.
So you can go, the way that I would start to think about building something for anticipation is find all of the plays that look similar and then have the similar coverages. And then you find where the particular player is who made that play. And like the average player, when you're in cover 1 and you get a trips kind of double over concept, the average safety or strong safety, I think is what Mathieu was playing in that situation. The average strong safety is in this position at this time. He is here at this time, and then he is here at that time. And to be able to kind of figure out if there are discrepancies in that for particular players, that would be like my very amateur way of trying to think of how to figure out anticipation. And then when they like completely throw out the rules, like that cover 1 concept where you're like, oh, man to man to man, this is all man, but then he throws away the rules but makes a play, is like anticipation to me.
It's almost like if you're setting an expectation for where a standard DB safety would be in that situation, and then how that changes based on the plays like we showed with Mathieu.
Right, you just, over average, below average is the metric somehow. How do you establish that average expectation is the question. And we can detect similar plays, like similar defenses, similar pass concepts, but sometimes they're all kind of unique, so it's hard to, I think it would be a difficult thing, not impossible, but very difficult to kind of establish that sort of baseline. I mean, again, though, going back to, okay, we can identify the coverage, we can identify the role. It looked to me in that first clip like they rotated to single high, and then he had like a robber kind of thing, which you have a lot of freedom in, and you can freelance like that. The second one was completely off the playbook, outside the playbook. But so we could say, like, you should be here in this situation, but you're over here. And so is that over here a good thing or a bad thing, and that could be the method.
It is funny just thinking about that, combining that with the play where the corner was wrong. It's almost like those things would, if we were able to put together some way to find anticipation, those things might come up as similar, but the difference is, in one play, the play is successful, in the other play, the play has failed, because it's the same concept as you're not where you're supposed to be in this route concept with this coverage. But if you're not where you're supposed to be and you happen to make a play, we'd be, so this is how me and Brian work. I come up with crazy ideas. He has a look of consternation and stress on his face.
It's going to be hard.
And then he figures it out in like a week.
I think anticipation can involve plays where the player is where he's supposed to be. But I guess I think of anticipation as almost kind of the precursor to reaction time. Mm-hmm. So sorry, I'm going to talk about safeties, but like how early does a safety start to break on a route to like the outside hash? Like how as the ball is leaving the quarterback's hand, is it just when the quarterback turns and is looking at that guy? And so trying to mark kind of like how far into the play does the defender start to move to where the ball is going to go?
I think in safeties, I don't hate safeties. I love them. They're good. They're part of the family. I played safety a little bit. But I think to go back to corners, Richard Sherman is the guy who does that really well. One of the clips that you guys sent that we didn't use necessarily was against the Browns, and he rerouted his guy, and the guy starts running a vertical route, and Richard Sherman undercuts it and looks back and starts to prepare to catch the ball before the quarterback throws it. And like it's something about, in that situation, it was a single receiver side, trips away, quarterback under. He's in press, and he's like head up in press. He's not leveraged to either side, so it gives the receiver a two-way go, which is something most coaches would tell you not to do. But I think Richard's doing that because it eliminates routes. If you let the receiver choose which way to go, if he's going to run a deep route or outside breaking route, he's going to take the outside. If he's going to run a shorter route, especially in single receiver side or inside breaking route, he's not going to go inside to then go back outside. So he did that, and I think Richard at that point was like, all right, I know this team likes to run skinny posts on the backside of 3-by-1 if you're in press. If they go outside, it's going to be fade. So he breaks underneath. They end up, I think it was Mayfield ends up just overthrowing the ball rather than throwing it right to Richard Sherman. But you saw him snap the ball. He looked to the left to like occupy the safety. Then he turned back to throw, and Richard Sherman standing where he's supposed to be before the receiver breaks and before he throws the ball. And that's just all about anticipation. And then he just throws it away, which is frustrating as a corner because you don't get any love for that. No one, they just say, Baker Mayfield, he's so inaccurate. When actually you're like,
ooh, don't get me started.
Yeah. When in actuality, Baker did the best possible thing in that situation. Well, not if you're the cornerback.
100%.
The best possible
completion
thing.
percentage to the sideline. So that's really interesting. Like pass denial. Right, in basketball, the best defense is like, hey, just lock on and just don't let them get the ball. Don't let their best player ever get the ball. And if you're not going to get any interceptions, you're not going to make any tackles or whatever. And it's very, very hard to detect statistically, right? Like you started off the introduction talking about how box score statistics ignore great play by defenders, because if you never run at me or you never throw at me, you're not even sure if I played in the game.
Right. The stat you talked about on the earlier panel you did about creating sacks for defensive linemen. It's a similar thing for this, is where the D lineman who gets the sack is not always the one who's created the pressure. Sometimes an interior lineman has flushed someone out, and he doesn't get any. He doesn't necessarily get credit for that because the defensive end is out there to get the sack. But
right, like you put air, you make the quarterback put air under the ball, and that lets the safety get the.
And I mean, I don't want to make it a Richard Sherman seminar, but on the other side of that, when anticipation goes bad and keeping it real goes wrong, potentially, Richard Sherman I think it was Sammy Watkins in the Super Bowl caught that. It was Mecole Hardman who caught that deep one on Richard Sherman in the Super Bowl, and I watched that play over and over, and he did the exact same thing that he did in the Browns play, and he did a couple weeks earlier to get an interception where he's head up, he lets Mecole choose which side to go to, he goes inside, and Richard switches hips because he assumes it's an inside breaking route, but he ran an inside release fade, and it wasn't because he was faster, even though he is faster, but that wasn't the reason. It's because they anticipated that Sherman would do that, and they beat him there. So that's the life of a corner sometimes.
right, so let's move on to a couple questions from the audience. So here's a good one. How are players like Lamar Jackson changing these higher level football strategies? And maybe I'll just add, how would they change kind of how you've talked through trying to measure some of these things about defending the pass?
Well, one of the first things we saw when we had the pass coverage classifications is that Baltimore gets cover 3, single high, safety, or man 1 almost all the time, or much higher than any other team. And that's because you need the extra tackler in the box to contain not just Lamar, but the entire run game, and that entire run game is also a function of kind of the threat of Lamar as well. So right off the bat, we could detect, like, okay, he's forcing defenses to become very predictable for him as a passer. So his running ability really does, even if he doesn't run, makes the passing game easier for him. And so you can see a very, very tangible, run sets up the pass kind of thing. It's true, and we can see that. But that's just one way we can detect it. And you have to have, you don't want to play man-to-man against him either, because you have your back turn, and he's going to scramble for 90 yards if all the DBs have their backs turned, and there might only be 1 or 2 tacklers who are going to be able to get an angle on him.
That was the coolest part for me with Lamar Jackson using the pass coverage stats this year, is that when he scrambled, we were able to tell how much more successful he was when he scrambled against man. It was at one point in the season, he was averaging like 13 yards per scramble when defenses played man, and he took off and ran, which is great that we can be able to tell that, because he's dropping back to pass, and we have all the coverage metrics there.
Even if he doesn't break the line of scrimmage, he's changing like the point from which he's throwing if he breaks the pocket, and that throws the geometry of a lot of defenses off. And so when we're talking about how to evaluate a DB, it might be worth thinking about, like, do we want to evaluate how this player plays when we're within the structure of the play as it's been called, and then if that structure breaks down because the quarterback broke the pocket and now it's a scramble drill, like how well does this guy play in those situations?
All right. Another question. So there's been a ton of progress using data and analytics in sports and other industries also. Do you think other industries have been faster or slower to learn or adapt versus sports? And we could even maybe compare across sports to football versus other sports.
Yeah. Well, within sports, there's sort of a hierarchy of sports in terms of how easy they are to analyze. And you might start with baseball as the easiest, and then you get probably your soccers, basketballs, hockeys, and then football. Football is chaos. They call it the ultimate team sport for a reason. I think I'm repeating myself from this morning, but there's all these interactions. What the safety does is actually affects what the fullback might be doing on a play, and there could be 30 yards apart. And so, the player tracking is what's helping us start to kind of isolate the contributions of a single player. As far as businesses go, the important thing is having some sort. They've always had dollars to sort of measure their output and their productivity, and but they face the exact same problems that we do as football analysts. It's like, how do you isolate the contribution of a single employee or producer? In certain situations like salesmen, you can isolate their sales, right? So you can directly reward them, but collaborative teams, it's a very, very difficult problem, and football faces the same problem.
I agree with kind of when you're thinking about like within a firm and trying to measure the productivity of an employee, but a lot of companies have been doing really effective customer segmentation for a really long time, where like everyone gets these micro-targeted ads now, and that has a lot to do with companies being very data-driven in how they're trying to get their message to very, very specific people. So instead of coming and asking to have an ad that someone like Brian Burke might like, it's like, no, I want Brian Burke to see this ad, not the 100 other people that have a lot in common.
Well, there's a couple of us.
1 or 2.
There's another Brian Burke out there.
All right. So Dominique, would any of this data have helped you during your playing days?
Absolutely. I think this is, like I mentioned earlier, it's the same. The things that we're able to find now is the same stuff I was looking for. I just was looking for it by charting stuff in a notebook with my pen, and I have to watch a play 6 times to be able to understand what everyone is doing. Now I can understand what everyone is doing across thousands of plays in a matter of seconds. So absolutely, it would have made things so much easier if that was available. I'm getting sad. That would have been nice. So much more money.
All right, well, we're about out of time, so that's a wrap. Thank you all for coming and joining us for this discussion, and
thank you.
And we'll be mingling up here for a few minutes if you have any additional questions for the panelists.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the 2020 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Colby Smith. I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it's my honor to introduce the following panel, Pass the Secret Sauce, Learning Across Sports. Our panelists today, going from left to right, are Robert Einhorn, General Director, AZ Alkmaar; Joe Sill, Analytics Consultant with the Washington Wizards; Luke Bourne, VP of Analytics with the Sacramento Kings; and Monty McNair, Assistant General Manager for the Houston Rockets. This panel is moderated by Tom Haberstroh. Tom is the NBA insider for NBC Sports. This panel is going to last for 45 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. If you'd like to submit a question for the panelists, you can do so on Twitter using the hashtag #SecretSauce. And with that, I'll pass it off to Tom.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming. You're still around here on a Saturday afternoon, so thanks for sticking around. We've got a great group of panelists here today to talk about just cross-pollination across all sports. And I came into this space, covering the NBA, actually through baseball, through the back door. I was trying to be in finance and trying to be like all you Sloan students and getting an iBanking job or something cool like that. And then market crashed in 2008 when I graduated college and took a $12 internship at ESPN and worked my way through. And here I am on this panel, but a lot of the skills that I got trying to be in finance, I applied to my new job because not a lot of reporters, I've never taken a journalism class, not a lot of reporters like looking at spreadsheets, and I do. So it's kind of one of the things that this panel is going to be about is taking skills from one area, one domain, and applying it to whatever sport you're in. And I'm super excited. Robert played Major League Baseball. He ran the Netherlands baseball national team for, 14 years? So now he's running a soccer team. So that's pretty cool. Joe Sill came from kind of like a hedge fund, machine learning at Caltech, and did a cool thing at Netflix, and then his favorite team is the Washington Wizards. He's from the DC area, and then applied a lot of the stuff that he learned over there in the hedge fund world, or just machine learning, and it worked out on the basketball side. And then Luke is now with the Sacramento Kings, running their analytics, but also spent some time at AS Roma overseas, running the analytics for them. And here, you played football at Princeton, apparently?
Yeah. It was about 30 pounds ago, but it did happen.
Monty is now with the Houston Rockets and played football at Princeton. I have a rant about football real quick, is why do we have soccer players, and I know this is all about like stealing ideas from other sports and seems kind of backwards, but I think it's terrible we have soccer players deciding football games.
Yeah. Well, so
It's a whole game of football, and you bring in a soccer player to kick a field goal, and he's not even a football player.
I feel that I can speak on this because I was also a kicker as well as a wide receiver.
Oh, no.
But I agree. I think that you should make one of the guys on the field kick the field goal. So
Yes.
you can't just bring him in from the sideline.
So don't have specialized...
No specialists.
No specialists, just people like you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So then they would.
You could be in the NFL.
I should be in the NFL.
Right.
Yeah.
You were like made famous here at the Sloan Conference.
Yeah, actually, well, I had a chance. I wanted to take a moment to thank the conference. I presented a paper here and I won an award here 10 years ago, and that really helped kick off my MBA career. And so I wanted to tell a quick story about what a big moment that was for me. And one of the reasons it was such a big moment was when I went up on stage to receive my award, Bill Simmons was sitting right behind me because there was a panel that was about to start. So they already had the panelists up on the stage. And so it was like Bill is sitting where I am, and I'm right up there. And also, Kevin Pritchard was sitting in the front row of the audience, front and center, right in front of the stage. And he was the GM of the Trailblazers at the time. And I had just started a little remote internship with the Blazers, so I just started working with them. And so the one other piece of background I should mention is just a few weeks before that conference in 2010, Bill Simmons had said on his podcast that he hated adjusted plus minus. Okay, he said he thought adjusted plus minus was stupid. So anyway, so I'm standing there on stage, and they announce my award. Joe Sill wins for his paper on improved adjusted plus minus. And it's my big moment of glory. The whole ballroom's applauding me, and Kevin Pritchard's in the front row cheering me on like, yeah, Joe, way to go, Joe. And then I hear this sarcastic voice behind me, and I hear Bill just say like, oh, great, just what we need. So I got a kick out of that.
Great, another analytics guy with his words, ruining the basketball.
But I just wanted to say that it's not that Bill ruined my moment. It was very much enhanced. I enjoyed it all the much more for that.
Well, welcome back.
Yeah.
Now you're on stage.
Yeah.
Congrats. And I think people assume that you invented adjusted plus minus, but you did not invent it. You just were like, hey, this strategy that we did in the finance world and hedge fund world, why can't we just do it here?
Yeah, so that's right. So just to be clear, as I understand it, Wayne Winston was the main guy that set up the adjusted plus minus model, and then there were some people like Dan Rosenbaum and Steve Alardi that did important early work. And I would say that the technique that I adapted, I would say it was more from either statistics or machine learning than finance specifically. But yeah, I think it's safe to say that it's a better way to estimate the player ratings. But yeah, adjusted plus minus did exist before me. But
so you didn't invent hockey plus minus. I can't attribute that to you.
No, yeah. So, obviously the basic plus minus has been around for I don't know many decades. But Brian McDonald is now with the ESPN. He adapted my paper to hockey, and it seems to be quite popular within the hockey community now. Like there's a big community on Twitter and sites like Evolving Hockey. So that's been cool to see it spread. Yeah.
Well, there's a great book about this topic. It's called Range, David Epstein last year. I went against him. My panel was the same time that David Epstein was talking to Malcolm Gladwell, and the crowd was like 3 people. So I'm happy this year didn't have that, but he wrote a great book, David Epstein, Range, which is how generalists are triumphing in a world of specialists. And there's a quote in there from a scientist, Arturo Casadevall, who's probably super famous in another world. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he calls it the system of parallel trenches, that the scientific community has become a system of parallel trenches. And I feel like sports worlds are a system of parallel trenches that people like you, Robert, you might have been a baseball player and exposed to the American baseball system, but some things that you learned in American baseball or things that they didn't do well or things that you did well carry over into another sport. So the thing that you need to do is, as he said, the system maintains you in a trench. You have all these parallel trenches, and it's very rare that anybody stands up and actually looks at the next trench to see what they are doing, and it's often related. So when you stood up and saw what was going on in this trench, how did you apply some of the things that you learned in the baseball trench into soccer?
Well, first of all, I was thinking about the fact that you don't want a game to be decided by a kick, and you call it football, but that's another thing. No, but I was very lucky to come over here and play baseball for I think close to 10 years, and met a lot of good people, a lot of smart people. And I was asked in 2014, after taking over the baseball program in the Netherlands for 14 years, if I wanted to become a CEO of a soccer organization. And I would every year, since 2011, have breakfast with Billy Bean in Arizona. And I told him, I said, you know what? I've been asked to run a soccer organization. And he said, well, you're 6'3", you should do it. And
wait, what?
6'3", you should do it. So he probably knew there was going to be some conflicts. I think that's what he meant with it. So I went over there, and one of the big differences between soccer at the time and still is right now, and baseball is obviously that baseball was a lot farther ahead with all the data and all the analytics than in soccer. In soccer, they did do a lot of stuff, analytics, when it was about physical stuff. but not so much when you actually told a coach or scout, the guy you like is actually not that good. So I applied that to it, to the organization, at least gave him some thoughts about it. And I think when you're new in an organization, first you always just observe, and then you ask questions, and then maybe you make some suggestions. And that's basically what we've done over the last 5 years, and it's been great. I've learned a lot, and we got great people. I decided to do this job because the organization was an organization who had a volleyball guy run a soccer organization before me. So I thought it'd be a good organization to start out if I wanted to do something in soccer. And I grew up in the Netherlands, so I didn't come here until I was 19 years old. So I did see a lot of soccer. A lot of my friends became professional soccer players. So I thought, when you're around 45, 46, and you want to do something different, then this is probably the time to do it.
Is Billy Beane really good at identifying talent on the soccer field?
Well, I tell you what, he's very good at identifying a good analyst who then know what are good talents. Yeah.
Is it important to have that outside? I mean, why didn't you go into? Why didn't you stay in baseball? Why? What appealed to you going over to the soccer side? Did you feel like you had an advantage given that you're an outsider, quote unquote? Well, you'd have a fresh perspective on the league?
Yeah, no, I always like to do new things, try to take different paths, and I was doing baseball for 14 years, and we were a fairly small country, and we won the World Cup in 2011, although with players like Sander Bogaerts and Didi Gregorius, so we did have some talent. And it just got to the point where you just get a feeling like you're doing the same thing over and over each day, and so it just felt right to really get out of your comfort zone and do something outside the bubble that we all created in the things that we were doing every day. And I just thought, it's a good time to do it. And you can always fall back if it doesn't work out.
How good is his soccer club?
Yeah, he's not tooting his own horn enough. So the first thing to note about soccer, and this is especially across Europe, the spending disparity from the smallest club to the highest club is massive. Because we have floors and caps and aprons and all this kind of stuff, we get massive compression of team spend across North American sports.
In the NBA, yeah.
In the NBA. So we do get a little bit more disparity in MLB, but the disparity that they have in the Netherlands or other leagues have is about 2 to 3 times what you see in the MLB. And yet
the haves and have-nots, as you
right.
say. Whoa.
Yeah. So the haves and the have-nots, yeah, exactly. It's about a 10x multiple on spend. So it'd be like in basketball if the Kings were spending 100 and another team was spending $1 billion, right? That's the disparity we're dealing with, or they're dealing with, I should say. So, he's essentially taking on juggernauts Ajax and Feyenoord, and they're top of the table. So,
you just told me 30 minutes ago your game just finished up, or your match just finished up, and you guys are now in first place.
At least for a couple hours. Yeah, the team's got to play.
When you went over to Europe for Roma, what was kind of the biggest shock as a basketball mind going over there?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that shocked me. One of the things was just not realizing how far behind they were in terms of not even necessarily analytical adoption, just thinking quantitatively and thinking objectively. Like our sporting director's sort of MO for identifying talent was to give them a stack of VHSs basically and a carton of cigarettes.
Wait, recently?
Yeah, this is a few years ago. So and then he'd stick them in. I'm joking about the VHS, but yeah, you get this, basically you'd get this video, carton of cigarettes, lock himself in his office for a day, and come out and say, "We're signing this guy." Wow. That was the process. And
I thought that was in Moneyball only, like in the movie.
No, it's real. It's definitely real. So to just walk into that kind of environment was it sort of felt like I was stepping back in time in a way.
And for you, Monty, you were playing in the Ivy League football. You were at Stats LLC after college. But what about the football culture going into basketball culture with the Houston Rockets?
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I kind of made 3 transitions. So football to basketball, obviously collegial to professional, and then obviously a player into a front office. So there was a lot of changes, but football's very, you got way more players, right? It's a more of a structured, in some ways, militaristic environment. And then, you go to professional basketball, we're very a player-driven league. And, much more like player-friendly coaches and things like that. So, So that was a little bit of a change. But, a lot of similarities. I mean, you're a team, you're trying to, work towards a common goal. And so a lot of those things, stayed applicable, I think.
Do you, like, if, let's say you were hiring, let's say your GM, Daryl Morey's gone, he's out, okay.
Thank God.
Yeah. He's playing ping pong somewhere. When you had a candidate, I don't know if you review candidates to join your front office, but if you had a candidate, all else equal, but candidate A has been for the last 10 years just popping around on different sports. So he's soccer 1 year, tennis 1 year, baseball, or this other candidate's been in the NBA for like 10 years. Which candidate, all else equal, would you want to bring in?
Yeah, I think, all else equal is obviously important, but that first candidate is going to have so much broader of a experiences to draw upon, and all the other experience that you kind of gain, that can be learned once you come over to basketball. So I think that could be really interesting, and a lot of the problems when you're in something for too long is a lot of groupthink, right? You kind of get set in your ways in a little bit, and so bringing people in from other sports or even other industries can sometimes just bring that freshness. So I think I'd opt for A.
Do you feel a lot of blowback when you're like, hey, Scott Brooks, you should play this player, and he's like, you're like, what do you know about basketball?
I think it's a healthy dialogue, but yeah, for sure, the coaches have firm opinions, and there's some back and forth. But yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good exchange.
But was it hard to get them to buy in for someone who didn't play 20 years in the NBA?
Mm-hmm. So I think it takes time to develop trust with the top decision makers. There have been a number of instances where we've forecasted some outcomes or said that certain players were going to impact things in certain ways that were maybe somewhat surprising, like the conventional wisdom would not have predicted that, but it's played out that way. And so over time, I think you do build up trust. It was harder 10 years ago when I started, like the analytics weren't as established, but so it's a process, but it's gone pretty well on the whole, I think. Yeah.
So I feel like there's this been wave at Sloan, even like Australian sports scientists come into the league and it doesn't work out, and a lot of it has to do with cultural differences with an Australian who's never played basketball before telling an NBA player, like, here's what you should do with your body. And NBA players are like, nah. Now listen, what do you know about my body? Like, you've never picked up a basketball. So in your experience, Luca, how do you overcome those cultural differences? If you have an accent, even having an accent might make you seem foreign, like I'm not listening to you.
Yeah, it's a challenge for sure. When I went to Roma, Jim Pollard, who brought me in, sort of called me the basketball guy. And it's the exact same thing at the Kings. When I came in, Vivek was like, we got this guy from soccer. So even though I've jumped between sports, like I've sort of always been the outsider in a way, which I certainly don't mind. But there's definitely cultural gaps. And some of the stuff you're talking about in terms of like injuries and things coming over from other sports, a lot of times it's actually just miscalibrated expectations. So in that particular example, I think this is a case of we don't necessarily interact enough with the other sports to know what's really going on. So like when I was at Roma, we had, I think it was either 8 or 9 ACLs in 1 year, which is crazy if you think about to have 8 ACL tears in 12 months in a professional team. We were doing, like, our sports science guys were the best in the world. They were doing everything right. And yet somehow when I came to basketball, when I came back to the Kings, there was still this impression like, oh yeah, like you guys are doing all the best things in sports science and you've solved injuries and, we need to bring those ideas over. And I think, that's not quite true, So there's cultural pieces that need to be overcome, but also sort of a better understanding of what these other sports do well and don't do well.
Would the athletes on your soccer club be okay with Billy Beane coming in without that movie with Brad Pitt? Like, would they have been sold on that, on the idea of a baseball executive coming in to give his insights about the club?
No, but I think players, and I was a player myself, and coaches, I was a coach myself, they don't mind if somebody gives you information that actually helps you out, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to get the credit. So I think it's all about communication. How are you going to present that information to whether it's a player or whether it's a coach or whether it's a sports director that I work with as well. When they see that it helps them, getting better, then they will take it. The mistake that is made is that if you made 5 good decisions out of 10 the traditional way, and you're making 7 good decisions now out of 10 the new way, you can still focus on those 3 times you're going to be wrong. But I rather focus on the 2 times they were extra right, and I can show them what that means on the field, and I can also show them what it means in the books. And it's really my job to make sure that other people give the smart guys a platform that they listen to it, because we will use it. And I heard it this morning, ownership. So our vice president was very into it. When I saw a poster in our building the first day I stepped in, it was the Moneyball poster, and I said, "Do you want to meet him?" And he said, "Well, then I like to take my wife too." I said, "No, we're going to meet Billy, not Brett." But he was into it from the get-go, and I think it's very important if you want to be successful, then the translators of the vision have to think the same way. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot of frustrated people.
Why didn't you go for it every 4th down at Princeton?
They didn't let the players make that decision. And I mean, I think
were you as a player being like, we should go for it on 4th every time?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty new back then, but it was out there. And the interesting thing, and I've talked about this with some of my friends who work in football, is like some of the reasons to not go for it is, the players will get discouraged. I mean, when we were players, we wanted to go for it every 4th down. And I was the kicker, man. I didn't want to go out there and score my field goal. I wanted to score a touchdown. And I mean, I don't understand why that would be a hurdle. And to me, the only hurdle is the book, and I think that's been disproven. So I think we're already starting to see a lot of it. But I can tell you, Princeton now, and one of my good friends was just the offensive coordinator last year. They went for it a lot on 4th down, so they're on their way.
Is that because, I mean, you guys chime in here, you think football just doesn't have cross-pollinate or new ideas coming into the sport? It's just a lot of people who just been in football.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why there isn't more adoption of going for 4th down, but what I will say, just on the theme of learning from different sports, I do see a theme across sports of, and this was alluded to in the earlier panel with Bill James. He was talking about this a little bit, of slowly teams are learning across different sports to not get seduced by a high probability of a small positive payoff, and instead to go for decisions that are higher expected value. And so yeah, going for it instead of punting on 4th down. You punt, you'll probably gain 25 yards of field position, but it's not. As it turns out, it's not really a positive expected value move. Obviously, Monty knows very well about shooting 3s instead of long 2s. And
why would Monty know a lot about shooting?
Well, I think it's safe to say from observing the team anyway. And then in baseball, the money ball ideas of not sack bunting and not stealing a base. Like, yes, I think as Richard Thaler was saying, yes, that probably increases your odds of just scoring 1 run that inning, but it kills your odds of the big inning. So it's not a proper decision in terms of expected value. And then really what you want to look at is maximizing win probability. And so there are some cases where you don't even want to do the positive expected value move, but if you're in desperate straits, you just have to maximize your odds of winning. And in the hockey analytics panel, there was some discussion about pulling the goalie. So in that case, if you pull the goalie with 4 minutes to go, you'll probably give up a bunch of empty netters, but once in a while you'll win a game that you would not have otherwise won, and so it's the correct decision. But that seems to be difficult psychologically. But I see across sports, I see people learning that lesson, and we're making some progress.
And I think looking across sports gives you, a bigger sample to be more confident that that is the reason, right? If it's just the one thing in your sport that you're maybe not being aggressive enough, then maybe there's another reason, but you see it over and over again in other sports, and that is the common theme, and now you're able to, be more confident that that's, something that that's probably happening, and now you can make your other decisions.
It's also helpful to see the people in other sports struggling against the established culture to implement these kind of decisions. So it's helpful to see these actually decision points happening, but it's also helpful to talk to someone who works at a football team and they say, man, like every day I got to beat this, down the coach that we're going to go for it on fourth downs or whatever tactical decisions. And so just knowing that like the struggle is real across all these sports, I think is helpful when you work, in basketball or whatever, to know like, okay, like we got to keep pushing forward. This is just the path.
Did Billy Beane come in and come with radical ideas that you were like, that would never work here, but that one might work?
No.
Like only an outsider coming into a situation would have suggested.
No. He just we just talked a lot, and we thought about a lot of things the same way, and he just had a lot more experience. So I was just trying to listen to him and to see how the things that he was doing in baseball we could actually implement in football or soccer. And it takes a little while. It's not like overnight. You're just going to change your whole entire system. I think for our organization. It's just looking for development, and also trying to with all the things we don't have, like in American sports, we don't have a draft, we don't have luxury tax, we don't have salary cap, so we really have to look for an edge, whatever that is. So there's really not much of a risk to take maybe a route that's non-traditional, is different, and it has worked. It has worked for us, and like I said, we're lucky. I'm lucky to not only talk to him about these type of things, but everything that has to do with running a sports organization, but also lucky with the talent that we have that are willing to do these models for us and make us better as an organization.
I think it's interesting, the Rockets went with this pretty radical strategy of not playing with a 7-footer. And you would think that a team with a coach who doesn't have a long-term contract would be like, no, I'm trying to save my job here, I'm not going to do anything crazy. When you talk about fourth down in football, a lot of it is about job security. They don't want to lose their jobs. So if they screw up with a fourth down, they might lose their jobs. But it seems like for you guys, you just decided, hey, we're going to try this pretty crazy strategy and see if it works.
Yeah, and obviously credit to Coach D'Antoni, who's been innovating for decades at this point. But I think, organizationally, it helps to kind of have that philosophy that, hey, we're going to try stuff till it works, and and I think you can look across other sports and see, what they've done to innovate, and I think the Eagles obviously has had 2 huge fourth down conversions in their Super Bowl victory, right? And see teams that have done that and reap success. It just gives you a little more confidence to kind of go for it.
But do you have that part of the problem with innovating is that you don't have that sample size to tell you if it's a good idea or not?
Yeah, somebody's got to be the first mover. But I think, again, that's why maybe you're going to have to be the first mover in your sport. But if you've seen somebody else in another sport do it, that you at least have a little bit of, like Luke said, you get a little bit of a cover there.
There's also another lesson there, which is that if your objective function is championship and that's all you want, you should be chasing volatility. You should be if you follow the traditional path to try and get there, you're not. With actually more constricted resources, because if you're good consecutively, you don't get good draft picks, all that kind of stuff. The way to get there is to sort of add randomness and try and hope it works. And if it doesn't, you quickly pivot, but you have to sort of do things to try and continue to leapfrog.
Right, like for you guys, it's we're down 3, bunting won't help. We need to swing for the fences.
Yeah, and we felt obviously with where our team was, but just in general, we're not the first seed in the conference, and we definitely have an uphill battle, and we felt that just adding variance is just gonna help us, however it is, and that was one way to do it.
So I wanted to pull back a little bit. What did Moneyball do for each of you? Reading the book, watching the movie, what did Moneyball do? I'll start with someone who knows Billy Beane, but what was it like reading that book or the idea of Moneyball? How did that change your trajectory?
Well, I think I still would have had a 9-year career, even with all the new analytics. No, the whole thing that was intriguing me is just to think differently. Like I said, if you think different, then you have a chance to have an edge. And what really is about the same as what we have now is if we do everything the same, and we've heard it many times as the top clubs, then the outcome is going to be, we all know where we're going to end up every year. So the risk of doing it is really not that high, which doesn't mean that the experts, if I want to call them that way, that come out of the sport, that we don't need them anymore. I mean, they're still very valuable. Everybody's trying to create two worlds, but I think the secret sauce is to make these two worlds understand each other, and also understanding that one can make the other one better. And at the end of the day, everybody wants credits, and everybody wants attention. I mean, that's what we're just like as human beings. So you make sure you give everybody that. And I think the two worlds together is the best way to go. But it all starts with evidence. Every discussion has to start with something that's actually what it is, and then you can start the discussion and ask a guy, you're the expert. You tell me why this is happening instead of if it is happening, yes or no.
Joe.
Yes, Moneyball was a fantastic book. I really enjoyed it, very inspiring. That was before I was thinking about getting into sports, but for sure a terrific book. But if I had to point to something in baseball that I found particularly stimulating intellectually that's influenced me a little bit, I would point to the Voris McCracken work on defense independent pitching stats and
BABIP and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not an expert on it, but the gist of it, as I understand it, is that just because a pitcher gave up a lot of singles last season, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to give up a lot of singles next season. The homers and walks allowed are much more stable, and so that to me points to like a real point of maturation in the sports analytics world, with the distinction between descriptive stats like basic facts and predictive analytics. So it's a fact that somebody gave up a lot of singles, but it turns out that there's a lot of randomness there.
That the pitcher can't control.
I tried to promote that way of thinking a little bit. Obviously, it was very well established within the machine learning world for many decades, but I think it's fair to say, for whatever reason, within the tiny little basketball analytics community, that there wasn't as much focus on predictive modeling and out-of-sample testing as of 2010 as there probably needed to be, and so that was actually with my paper. That was kind of like a larger goal I was trying to promote. And now you saw the field change very quickly. It got much more sophisticated within the next couple of years. Like the Second Spectrum guys came in, and they're much more sophisticated papers. But for whatever reason, like 2009, 2010, I think basketball analytics was not very mature. But anyway, that Voris McCracken work, it kind of connects with me in terms of like forecasting.
Like baseball used to be the place where all the data was, and then basketball at the same time, when Moneyball came out, it was like no one was doing this stuff. And now we're in reverse, where now basketball has so much data, and baseball, I don't know, comparatively, what would you say?
Baseball's blowing up in terms of data now. Data from Kinatrax and others, all that. But yeah, no. To get to Joe's point here, this idea of how people think about things in baseball can be really useful, or any sport really, but it can be useful to basketball. So as an example, you're talking about essentially all of these metrics and so on are trying to remove as much randomness and control for as many external factors as possible. So take an example, like we used to look at like batting averages, right? Now you look at basically all that matters is what's the input velocity of the pitch and what's the output velocity off the bat, right? So exit velocities are fundamentally trying to remove the randomness of parks and of different pitchers and all that kind of stuff, right? It's the same thing in basketball, right? We shouldn't be looking at makes and misses to do field goal percentage. Like that's really, really like, we still do it every day, right? You probably use the word field goal percentage 10 times today.
I hate how much I reference.
Just in hand.
He shoots 60% from the floor last night. What a game. And I'm like, it's terrible.
But that's a super random output, right? So as an example, right? So Tom, let's say you and I go out and we both take, we go to the gym and we both take 10 shots. And we both go 5 for 10, Okay?
Yeah, it'd be way lower than that. Yeah.
So let's say we both go 5 for 10, right?
Yeah.
And all of my shots are sort of, either I shoot 5 air balls and 5 that are like hit the edge of the rim and bouncing in, right? And your 10 shots, 5 of them are swishes and 5 of them are like in the rim and out, right?
Yeah,
we both
I
shot
feel like mine
50%.
are better, right? Like mine's
And
more
we have
predictably
that.
like I would be better going forward than you.
And we have that data, so why aren't we using it?
Why aren't we?
Because it's ingrained. So if you think we're so advanced, like that's such a simple thing that we should be doing and we should be better measuring players shooting. It's like, it's a thing that I can explain to 10 seconds to everyone and we have the data to do it, but we don't do it. So it's an example that...
Who says we're not using it?
Well, you guys might be. So that's like an example of, that's the equivalent of saying, we're going to stop measuring home runs, which are the super random 0-1 binary outcome thing, and start measuring the process that's driving it. Just like instead of looking at whether you made 5 out of 10, we're going to look at what is the arc of your shot, where did it hit the rim, like all that kind of stuff, right? So, and then to Robert's point, thinking differently. A friend of mine used to work for an NFL team that was not a good NFL team, and so they were going to play. They were about to play a game, and it was snowing horribly. And he laughed heartily because his coach was really upset that it was snowing. He's like, "Oh, we can't play our game. We can't play our style. It's snowing. It's going to be chaos." He's like, "What do you mean? If you're the underdog, you should be doing everything in your power to turn this game into a coin flip." Right? So it's like anything that adds randomness to this game.
As the underdog.
As the underdog. Oh, to be clear, the other team does not want it to snow, right? If you're genuinely good, you want to control everything, right? So this is a case of if you always think the same way, like, oh, we're sort of ingrained in our process. But once you step back and say, no, if you're a bad team, you want randomness in any way you can get it.
Yeah, like Houston was an early adopter in sport view cameras, but like now we have so much data.
Yeah.
And now how do you find people to do the work that you need? Like you need basketball people, but also people who come from other industries where like this is a cinch.
Yeah. Well, one interesting thing is I think all our sports have kind of learned first from baseball, but the player tracking data mostly came first to basketball, and so we've had it the longest. And so I've now been able to repay a couple favors to some baseball friends, and we've talked about how to use some of that data. But yeah, you definitely need, and not just people who can analyze it better. I started as a programmer, and thank God I'm not doing it anymore. We have much more talented folks who can handle. I mean, we used to get 200 events per game in the play-by-play, and now we're getting thousands of events per second. The data is just enormous, and you simply need the infrastructure. And that's another one where we've learned from other sports who have had, more data, or even other industries like, you're talking about retail or finance where they have tons of data. And how do we actually get this in a form that we can pull it out and give it to our analysts? But yeah, then you got, people who have worked with imaging and more spatial areas as opposed to like, a lot of the regressions that we've kind of started with. So yeah, it's definitely, we had a physics major with us at one point, and like doing some shot arc stuff and things that you would never have had to do before. So it's definitely opening it up to I think baseball with the pitch FX similar, right? There's just you need people with different skills, and it's great. It's another place to find an advantage.
Switching the conversation to players. So are there insights that you can get by playing baseball for your whole career and then moving into another sport? Because Rui Hachimura, I did a story on him for the Washington Wizards. You're familiar with him. And he didn't play basketball until he was like 14. He played baseball until he was 14. And the counterintuitive thing is that actually helped him because we're trying to see if this is going to help, and we don't know. But the miles on his knees that he would have had if he played AAU in the States, he doesn't have that. He did play a lot of Japanese basketball, and it's a lot of miles and a short amount of time for him. But that might be the next thing. Where Pascal Siakam playing in Africa, he played soccer and was like running miles on his tires with the soccer, but it's a different kind of wear and tear on the body than basketball. And I'm wondering, do you think this is a new trend? Is like taking players from other sports and saying, hey, you should try basketball?
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be as much wear and tear on your body.
Yeah, well, so I'll point out that it's well documented, Hachimura's background, and that makes us optimistic, as you say, about his long-term potential as a player and also to stay healthy. But we also have a guy, Garrison Matthews, just on a two-way contract, and he's looked quite promising. He had 28 points in a game when we beat the Miami Heat. And in high school, he split his time between football and basketball, and he was very lightly recruited coming out of high school. And I think that there might be a story there where, his initial
You're
progress...
supposed to tell me that story and not give it to everyone for free.
Right. Yeah, well...
so he played football.
Yeah, I cleared it with Brett Greenberg that I'm allowed to... it's not too much of a secret, but yeah, no, it's... It is interesting to read the research. There was David Epstein was on a panel last year when he was talking about the research that people who play a variety of sports when they're younger seem to be maybe more likely to end up being stars later on. So it's definitely something we've thought about.
Where do you fall on that with specialization, early age?
No, I think one of the bad things we're doing, and it all has to do with the war of talent, is getting kids. I mean, we get them at age 10. And all they were doing is playing soccer. So I look at myself. I played soccer. Actually, I had to choose between baseball and soccer at one point, and I chose baseball. But I guarantee you that I think the reason why I was a decent infielder is because my footwork was fairly good, which had, I think, a lot to do with playing soccer. And it was proven. I think the research was done in the United States where they looked at 800 Olympians, and they saw that till age 15, I think they were playing between 2.8 and 3.5 different sports. And then it would go to 2.6 to 2.8 from 15 to 18. And then after their 19th birthday, I think it was 1.6. But meaning is that I think your motor skills get a lot better by playing a lot of different sports. And not so much the load, but I think it's also proven that these kids get hurt less, mentally stronger. So we have a court in the back where we have a basketball court, we have volleyball, we have different grounds, different surfaces. And the only thing we give to the kids is just to say, listen, you have to play a tournament. How are you going to do that? Is up to you guys. So we also teach them how strategically to do things instead of just playing soccer all day long. I mean, if you play soccer all day long, you can get better at soccer. But we want them to become very good, and it's proven that you have to play different sports, not only foot-eye coordination, but also hand-eye coordination. So we do that as an organization to make sure, because if we don't get these kids at age 10, 11, 12, everybody else is doing it, and then you're going to be too late, and then it doesn't matter what kind of sports you play with them, with the rest of the kids you're going to get.
I think we've got to be a little bit careful about inferring the direction of causality here. Like we might say that people who play a lot of sports when they're younger are more likely to be professional athletes or something, right? But it could just be there's a confounder here, which is just even these kids at a young age, their physical abilities. Like if my kid has someone in their class that's a freak athlete at age 7, I'm going to want that kid to play soccer, even though he's a swimmer. I want him to come play on my kid's soccer team, you know? So it's
like Pascal Siakam could have been good at anything that he did. It's not because he played a bunch of different sports. It's because he's a great athlete.
Right. So I'm not saying there isn't an influence there, but we should be very cautious about saying that's the cause, because it could just be that, if you have very sort of particular physical attributes that, you get pulled into these other sports at a young age, you're going to be better at them, so you're going to stay in them. And then, of course, that also makes you more likely to be a pro athlete.
You guys basically found a bunch of middle linebackers for your basketball team.
Yeah, well, and I think one thing that kind of Luke was saying, so obviously basketball, tall, right? If you're tall, people are like, why don't you go play basketball, right? But if you're tall early, and we've seen this with a lot of guys, you just get thrown the post, right? And, you don't necessarily pick up all these skills, whereas a lot of the guys who turn out to be great players, maybe they had a growth spurt, so they were guards earlier, but also they played other sports, and that was where they got some of the other coordinations that they didn't get if they would have just played basketball and just been the big man for.
Do you ask athletes that you're drafting in the process? You're like, hey, when did you get your growth spurt? If that's an important variable, you want to know that.
Yeah, I mean, usually you can see it because they'll be like, why do you have such good ball skills already when you're 6'10"? But yeah, I mean, usually that's that if in basketball they had the growth spurt, but if they were tall and they played other sports, they could have picked that up regardless.
Just off the wall question: why aren't there more Bo Jacksons and Deion Sanders in sports now? Like amazing athletes that play two. I grew up in Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders, and Danny Ainge played two sports professionally. But why don't we see that now anymore?
Kyler Murray. We just saw it, right? So I think it is happening.
Wait, say it again.
It's like Kyler Murray. Like you're seeing it right now.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm not
play both sports professionally now.
Yeah, but to be a number one pick in both is pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, it could have been, obviously, Bo Jackson and Deion were two ridiculous athletes, but maybe that's just the specialization needed, or it could be that people think the specialization is needed and don't allow them to do it. I'm sure there's other things and Kyler's probably had this, which is like, if you're going to invest that much in a guy, you don't want to, lend him to other sports. So,
do you guys have theories?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it's hard to. I think the off season is important for rest and also for working on improving skills and so on. And so, yeah, to be playing two sports.
I don't know. Didn't Michael Jordan get so burnt out he went and played baseball?
Right, but it wasn't going on at the same time, I guess. Right, it was a couple years.
I know he made a good decision.
Yeah.
In basketball.
Yeah.
No, I think like I said, I think it's specializing at an earlier age, and I'm sure when kids get drafted and play pro ball, that the team that actually drafts them doesn't like that person to play another sport. I think there's a lot of things involved here, but the most important one, I believe, is specializing. And American sports are structured a little different than they are in Europe, because you do have high school here and you have college where you're kind of protected and you can play different sports, but in Europe, it's different. Like I said, our academy starts at age 10, and every organization is pretty much doing that in Europe. So kids just choose a sport at an early age, and they're not very likely. They might switch positions, but not a sport.
Questions from the audience. Let's see. Yeah, Robert, how do you incorporate different sports with your younger players at your academy? Like, do you focus on one sport, or do you throw them into a different?
No, like I said, we have a playground where we not only play, we have a basketball court and a volleyball court, but also different surfaces. So the brain constantly has to adapt not only to different movements that you make, but also different surfaces. And we give them challenges. We let them make their own tournaments. And the rules they decide themselves. Because kids, at least in Holland, they don't play on the streets that much anymore as they used to. Because I know my son have to kick him away from the computer, and not the computer the way they use it, but the games. And so we have to find a way to copy what used to be normal in the past, where you play different sports all year, where you play on the street, where you do fall on concrete, and we have to copy that, because it's just a fact that kids just don't play outside that much anymore, and we do. We realize that we cannot only have them play soccer all day long and expect them to be great athletes.
Do you have a basketball hoop in your training ground?
Yeah.
So we had one at Roma, and they played basketball all the time. Watching Mo Salah miss like 15 straight layups is really funny.
Well, free throw in soccer, throw-in, is something that happens all the time, and it's very important. There's a lot of goals scored both on offense and defense by a wrong throw-in. So if you don't have any eye-to-eye coordination, you're not going to be as good as somebody that played basketball or baseball or volleyball. So it's actually also part of the game. Maybe we should call our game then handball instead of.
Yeah, if the throw-in's like an outlet pass, it would have been great to see Wes Unseld do a soccer throw-in, I think.
Well, there's guys that actually are so strong that it looks like a pass instead of a throw. Yeah.
Good question from Monty here. How can we facilitate more learning across sports? Should the Rockets, Astros, and Texans be doing regular meetings? And what can you learn about the Astros to win a championship?
Learn or not learn?
I'll sidestep that quick.
I wouldn't say we.
My good friend James Click just got the general manager job, and I'm happy for him. That I actually took his spot on this panel. So But actually met James when we met with the Rays like 10 years ago, just to see what they were doing. And, learned a lot from them.
But by we, you mean the Rockets?
The Rockets.
Front office was
Yeah.
like, let's go check out what.
Yeah, and, so I think we seek out, organizations that are doing interesting things. We met with even non-sports companies and hedge funds and different things. And one interesting thing, he was talking about this, the hedge funds are looking for the black swan to avoid it, and we're looking for it to get it. We need that variance. And so it's like, let's just apply what you do, but instead of we're just going to take the opposite.
Yeah.
So,
I think the Wizards do have like a cross-sport monumental front office. What kind of insights are you hoping to learn from having that new structure?
Yeah, so the monumental basketball, it's across all the basketball properties, the Go-Go and the Mystics, and the vision of ownership is to have a common technology platform that supports them all, and there's I guess what do you call economies of scale there, and so we're working on that. We want to make sure to hire the right people, so we've been very careful with that. But yeah, we're definitely optimistic about the new structure.
Do the Kings do that enough of going to other fields or domains?
Yeah, we certainly, proximity to the Bay Area, we had a lot of interesting stuff through. I would say most of the diversity in terms of getting exposure comes from our sports science group. So, our head strength coach came from hockey, our assistant came from volleyball. So, if you look at their backgrounds, it covers 6 different sports. And so they're much more diverse in terms of their backgrounds across sports than we are in the front office. So, that's kind of interesting. They've realized that in some sense, a human body is a human body. And so making these guys, this is almost universal across sports. We're trying to make them stronger, jump higher, et cetera, right? And so, it's really common in sports science groups and in performance groups in all sports that these people come with broad backgrounds, right? If you work as a physical therapist in the WNBA, you're going to be just as good in the English Premier League or, the skills transfer over.
Got a couple minutes here. When should parents allow their kids to specialize in one sport?
Robert.
Well, in an ideal world, like I said, it would be probably around 18, 19.
18 and 19?
Yeah, age 18, age 19. Playing different sports first, and then. But like I said, the ideal world doesn't exist anymore, because if you wait for a player when he's 19, you're probably not going to get him anymore. But in an ideal world, I would say 18, 19. Yeah, let him play different sports and really develop his motor skills and physically. But it's not going to happen.
When did you specialize? When did you make that? You said earlier you chose baseball over soccer, but when did you make that choice?
I think I was around 16. I was playing in the academy of a professional soccer organization, and I was playing in the youth national team for baseball. And then it started to overlap the times. Both programs were more and more involved, and then I had to choose, because one sport would play a tournament and the other one would have a regular season game, and I just couldn't combine it anymore. Otherwise, I would have probably played soccer longer as well. So I chose baseball because I liked it a little more than soccer.
It's crazy that ideally it'd be 18 years old, 19 years old, and now we're at 10, and it's amazing that it's half the age now.
Yeah, and we're actually late. We have organization in Holland. I think they start at age 7 or 8. Well, I say if there's anybody out there that can actually project an 8-year-old to be very good, then I'm going to pay him a lot of money.
Hey, maybe Billy Bean.
No.
With that, I want to thank all you guys for joining me on the panel and learn a ton. So hopefully you guys did too. So thanks for coming out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the 2020 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Lindsay Solitar, and I'm a first-year student here at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce our final discussion of the weekend, a one-on-one with Enes Kanter. Joining us for this discussion is Boston Celtics center Enes Kanter, and the conversation will be moderated by Howard Beck, senior writer at Bleacher Report and host of the Full 48 podcast. The conversation will run for 45 minutes, and we'll leave 10 minutes at the end for Q&A. If you would like to submit a question, please do so on Twitter using the hashtag #OneOnOneWithEnes. We will then select the questions with the top mentions, and they will be asked by our moderator. And with that, I will turn it over to Howard.
Thank you. Lindsay, this one? No, I'll take this. Hello. Thank you all for being here. Hope you're all still stocked on Purell. Enes and I have been able to have some of these discussions a couple times. Right. And every time you and I get together, we talk about some fairly weighty issues. So let me start it with this weighty issue. What happened to the Celtics last night and what's been going on the last 2 weeks? Because you guys have been kind of all over the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing we just need to do is just stay together. I mean, obviously, it's a long season, so we're just going to have ups and downs. But I think the most important thing right now we need to do is just stay focused and just go out there and just do our job. I feel like we believe that we can beat everybody on every court. And I feel like we have enough in that locker room to go out there and win a championship. So all we have to do is just, of course we're gonna have some ups and downs, but just stay full focused, man. Just go out there and have fun.
All right, fair enough. On to bigger matters. We've come to know you over the last couple of years in NBA circles, and folks who have followed your career at all, or maybe followed you in the news, as kind of an emerging voice among professional athletes and as an activist. Mm-hmm. How do you like that label of activist, and give folks some sense who are maybe not familiar with it, how you came to start exercising your voice?
I feel like because what I was doing way bigger than basketball. I feel like till my third year in NBA, all I cared about was just going out there and play basketball, right? And then I remember it all started, there was a big corruption happened in my country, home country, Turkey. And then I was like, you know what, maybe I should say something about it. And then I remember tweeting something about it, and then become viral in America and Turkey. And then people were talking about it, and it became a conversation. And then I was like, you know what, I have a voice and I need to use it in a good cause. So that's why from now, after that, I was like, I was like paying attention to details more, what's going on in my country, what's going on in America, what's going on all over the world. So after that, probably I'll say it all started in 2013.
And I don't want to maybe assume too much on the part of the audience, so let me just put this as an open-ended question. Can you explain to people what's going on in your home country of Turkey, why you have needed to exercise your voice?
Well, I mean, like I said again, with the corruption that happened after that, it's very sad, because if you look at what's happening in my home country, Turkey, there is no freedom. There is no freedom of speech. There is no freedom of religion and expression. There is no democracy, and there's no human rights. And so just because I had this platform, I was trying to use this. I was trying to be the voice of all those innocent people who don't have a voice out there. So I was like, like I said again, Turkey right now, if you look at Turkey is the #1 country in the world that put the most journalists in jail. I feel like over 300 journalists, just because of they're doing their job. And there's lots of innocent women are in jail, lots of babies are growing up in their jail with their mothers. So I was like, you know what, I need to go out there and say something about this. And then after that happened.
There's never, actions like this taken without some risk of consequences.
Right.
And you have had your share of consequences. And just as a short list here, your passport was revoked by Turkey in 2017. Yeah. You were detained in Romania that same year. You've been threatened with jail. Mm-hmm. Your father has been indicted, I think is still awaiting?
Yes, actually his court date is March 19th. So in less than 2 weeks, he's going to go to court. And if they find him guilty, he's going to be in prison for 5.5 years.
So there's been obviously a lot that's gone with this for you, for your family. When you first decided, I can't stand by, I need to say something, Did you consider where this might take you, with the risks to you and your family, or did you feel that, you know what, I just have to say this regardless?
I'll just say this. I didn't know it was gonna be, this much. But like I remember first time I started talking about these issues, of course, like you said, it affected me and my family. And my dad was a genetic professor. He got fired from his job just because I talk about, I want freedom and democracy in my country. My sister went to medical school for 6 years. Now she cannot find a job because she carried the last name. My little brother was playing basketball in Turkey, and he literally got kicked out every team that he's been on because of the last name. And then, it affected me and my family members were keep getting fired from their job. So they had to put a statement out there and said, we are disowning NS. I remember going to a practice that day. It was probably one of the most awkward days in my life. And after that, when they put the statement out there, Turkish government really didn't believe that. They sent police to my house in Turkey and they raided the whole house. And they took every electronics away. They wanted to see if I am still in contact with my family or not. And if they were to see any text message, any email, any missed calls, they will be all in trouble. So last time I was in Turkey, it was back in 2015. And last time I actually communicated with my family, I can't even remember.
Wow. How do you stay in contact? How do you get any news from back home?
So one of my brother plays basketball in Spain. He plays professional basketball. So just because he's not in Turkey, I communicate with him and ask him how his mom doing, how his dad doing. He sent me pictures sometimes of my mom and dad. It's like, I look at him and like, oh, my dad gained weight, my mom is getting old. Because if you don't see him for so long, you can tell the difference. But my sister got married a year ago. And I couldn't even call her and say congratulations. But of course, it's very sad because, like you said, when they revoked my passport back in 2017, and it was very sad because a lot of people are asking me, where are you from? I really don't know what to answer because the country that I'm from don't even want me. They think I'm this bad guy and talking against his country. But it's very sad.
Yeah. How do you balance that? How do you reconcile it for yourself? And how do you continue to be so outspoken on these issues? And I know, you've on your Twitter account is very active.
Right.
I see you're meeting with members of Congress in the U.S. You're kind of trying to rally folks to the cause, but at the same time, every time you step up your activism and your voice, it's that much longer that it may be before you can return to normal, and even in terms of your family communication.
Right. A lot of people are asking me this one question. I remember, my past teams that I play for, the players were asking me, coaches are asking me, or the fans, are you crazy? They're just telling me, excuse my language, just keep your mouth shut, just make your money and live a happy life. But they don't understand my family is only one. There are 1,000 families out there. Their situation is way worse than mine. And if you look at all the reports, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Human Rights Foundation, there are 17,000 innocent women are in the jail right now, getting tortured and getting raped. And there are lots of babies in the jail growing up with their mother. So when I talk about these issues, people think that I only talk about my family. But, if I just keep it quiet, my family might be okay. But it's way bigger than my family, way bigger than myself. Of course, when you talk about these issues, you're never gonna get big endorsement deals, because a lot of the companies will be scared to even give you a deal because they have something to do with Turkey, or you're never gonna get big contracts or being, actually only deal I had, I don't wanna lie, only thing I have is a beef jerky deal. It's just very funny, but that's the only deal I have. But although the shoe companies and everything, they're scared. And but I think, like I said, it's way bigger than that.
Are they direct about it? When possible sponsors are recoiling, are they actually saying specifically, listen, we can't, I'm sorry, you're toxic?
I didn't tell this in many places, but I remember my agency is one of the biggest agencies in America. And I remember I'm like, how come I don't have a shoe deal? Because probably 98% of the whole league has a shoe deal. I'm like, they said, we're just talking every shoe company, and we recently just talked to Nike. They said they love you, they've been following you, they want to give you a contract, but just because of what's going on in Turkey, they're scared. because they don't want to go against the whole country for just only one player. So it's pretty sad.
Yeah. Are you still receiving death threats?
It's actually, we were just talking about it just today with my team security. I'm like, every time I leave my house, there's like a cop car waiting outside. And it's probably like, I probably get 2 or 3 death threats a week, probably on social media. I know people are telling me, like, are you taking him serious? I'm like, of course you gotta take him serious because of, those are death threats. I remember when last year I was playing for Portland Trailblazers. All this were stuff like were happening, and I was getting a lot of threats. I actually sit down with FBI and told them about some of the stories that I experienced. They said, okay. When I was in a road game, I was staying at a hotel. They actually came to my hotel and set up this thing. It calls panic button. They said, whenever you feel threatened, whenever you feel uncomfortable, push that button and we'll be there in 2 or 3 minutes. I always wanted to push it. I never pushed it. I always wanted to try it and try to time it. But it's like, it's very sad what's going on, because just this year, me and one of my teammates, Taco Fall, went to the mosque this probably like 4 or 5 months ago. And there was 2 guys was waiting outside for me. And there's actually a video out there. And whenever we left the mosque, they were just harassing us, yelling at us, calling me a traitor and stuff. And people don't understand when I talk about these issues. People think that I don't like my country, and people are wrong. I love my country, I love my flag, I love my people. That's why I'm doing this. My problem is with the regime in Turkey.
Yeah, with Erdogan.
Yes.
When somebody is accosting you coming out of the mosque, do you just assume that these are these agents of the state? Are these agents of Erdogan? Are these just passionate Turkish nationals? Like, who are these folks who are threatening you?
People, they're definitely the Turkish President Erdogan's people. Because there's lots of and I actually should pull up my phone and show you guys right now. They're saying, hey, we're watching you, we're following you, you're going here. They are giving me places that I've been. Like, say I went to this coffee shop, right? I get a Instagram message 3 hours later and say, oh, we just saw you in this coffee shop, watch out.
That's freaky. That's scary. How do you? This has become almost normal to you, though. Like, how do you even get through the day without letting this kind of get to you?
I'm always with people. Even like when I was sitting down and talk to just this people, talk to FBI or talk to this, our team security. They said just make sure never stay alone. Always be with someone, and whenever you go anywhere, you go in a supermarket, you go in a Whole Foods, this and that, make sure you text somebody and you let them know that where you're going.
Do you think you're safer in some cities than others?
I will say I am safe in America because I'm obviously it's America. I don't believe they can do any kind of operations here. But as soon as I leave America, besides America and Canada, they can do, because they put my name on Interpol. So that's the other thing they do, that they're abusing the Interpol red notice system. So that's why that was one of the actually biggest reasons that I have not left America the last 2 or 3 years. Besides Christmas game, we just had.
Yeah, and even in those situations, you've had to kind of, be certain about it ahead of time, right? You had to make certain arrangements and everything.
Oh yeah, we actually. So last Christmas, obviously, Christmas game is it's a huge blessing to play on a Christmas day. Obviously, and I did not want to miss the Christmas game because it was in Canada, and then Celtics did an amazing job to communicate with the Canadian government. I actually got into touch with Justin Trudeau's office to say, hey, they said he's good to go. He can come in and play his game and leave. It's not going to be an issue.
You've been around the league a little bit the last couple of years, Celtics this year, Portland and the Knicks last year, Oklahoma, Utah. What do teammates say or ask about along the way? Are they curious about this? Do they think are they the ones saying you're nuts for doing this and putting yourself at risk like this? How do they interact on this?
It's first just because of the family involved. My dad having his court right now. They took him in jail before. They put him in jail for 7 days. So it's very personal. So probably first couple months, they don't really want to get into this conversation because it's very personal, it could be very awkward. But once we sit down and just become better friends, I guess, they feel more comfortable asking me about these questions and these conversations. And, those are very confusing conversations, but I need to sit down and talk to them like this one-on-one at least 30 minutes so they can have a better understanding of what's going on. Because you see all over the media, because of Turkish government puts all over the media, oh, Enes is a bad guy, Enes is doing this and that, and he's using his platform in a bad way, whatever. But I think the support I get from my teammates and from my coaches, and it definitely gives me so much hope.
And what about the teams themselves? I mean, a lot of teams are, averse to controversy. They don't necessarily want to bring that on themselves, that kind of attention. And maybe they see some risk in that too. So when a team like the Celtics, when you have those discussions last summer, and it's Mark Bartelstein's your agent, right? So does it come? Do they ask Mark about, like, hey, what's Enes going to do when he's here, and can he tone it down? Is there anything like that?
We actually sit down. I actually sit down with a few owners that we had, and they just said, we just don't care. We are going for freedom. All we care about is just go out there and get those offensive rebounds. I'm like, okay, that's easy.
and maybe defend a little?
A little bit.
Okay. But no team that you've played for, at least. We don't know about the ones you haven't played for, who maybe wouldn't have wanted you to bring you in. But the ones you've played for, no one's ever said, hey, can you? They
were very respectful. Once, like I said again, once I sit down and explain the conversations of what's going on, they were very respectful. We actually had I think it was like a few months ago, we just played a game, we won, and actually it was the day before the Turkish president was coming to White House, and I sit down with our GMs and coaches and stuff. I said, hey, I need to go to DC, and they said, you do what you do, go ahead. We can watch the film later, you can practice later, but you do what you do. And I went to DC, meet with some, lawmakers and stuff. So those stuff definitely give me so much hope. And it just definitely, I'm like, what? The respect I get from my coaches or, from everybody, it's definitely amazing.
One more thought along those lines. So you were a free agent last summer. Do you know if there were teams that specifically might have had a need for you and would have liked you as a player otherwise, but thought, we're going to pass because we don't want to deal with everything else that comes with Enes Kanter?
There is probably some teams out there that's scared of those, I believe, but I never heard anything like that before. But one of the biggest reasons I wanted to come to Boston, it was just because of, besides in basketball, this is a very educational and influential town. People used to come up to me and say, oh, hey, good game last night, good double-double last night, whatever, good win last night. But now they come and saying, hey, good op-ed yesterday, good article last night. So people know what's going on here. This city is way bigger than basketball.
Yeah. Have you always been this outspoken? Like, if we met Enes Kanter at age 15, were you like, whatever, are you arguing with your teachers for more recess or something? I mean, were you always outspoken?
I was, actually, no. All I care about, like I said again, all I care about was just going out there and play basketball till my third year. And then my third year, I was like, I saw what people were going through. I was like, God bless me with this platform. And I only have maybe 10, 12, 15 years to just go out there and just share my message to all those people out there. And why not just use it?
Yeah. But you never would have anticipated that in your adult life and in the course of your NBA career, you'd be known as much as a political activist as a player.
No, my God, no. I mean, you look at the articles about me, and it's you see like probably 20% of it is basketball, 80% of it what's going on off the court.
Yeah.
Different, very different.
What was it like? I mean, within your own family? Were you part of a family where, did you have some intense debates at the dinner table, or was it that kind of did you grow up in an environment where this kind of just discussion was encouraged?
Me and my brothers was always fighting about who's a better shooter or who's a better basketball player, who got the better handles, whatever. But I never really got an argument or anything with my family members or any of my friends. I always try to take the easy way and say, okay, you're right. I know what I know, but okay, you're right. Your way is right too. But like I said again, I was always this chill guy.
Yeah, a little less chill now.
Yes, a little less chill. Yeah, you gotta go for it. Yes.
So, this is not what you would have expected, but this is what you feel is necessary, essentially.
I believe so. Yeah, because obviously, what's going on right now in the world, like I said, I feel like what I'm doing is way bigger than basketball, way bigger than all this endorsement deals and all this money and throwing and whatever. Because I know once I'm done with my career, I want to look back and say, how many people that I inspire, how many hearts I touch, how many people that I helped, you know?
Yeah.
So.
As you have gone down this path and become more outspoken, and you've branched out too. I'll cite it in a minute, but an article in Time recently. You have become a consistent voice now on a variety of things. Have you met other athlete activists along the way? Are there others that you have looked to for guidance or inspiration?
Mm-hmm. Just this past summer, I actually met with Colin Kaepernick. I mean, I feel like I respect him as a man. What he's doing is, I feel like it's so important because he believes in something and he's standing up tall for it. And he believes in something and he's protested it peacefully. So I was like, I sit down with him and talk to him. He gave me some ideas, and he gave me some experience of what he experienced and what he been through and stuff. And so that's why I would say, Colin.
How did that come about? Who reached out to who?
So he followed me actually on Twitter, and then I was like, wow, Colin followed me. So I followed him back, and then we exchanged numbers, and I was just texting him and just keep updating him on what's going on with my family situation and what's going on with the Turkey situation and stuff. And just this past summer, I sit down and talk to him. He gave me actually a lot of ideas of how we can use this platform in a bigger stage.
Any particular piece of advice that he gave you that you can share?
I feel like the most important thing that he told me is he said, never give up. There's going to be lots of, people who's going to be with you and who's going to be against you. He said, just keep believing what you believe in and just go out there and just always speak loud.
You are not the only Turkish player in the NBA, of course. Ersan İlyasova, Furkan Korkmaz, Cedi Osman. I think that's the whole list at the moment, right?
3 of them,
yeah. What happens when you see those guys?
It's actually, first of all, I will say I'm so proud of them. But whenever I see them, just because they don't want to get in the same picture with me, they have not said a word to me. Whenever, actually, I always try to reach out to them on, say, free throw box out or social media, Instagram messages, but they have not said a word to me because they just don't want to get into all this craziness because they are scared because they don't know, because in Turkey, just because of the regime controls the media, in the country, they are making me look like I am this horrible person, right?
They've called you a terrorist.
They call me terrorist.
Or have said you're associating with terrorists.
Yes. And I answered them, only thing I terrorize is the basketball rim. And it was actually very funny. But it's so crazy that, those guys are like way younger than me, right? And I always like try to reach out to them and try to talk to them because, I'm Turkish, they're Turkish, they try to represent Turkey. I try to represent Turkey in NBA, but like whenever I see them or I try to talk to them, they go a different way. They don't want to have to do nothing to do with all this stuff.
So you don't even know where they stand on all this, whether they agree, disagree, whatever. They're just they're just staying away. Period.
True. I will say, once all this settled down, I think they're gonna have a better idea of what's going on. But I'm just being very patient.
This is probably an unanswerable question, but where do you think this goes? Like how and when is this going to settle down? When is this going to become when things are going to get back to whatever normal would be?
I have hope. If I didn't have hope, I wouldn't do any of this stuff. I have a hope for my country because it's not the country itself, it's the regime. The problem is the regime, so that's why that's why I was talking about. I was saying I love my country. My problem is not with my country. So I feel like we have elections in 2023. So I hope it will change them. But if not, we'll just keep fighting for what's right.
I mentioned that you did have a piece in Time recently and that you are using your voice in other ways, including on behalf of women's basketball. So I'll just read a quick passage from your piece. You're noting about the disparity in pay between the NBA and WNBA and also just the way people discuss the leagues. And you wrote, quote, Michael Jordan's flu game is famous for so many reasons, yet Skylar Diggins-Smith's playing her entire 2018 season pregnant only led to her getting flack for taking the 2019 season off because of postpartum depression, so she could return mentally and physically. Here are these women playing the same sport we are, receiving less than we do, and not just in pay. It's about being seen as an athlete regardless of gender. What motivated you to speak out on this issue?
I would just say this. I feel like they don't get the attention that they deserve, So that's why I was like, as a NBA player, I wanted to go out there and just tell the whole world that this is what I'm thinking. When I put this article out there about equal pay and how NBA players should be outspoken about all those, the WNBA players, I got a lot of criticized from so many people. But at the same time, we just actually, it was like probably 2 weeks ago, went to the Kobe's memorial, and all those WNBA players were coming there and speaking. I sit down and talk to some of them. I was like, you know what? I feel like what I'm doing is right. It was just amazing to see that they come in there. They're inspiring people. And the one thing that you just read it, Michael Jordan's flu game. It's obviously it's legendary and everything people are talking about. But this, Skylar Diggins played pregnant entire season, and probably none of us knew that, huh? And I was like, you know what? I feel like this should get out there. So when I put this article, I got a lot of messages from WNBA players, and they were like, "We appreciate for your support," and it felt really good.
Kobe, in one of his final interviews, I guess, within the last couple of months, had actually mentioned, it says there's WNBA players that can play in the NBA right now, and I think you actually chimed in at some point recently and said you agree.
Yes, I did. I actually, like I said, I believe what Kobe was saying. I think what Kobe was saying, right? I feel like there are some 2-3 WNBA players right now. If you can put them in the league, they can compete for sure.
Yeah. Where else do you take this? I mean, you have found this voice, you have exercised this voice, and you obviously are very comfortable and confident in using it, and not just as a matter in terms of matters of your home country anymore. It's about other things. Are there other areas, other issues that are really moving you to speak out? Something else that you want to get involved in now that you have taken this platform?
Just because I start talking about different platforms, I was getting invite actually from so many topics. Just a couple days ago, I just got a invite from sex trafficking. 3 days ago, we actually did this with Massachusetts governor about women abusing. So I was like, you know what? I don't know how long I'm going to play in NBA. 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, but in that period of time, I want to go out there and speak about what is right as much as I can, because I know once I'm done with this, the platform might not be the biggest when I'm done with my career, but that in that 6 years of a period, I don't want to look back and regret anything, because what I'm always speaking out at everything is way bigger than basketball.
There was a time in this league when guys pursued anything off the court, whether it was political or even just music. Being in movies, whatever, it's always, it's a distraction. You got to concentrate. Go practice your free throws. Go practice your pick and roll defense. Does it ever come into play? I mean, is it because there's a stress that's associated with this too?
Oh yeah, for
clearly.
Sure.
How do you balance it all?
I mean, now I've been dealing with this probably like 6 to 7 years now. I will say, I'm not going to lie, probably my first couple years in the league, it was affecting me, because I mean, I was going out there to play basketball, and you see one of your best friends just got jailed for 6, 7 years. I was like sitting down at home. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to practice. But now basketball is my escape. Whenever I step on that court, it's all about me, my teammates, and just go out there and having fun and try to get a win and play as hard as you can. Because I feel like if I bring any of these conversations in that locker room, it would be very selfish of me. Because this is not an individual sport that I play. It's a team sport. So you can have a family problem, or you can have the problems I'm having, or you can have a girlfriend problem, wife problem. But as soon as you step on that court, you have to leave everything aside. And it's all about you, your teammates, and your coaches and the fans. And so that's why I just learned how to switch.
Yeah. It's you can compartmentalize. It's, leave these things.
It was tough. Like I said again, I'm not gonna lie. First couple years was definitely tough, but now I'm like I know how to switch it off.
It's also been reported recently that you were planning to open a charter school in Oklahoma City, where you once played. What is that particular project about?
The story is behind this. I remember when I was 9 years old. you know. Where I grew up in Turkey was east side of Turkey, called Van, V-A-N. And there was lot of poor families, and those families did not want their kids to go to school because all they want their kids to just bring money at home. So that's why I was seeing those, you know, like a lot of my friends were not going to school, and that broke my heart because I was like, these kids are like 9, 10 years old, shouldn't be working, they should be going to schools. And I remember promising my mom when I was 9 years old, I was like, Mom, if I ever become rich one day or famous one day, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open up a school, and so the, you know, the poor families or this can go to those schools. When I was 9 years old, and when all these Turkish issues were happening, right? America gave me so much. I remember I got my green card 4 years ago, and I was doing this podcast with this lady. She said, you know, after you get your green card, if you marry with an American woman, it's only take 3 years to become an American citizen. I'm like, interesting. I was like, okay. And then the next day, right, I was getting so much marriage proposals on social media. I'm like, okay, I think I'm gonna wait. People were taking pictures at their home and say, okay, this is where you will stay. This is where I will stay. But like, I think I'm gonna wait. But America gave me so much. You know, the people in America, the fans, you know, the coaches, teams, NBA gave me and supported me so much. And I feel like this is the best way to give back to America, to educate our youth. Because if we want to have a bright future, if we want to have the future that we want, and because I feel like lots of our problems are happening in our world because of uneducated people. So if we can educate our youth, we can have a better and brighter future. So I feel like the best investment that we can have in our future is education. So that's why I wanted to, especially what LeBron did, it really, really inspired me. You know, obviously he's Lakers and we're Celtics, whatever, we don't really get along, but off the court, I respect him a lot. I feel like what he's doing off the court it's just amazing, you know? So he inspired me, and after he opened up the I Promise, I was like, you know what, I'm not making what LeBron is making, but I feel like this is the best way to give back to America.
Why in Oklahoma in particular? Obviously, a lot of places you could have opened it up.
Right.
Is this the beginning are there going to be a series of these?
This is actually the beginning. Because I mean, I played in Oklahoma 2.5 years, and I went to the Western Conference Finals. I know so many people there. I know the mayor, the senators, and so many lawmakers there. So they're just making the process very easy on me. So that's why I was like, this is my first one. Just get back to Oklahoma.
I'm thinking of all the places you've played. Probably the land is cheapest there too, right?
There you go.
The real estate.
That's
you know,
one of them. Yeah.
Got to build it somewhere. You mentioned LeBron. You guys have actually tweaked each other a little bit on social media and otherwise. There's been like some fun stuff. But I know like you're a big pro wrestling fan too, though. So like I don't know how much of that is just for show, for entertainment. Right. But what is that dynamic?
I mean, obviously, of course, I hate him on the court because he's so good. But off the court, like I said again, I have so much respect for him. But on the court, obviously, you're gonna do everything to get under his skin. It never works, but I'm not tired of trying, you know. But it's just, like I said again, he's one of the best that ever played this game. And obviously, on and off the court, he's amazing. But I feel like what he's doing bigger than basketball is inspiring so many people out there. And I feel like when he's done with playing basketball, he's not just going to be known as just a basketball player. He's going to be more than just a basketball, more than an athlete. That's what he was using. He's just going to be more than an athlete. So that's why he inspired me. I hope he will inspire so many other NBA players.
He's obviously made that very much a hallmark of his career, especially in the last 5 or so years.
Right.
And it feels like a lot of other guys have followed suit too. Like in the NBA in particular, it seems like guys are very comfortable now deciding, you know what, I'm going to plant my flag on this issue or be active in the community in this way. That's not necessarily as prominent in the other sports. Yeah. Can a line be drawn actually from what LeBron has done to you feeling the comfort level or even others that you see around the league?
I will say so because, I mean, like before people were not wanted to get into politics or want to talk about this issue or that issue. But I think what now is like now Steph Curry or LeBron or some other players are stepping up and they're using their platform to talk about some of the issues going on in our country. And I feel like, because all these kids, all these people are idolizing him. So I feel like what he's doing, he's just doing the things that, educating our youth. So our youth are just going to follow LeBron's footstep or Steph Curry's footstep and some other, basketball players' footstep, and they're going to do the same thing. So I'm very impressed.
Yeah. We've got a bunch of questions coming in, which I'm going to get to in a couple minutes, but a couple more from me. You're still on track to become an American citizen next year?
Yes, actually next summer, June 15.
Okay. So
I'm very excited about it. Yes, very excited about it.
What, if anything, do you think that will change or maybe even help in terms of using your political voice?
So I'm actually going to be able to vote. That's one. And second, the second thing, I'm going to be able to actually live America. Don't get me wrong, America has been amazing and everything, but you still want to go to some other places, The reason I cannot go because the Turkish government revoked my passport and my name is still on Interpol. So as soon as I leave America, just because I'm not an American citizen yet, the country that wherever I travel, they can deport me back to Turkey. So that's why when I become a citizen, I can just travel wherever.
Yeah, so with the American passport, you'll get that freedom back.
Yes.
But safety, I would imagine, would still be a concern, though, once you leave U.S. borders, no?
I mean, everywhere I go, we always get into contact with that government, and they always give us a promise, and they say nothing's going to happen, so.
Yeah. Before I get to these, just because Kobe came up in the course of conversation, you guys didn't overlap by a lot, but I've been asking everybody lately just because I'm interested in it. Do you have a favorite Kobe memory, interaction on the court, off?
Well, actually, after I get drafted, Kobe came to Turkey. That was when I was allowed in Turkey. So I was actually back in Turkey. Kobe came for some kind of event, and he coached a team, and I coached a team. After the event is done, he gave me a lot of ideas about how I should take care of my body, how the NBA life is, how I should keep my focus on what I need to focus on. And then he left, and our first regular season game was against Lakers at Staples Center. And he just turned around and said, "What's up, Enes?" And that actually was highlight of my career, I'll say, because I'm like, oh my God, Kobe just actually know my name. He remembered me. So it's just because what he's done with basketball on and off the court is just, I cannot just say it enough. I cannot say it enough. I think we should all be, blessed to had a player like that.
Yeah. I'm going to jump to the questions early because you guys have had a lot of them, and there are a lot of good ones here. So I'm just going to throw some of these at you. Have you seen your activism leading other players to speak out on issues that concern them? Have you inspired anybody else to do this?
I will just say this. I was actually just in the backstage with Jaylen Brown. I think what he's doing with his activism, he's speaking out some of the issues going on in our country. And I think I will say this, he inspired me too. I think what he's like I said again, first he didn't know what was going on, and we sit down and had a conversation with him, and he said, "How can I help you?" And that gave me so much hope, and that made me actually very happy. I will say definitely Jaylen Brown is actually one of the smartest players I have ever played with.
You got a lot of smart guys on that team.
I will say Jaylen Brown is definitely up there.
Favorite story from one of the Celtics rookies this year? Obviously some Celtics fans in this.
Oh yeah, so I'm trying to think. Well, actually Grant Williams was going to dye his hair pink. I don't know if you heard that or not. Yeah,
I missed that one.
He said if we get a 3 All-Star this year, then he's going to dye his hair pink. But I mean, we didn't. We only got 2. So I feel say Grant Williams is a very interesting guy.
Yeah.
He's definitely one of my favorite rookies. He never stops talking. He always talks. He always goes there, argues with the refs. I'm like, dude, you're a rookie. You need to just stop, arguing so much. But I would say definitely Grant Williams is one of my favorite rookies.
And there's no other bets that are going to make him dye his hair pink, though, right? Like, there's not some other. Like
he made the bet himself. He was in front of the media one day after the game. He said, "If we get 3 All-Stars, I'm going to dye my hair pink." And everybody was like, "Okay, it's weird."
All right. Favorite moment in your quest for the WWE 24/7 championship belt? This one's right over my head.
Yeah. Well, it was a little interesting because I'm a basketball player, and after I signed with the Celtics, I was going through my contract, and they put no wrestling. They put that in the contract, actually, no wrestling. But I'm saying it's WWE, it's not really wrestling, so I can just.
You're not saying it's fake, are you?
I did not say that.
Okay.
I did not say that, but. So, and then I was in a MSG. I won the 24/7, champion. And as soon as I'm done, Brad Stevens texted me. He's like, very interesting. I didn't know you were interested in WWE. I'm like, yeah, coach. I did not know you were gonna watch it, because it was in my contract. But I'm glad nothing happened. Yeah.
No calls for Mike Zarin or Danny Ainge on
No,
that one?
I'm glad. No, I'm actually planning to become a WWE wrestler after I'm done with basketball.
That's post-career?
That's post-career, yeah.
Wow. Do you have to come up with some whole alter ego for that and everything, too? Or
we still did this thinking about the name.
Workshop it with the audience here?
One of the names that they come up with, actually my teammate come up with that name is Turkish Delight. I don't know. I don't know if you ever heard that. Very interesting name.
Works. What is your advice for aspiring leaders, not just in basketball, to have the guts to use their voice to make positive change?
I'll just, I would just say this: don't be scared. Definitely don't be scared. And whatever you believe in, and just stand up tall for it. Even if it means actually that's a commercial. I'm taking it from commercial, but sacrificing everything. Because I feel like what I'm doing is what we. Doing is off the court is way bigger than basketball. You get in a basketball, play for 48 minutes, it's cool and everything, but it's always ask that question to yourself: how many people that you're inspiring, how many people that you're affecting, how many lives you're touching. So my thing is that definitely don't be scared and no regrets.
I'm going to read this one solely for the comic relief here, and I think it's more of a rhetorical question. It says, I'm a Knicks fan. Can you come back to save us, please?
There's lots of cameras in this. But no,
you already got yourself in enough trouble with the Knicks the last time you were on my podcast, so we could,
I'll just say this, man. All we can do is, I guess, pray for the Knicks from after this point. But hey, Celtics been amazing, man. Obviously, it's winning feels good. After I came to the Celtics, one thing that they told me, they said, "We never tank." I'm like, "Thank you." They said, "We never tank," because it's obviously just with this winning culture, with this atmosphere, this crowd definitely gets you going. So with the Knicks, no, I'm good here. I'm happy here.
Fair enough. On that note, someone's curious about reuniting with Gordon Hayward, who you had played with previously in Utah. What's that like getting to play?
Gordon Hayward, first time I hear about Gordon Hayward, first probably, I played with him 3.5 years in Utah, probably his haircut. His haircut was one of the most terrible haircut I ever had when he was in Utah. But now he's all that GQ look and stuff. But Gordon Hayward is an amazing guy, man. He's obviously on and off the court, amazing friends. People don't know he's actually very funny. People always see this very quiet guy on the court and stuff, but he's actually very talker off the court, very funny guy. He's actually one of my really good teammates that I had.
There's a lot of hair gel going on there, isn't there?
After you play 48 minutes, his hair is just still the same.
I'm like, right? Do you get hurt? Like you hit that too hard? Like it just looks like it's.
I'm gonna go try to mess it up tomorrow. See if it's.
You should, just to mess with him. When was the last time you gave Steven Adams a hug? I don't know if Steven Adams needs a hug, but someone's.
I'm actually texting him today. We might go out to eat after.
Oh,
after
that's right.
This. Yeah, we're gonna play against him tomorrow. Steven is a very interesting guy. Yeah. We had this Stash Bros going on. I don't know if you guys heard that before, but he lived that, me and him had a stash. Because, I really wanted to get like a American culture. And they told me about this November, no shave November or something. They said, oh yeah, we don't shave in November. I'm like, this is weird, okay. So me and Steven left a mustache. And it actually became a thing, and it was pretty funny.
We kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but how do you compartmentalize all this? Like, is there what do you do to kind of move on from, okay, this is what I'm doing right now, I'm going to do my political, and then it's time to get to work. Do you actually have to like mentally focus on that? Is there a way to kind of psych yourself out to go one direction or the other?
Because I know the more wins we want, the more successful that I am in, or my team is, the bigger voice that I'm going to have. So that's why every time I'm out there, I really don't care about anything else but just go out there, having fun and winning. So that's why it's all about, I think it's all about it's in your mind. So whenever you just go out there, just shut off everything. It's all about, like I said again, your teammates, your coaches, going out there to entertain people. And like I said again, I don't want to be selfish, because I don't want to bring any of this conversation in the locker room.
Yeah. And yet it does come up at times, right? Because teammates have asked.
They always ask. They always ask because they're worried. Because when they see all these articles out there, when they see, oh, my name is on Interpol, when they see that, about the FBI panic button, when they see, all that other stuff, death threats and everything, they're worried for their teammates, for their brothers. So that's why they always asking me all these good questions. But like I said again, whenever I'm done talking to them, they always ask me the same question: how can we help?
Which I think kind of dovetails a little bit with this question. How do you cope with the emotional toll of not being able to be with your family or have that support network that other players have? So, like, what substitutes for that?
It's definitely tough, man, because NBA life is one of the most stressful and tough life that you can have, because all this criticized, all this and that. But I hear from a lot of my teammates, in the end of the day, it doesn't matter how bad of a game you had. When you go home to your family, to your kids, to your wife, whatever, then you forget about everything, right? See, I don't have that. I go home and I say, who can I reach out to? Which lawmaker I can reach out to and tell them about my story, so maybe we can pass a legislation in the Senate, or we can pass a bill in the House. So it's like, I feel like after a while, you just don't feel anything. All you have to do is just go out there and ask the one question to yourself: how can I help people?
You've been making the rounds in the Capitol, and you've met with a lot of legislators. Right. What are you hoping to get out of them in particular? Is it just a matter of putting pressure on Erdogan's regime, or is what do you hope to get from them in terms of support or change?
So there is different kind of, the one legislation we're trying to pass in the Senate is the Turkey Human Rights Act. That act is freeing all the political prisoners in Turkey. The other one is I'm doing with another senator is about Interpol. And another one I'm doing with a congressman is, just trying to help all the Kurdish people out there in Turkey. So whenever I go out there, I always try to, try to do trying to pass some kind of bill, try to meet with this, both sides, Republicans and Democrats, and, all these people. And when I tell them about my story and all these issues going on in Turkey, they always stop me in the middle. And they said, don't worry about it. We already know all these conversations. How can we help you? Just this past summer, I was actually meeting with Mr. Bill and Hillary Clinton, and they were the one giving me some ideas. And how can I help all these people in Turkey? They said, okay, you had this platform, people know your story, but why don't you just bring more people into your platform and show the whole world that what's going on to them, but not just you. So they were just giving me some different kind of ideas and everything. So it's been very helpful for sure.
On a lighter note, who's the best trash talker in the NBA?
So I've been in the league for 9 years. I will say it was Kevin Garnett for sure. It was definitely for Kevin Garnett for sure. But now I will say, I'm trying to think. Probably Draymond Green is probably up there. Definitely, probably Draymond Green is pretty up there. I'll probably say him, yeah.
He trashed Charles Barkley pretty well yesterday.
He did, yes, I did see that, yeah. I did see that.
I think your discussion of the marriage proposals has possibly sparked this one. Will we see you on The Bachelor anytime soon? Where the TV show The Bachelor?
Yeah, I know about that, yeah. So I'm gonna tell you guys a very funny story actually. So when I actually came to America, I was going to college, I was like, you know what? I really want to get this American culture. So I was going to McDonald's. I was like doing all this American stuff, right? I told one of my friends, I'm like, where can I learn the street language, right? This guy said there's a show called Jersey Shore. I swear. They said, you start watching that show, you're going to become an American. I'm like, I have no idea what Jersey Shore is. So I went to my, dorm. I went to my dorm and started watching. I turned the TV on and started watching this Jersey Shore. I was watching Mike the Situation, Suniki, Pauly D, and all that stuff. I'm like, this is the weirdest show ever, but I got addicted. So I'm actually right now really good friends with Mike the Situation. We text on Twitter and stuff. I swear, like we text on Twitter. He likes my stuff. I like his stuff, and it's very weird.
I did not see that coming.
Yes, Jersey Shore.
Please don't hold that show against us.
Okay.
It's not representative.
Yeah, it was my friend's fault.
Apparently. Time for a few more here. Since we are at an analytics conference, say that 5 times fast. As a player, what are your interactions with the analytics staff? Obviously, Mike Zarin, the assistant GM, is quite the devotee of the numbers and a fixture at this conference. So what is the information exchange like between the analytics staff and the players for the Celtics?
I would just say this. I was just on Jaylen Brown's, he was just giving Jaylen Brown's conference. I was talking to Mike Zarin and some of the people that, in this conference. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting, because now all this analytics, all these numbers and everything, I feel like the game is becoming, next level. The players are now, I feel like it just putting the game in a next level. The players are becoming even better now. And I will say this, it's, I did not know all the analytics or numbers, anything till this year. I learned all this in Boston. Till every team I play for, Portland, OKC, or, New York and everything, we did not have any of this.
Really?
Or maybe we did that I didn't know about. But here now, all this, the people we had, the GMs that we had, all this, all the guys we had, they are educating players, and it's very interesting to hear about some of those stories. I'm impressed.
Has it changed anything in terms of your own game as they come to you with something where you said, oh, you know what? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take more of this shot, or I'm going to position myself here.
Every after the game, they're sending us clips. Every after the game, they're giving us some, like little details that I will never know. But I think yes, it helping our game a lot for sure.
I'm surprised that just as you run down the list, like Oklahoma is a place with Sam Presti, I would have thought would have been very much.
Maybe we had it, but I didn't know about. But
they were sneaking it into the scouting report somehow.
Maybe, but like here is definitely off the charge. I mean, it's definitely amazing. Maybe it's Boston, that's why.
There was an interesting a discussion earlier in the afternoon where they were talking about, obviously the emergence of the three-pointer and everything else, and bigs shooting threes and bigs playing more like smalls. And Sue Bird actually said, I'm afraid for us, the smaller players, because if the bigs can all do the stuff that we do,
right?
Is there something to that?
I mean, just the game is changing so much, man. I mean, now I remember first time I came in the league, there was so many back-to-basket players. But now you see that you're gonna be able to do everything. You're gonna be able to do roll, pop, shoot threes, play post-up, face-up game, and everything. But so, like I said again, game is changing so much, so you're just gonna be able to adjust your game to that new game.
Yeah. Couple more before we wrap. What lessons would you give to athletes taking on social causes? What would you advise them or tell them to maybe do differently?
I would just say this, man. Just like I said it before, don't be scared. I feel like all these problems that we are experiencing just because of our maybe leaders or the people who have our platform we're not speaking about these issues. But now with all the social media, all this internet and everything, we have a huge platform. So use this platform, not just basketball players, football players, actors, singers, rappers, because all these kids are idolizing you. All these kids are following your footsteps. So just go out there, talk about the importance, because you live in this country. So talk about these issues, and you can try to fight for a better future.
And then we'll leave on this one. When are you going to bring a championship to the city of champions? Says the out there.
That's a very good one. This year, I hope, because that's the goal. Because I believe in, because a lot of people are asking that question always, like, hey, if you can do it or not. I mean, I say this every time, man. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't sign with the Celtics. That was one of the biggest reasons that I wanted to, come and sign with the Celtics, because of the championship. Because I feel like we have enough in that locker room to go out there and win a championship. But all we have to do is just build that chemistry and just go out there and just have fun.
As a fan of lobster rolls, I am all for a deep run by the Celtics that gets me back here a few more times. So, Enes, this has been fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.